but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Need you again, so stick around. So stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Don't let go. you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide where I love. Don't let go, I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. again. So stick around. So stick around. So stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. With that, all eyes on us. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing? We are waiting on court to start. Don't mind me. I'm still battling a chest cold, so um, I probably won't talk a whole lot. But of course, we're on day 6 of the trial, so I don't imagine it being a whole lot longer. Let's see if we're started yet. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hold on, you said I'm drinking cappuccino right now, but my throat is still really sore. And like my nose is clogged and my ears hurt. It's October, November in Illinois. That's just what it is. The weather change always does me in. Well, I took some decongestant, so we'll see how that works. But hold on, it was interesting watching Duty Run, seeing the evidence they didn't take. Huh. I'll have to go back and watch it. Gargle with vodka. Are you serious, Peggy? That was me last week. Yeah, it's just my sinuses, you know what I mean? And just clogged up. That's all. Tis the season, right? I wonder why court's so delayed. Well, yeah, because KB's opinion, they're like petri dishes of germs, you know? Like, that's just what it is. Anyhow, we're going to go check Court TV and see what's up with them. I see Sarah Boone's trials going on. That woman's crazy as hell, in my opinion. Crazy as hell. Yeah, Ange Carter, I agree. She's crazy as hell. That lady's wild. See, I have honey sticks and I have all natural honey. I have like a hottie toddy. I tried one of those and it still didn't really work very well. But you have to understand my voice is shit as it is. So when I get a cold or get a sore throat, it's 10 times worse, you know? Well, Texas Blue Bonnet, I've already done a round of antibiotics anyways for my chest cold. So, I mean, it is what it is, you know? It's just, like I said, it's the weather change. My voice will get better. It's shit anyways. So when I get sick, it's even worse. I wonder why they're so like delayed. What's going on? Maybe they forgot the jurors or one fell asleep again.
We feel that we have
And this is from a year ago. And you know what? This is like the second or third time I've seen this, but it was court TV. I didn't see it on here until now, but it actually proves what we were telling y'all. Let's see. I'll put this on real quick. So remember when we said Billy Joe turned her daughter in? I mean, and she did. Um, it says it right here on the court TV. Um, Quentin Simon's grandmother turns daughter in to the police. Right there. And the last time, I mean, I haven't talked to Billy like personally for a little bit, but anyways, last time I talked to her, she said, she hurts for Quentin. That's the first time I've seen that one though, so that's pretty cool that they actually put it in there because I know it was an argument at first. Yeah, absolutely. There's so much going on in these streets. I agree. Texas Blue Bonnet, take care of you first. Take care of your mental health. Take care of you first. If you're stressing out, if it's bothering you, if you're, having a hard time sleeping because of this bullshit on these streets, take a day or two off. It really helps. It helps to take a breather because it can get a little overwhelming for everybody. Yes, I did, Miss Peggy, and I did a round of antibiotics already. So hopefully, I don't have to do the fucking steroids, the prednisone pack or Z pack or whatever the fuck they call it. I'm cracking up. You keep telling me gargle with liquor. That shit is so fucking nasty. Ain't no way. So at this point, we're just waiting on this to start. What'd y'all think about the babysitter test? Her testimony. What'd you guys think? I did gargle with warm salt water, baby. I tried that. I have cough drops. I got all the things. I have that fucking spray that you try to spray and it like numbs your throat. You know what I'm saying? I tried that too. It didn't really work. I don't know. I really, I think her brother was probably like the most genuine um, out of everybody that's testified so far. He seemed to be the most genuine and actually really love them babies. I mean, I feel like him and Quinn were pretty close. Running Bear, you said your crown is gone. What happened? Did it pop back up? I hope it did. While we're waiting, we'll watch this. Says 17 hours. I hope I sound a little better. This sucks. Hopefully these antihistamines work. Let's see. Says it's from like 17 hours ago, and it was like a says another hole in your story, Leilani. Simon bursts into an emotional rant when a detective confronts the murder defendant about her not being honest about baby Quinn's whereabouts. So we'll watch that a little bit as like a a little bit of a refresher from the other day. While we wait, can't really talk to y'all very much, so.
All right. Does this document tell you when this search?
Sometimes situations, listen to Leilani, sometimes situations happen and it's not meant, right? And people have situations that get in where they don't know what to do and they panic, right? And the night that so your mom was free, that's stressful, right? You had your wisdom teeth taken out, you're hurting in pain, right? You still got to cook dinner for the kids. My understanding that you and Danny aren't getting along that night either, right? And sometimes people just get frustrated, right? And we do rash things, right? And things.
Now, see, before I didn't notice that her leg was shaking that bad. If you look and you pay attention, her leg is shaking like a lot. The bottom, the one that's on the floor, not the one in the air, but the leg on the floor is like she going 100 miles a minute with that damn leg. I feel like it's her body, like she knows she's lying, but she can't say she's lying, kind of thing, in my opinion, Yeah.
That we didn't mean to happen, right? And then we don't know how to deal with that, and we panic. And I know you know what happened. I don't know. And I know you know where Quentin is. I don't know where he is. Right? I don't know where he is. And here's why I know, right? Because the story that you already told law enforcement, that you've got that story in your mind, and you've been rehearsing it quite a while. I mean, you were like spot on what you told the other people, right? And we've already analyzed that. Your 360, right? Your cell phone data, right? Where you've been, right? And there's inconsistencies who you talk to, right? Okay. Okay. All right. So we know you to go to the Chevron station. That was on the Life 360. It shows where I pulled in and around. No, you didn't. But we know where you went. It shows where I pulled in and around. We know where you went because we have video screens. Yes, I understand that. Okay. And it's not where the Chevron is. It is. The Chevron is right next to the Leilani. Well, stop. I mean, seriously, the Chevron is right next to the Leilani. Stop. You've gone off this story for a while now. And I know it's not true. It is. Leilani. That's where we're not going to make any progress unless I'm being truthful. This is Chevron. This is Zelia. That's where I pulled into. I turned around. I was really going for 12 minutes. My baby was in Alabama. I left that house. Leilani, calm down. We're not getting anywhere, right? We're going to get to the bottom of this. Yes. Right? But you have to be honest. I'm being honest. We know through video surveillance you were not at that Chevron, but we do know where you were at. I pulled into the Zelia house. I got the motherfucking words. We were pulling around, and I told them that it was right next to Chevron, not at Chevron, right next to Chevron. So tell me that again. What did you just say?
she was making a reference there to what she had told you and Special Agent Snyder on the 5th, right?
Yes.
And what is she saying she had told you?
That it was right next to the Chevron
The place that she met.
that she had
Misty?
went to. Yes.
Is that what she told you on the 5th?
It is not.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she met Misty at the Chevron, and she wrote it in her written statement.
More than once, right?
Yes.
And that was stopped at 3 minutes into the file, which is 12:32:40 on the timestamp in the bottom left corner of the video.
Pulled in, got the order, turned around, and went back home.
And how did you turn around?
Pulled straight around the neighborhood.
What neighborhood?
The one right next to Chevron, it's Azalea, right next to it.
Azalea? And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's trailer park.
It's a trailer park.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the trailer park, you pulled right back out.
Yes, I pulled it in and I pulled it out.
Okay. So why does video surveillance show you stopping
Stopping to get that order job.
within the trailer park?
Getting the order job.
You're not near the Chevron.
No, she lives in the Chevron. Pulled in,
Where's she?
Misty, the one who gave me, I gave her as much information
Well,
as I could about her.
let's talk about that, okay? Because Misty hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
Yes,
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the order job.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps, and plausibly you came up with a story that is partly true.
No, that is
But
true.
there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there.
I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told them I even gave them the order gel that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
I got the order gel. That did happen. She had that loaf beside her mouth.
No.
That's the reason why I asked her for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
Right? And Lonnie, right? To get through this, you're gonna have to talk about what happened
I'm told
and where
everybody
you
what happened.
and where you took Quentin.
I didn't take him anywhere.
Okay?
I didn't take him anywhere. He was at the house. He was in that bed. I was just there on the station where I'm in the bed. The only thing that I sit there and possibly made myself on is when I came back in after I smoked a cigarette and I may not have shut that door all the way. And that's how my baby made a God somewhere. That's the only thing I've been questioning myself about. I was living in drugs in my system. I couldn't even feel my mouth. So I don't know if I locked that door and pushed it all the way in and it was open when I got up. And I'm sticking to everything that I'm saying because I'm telling you the truth. I
So
question
let's talk
everything.
about the door. The door was closed when you
No, that's what they say, but the door was open. And Danny said that when he left, that the door,
Right.
the door that they said was open from 2:30 to 5:24 was shut when he left. I think my system was messed up. And that's what I told them because the door was open when I got up and my baby was not in that bed.
well, Lonnie, the door wasn't open.
Yes, it was.
And look,
Yes, it was. The door was open.
you said like you would never hurt or harm
No,
Quentin.
no, it wasn't.
And in this circumstance, something happened,
No,
right?
no, I did not. Nothing happened when he was in my care. I did not hurt him. I did not take him anywhere. I went in there with that baby in that bed and I got up and gone. Okay?
Okay.
I am devastated. I've seen him being questioned. Now, last night, my own husband was questioning me, making me question myself. Well, did you shut that door? Are you sure you're not the reason that something could happen? I mean, it's all stuff like that.
Well, you keep telling yourself this story over and over. We're done with that story, right? And you can keep trying to convince yourself, but the evidence does not point to that, right? You try to put a timeline together to cover up
I didn't try to nothing together. I had
what
one
happened
to
that
shut.
night, and you're the only one that can tell us what happened.
I'm doing
And you said
everything, and I know, like, I didn't even
Listen,
know, like, he was shaking me.
Leilani, listen to me. You told me how you felt when you and your mom were abandoned on the side of the road, right?
It was lost. I was scared.
Right? So as a mother, look, we just want to find Quentin,
Yes,
right?
we do. We all do. I've been asking help, searching everything.
And they have been. They're still out there searching, right? But you can help us find him, right? I 100% believe that. You can help us find
He
him.
was in bed when I went to sleep.
So when you left and you drove through the trailer park and you stopped for a while,
I didn't stop for a while.
through your mind?
Let's go through the mind, get the word out. I did speak to her and I did get order out.
So you did not talk to Missy?
Yes, I did.
We've already talked about that.
I spoke to Missy.
And until you start being 100% honest with me, you're going down the same road, okay?
Well, the cameras are on in the courtroom, so let's see where we're at here. So this is what it looks like. Court is in session here. My voice is getting a little better. My medicine's working. Good deal. Good deal. All right, let's go back and watch the rest of this then as we wait, while we wait. Because there's stuff I'm catching in this and picking up in this that I didn't get the first time.
You said you wanted to be healthy.
I do. That's why I've done everything I can. I don't know where my baby is. Okay, I don't know.
Right, so
I did not hurt him, but I don't know where he's at. He was in that bed when I woke up.
So, what we do know is that when you pulled into the trailer park, you stopped. Right? I can't imagine what was going through your mind at that time, right? Where you were trying to make a decision.
No, I stopped for, I was gone from the house for a total of 12 minutes. I stopped for 2 minutes. I was getting the word notes from her.
Right?
Pulled around, and there she was.
You didn't see Missy.
Yes, I did.
You stopped for 2 minutes, so in that 2 minutes, you weren't getting orange up for Missy.
Yes.
I know you were sitting there thinking about what you're gonna do with Quentin.
No, I was not.
This is something that already happened.
No, it was not. That baby was in that bed when I went to bed. Danny seen him when he left to go to work. Okay? So now.
And he said he regrets ever saying that because now she's using that as like a focal point. That Danny seen him at 5:30 that morning before he went to work. Even though he knows he didn't. Like he said he regrets ever saying that. I bet he does now.
He was home. He was in that bed. He was asleep.
Right. And we both know that's not true.
He is true. He was home. He was even Danny. Even he said he seen him before he went to work. So I don't understand how that could not be true. Or how I could have done something to him. When something in the morning? That's literally physically impossible when he was seen that morning.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
I don't know about my baby.
So Danny told us that he can't 100% confirm that he actually saw Quentin in the crib that morning.
So he told me that he 100% said he's seen him.
He's told us that he cannot say that. Right?
He was in that
And
bed.
that's different than the first night, right? No. You guys talked to the police because you put that in your statement.
Yeah, so that he told me 100% that he seen him that morning.
He cannot 100% say that he saw Quentin that morning. And so that leaves another hole in your story, right?
No, that's what he told me. That he got a phone call and screaming and yelling, "Where's my baby?
I'm telling
Where's
you
my
right now,
baby?"
that's not the case. Because we know that you know what happened.
I do not know what happened.
You do.
I don't.
Right?
I don't know where he is. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know where the fuck he would be gone. He was in the bed when I went to sleep, and then when I got up, he was gone. I was freaking out, screaming, yelling, crying, calling the ambulance, sending it out.
As many times as you repeat that story, it doesn't make it true.
It is true.
It's not true.
It is.
Right? And you talk about how much you love your
I
kids.
do. I love them all, but that is true.
And you want to help us find Quentin.
Yes.
And you can do that.
And I'm trying.
Right?
I'm trying. Which is why I get my phone. Which is why I got property because I have been. I do not know where my baby is. And I wish I did because he'd be right here.
Right.
He really would.
And if you
I'm
really
getting angry right now because I did not do anything with my child.
want to help us find Quentin, help me keep that promise with you. Tell us where he's at.
I've told y'all everything. Y'all
I want to keep that promise.
Yes,
trailer park.
I stopped for 2 seconds to get the Oreo.
You said 2 minutes.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
I was gone for a total of 12 minutes from the house.
Right, and you stopped in front of the dumpster.
No.
Yes.
Then I didn't stop next to it.
No.
I didn't stop in front of it. That was the front of the neighborhood. Right there is the front of the neighborhood.
Okay.
I don't know what my baby is.
Okay. So, we're putting together bits and pieces from what you originally told us with the evidence we've collected so far.
I don't know what
You
it is.
know where Quentin
I do
is. You
not.
know what happened.
I do not. I really do not know what happened to him.
Right?
He was in that bed when I went to sleep. I woke up devastated that I had a child there. He's normally the first one standing up. He's normally the first one standing up looking at you smiling when you get up in the morning.
Look, Lonnie, I can't imagine how you felt that night, right? I'm not in your shoes. Being frustrated, being a mom, 3 kids, running a household, right? You're in pain, you're in an argument with Danny, I haven't been in that situation, but I think you can help me understand what that was like and what kind of got you to the point of really what happened in that house that night.
Nothing happened though.
But
Nothing happened.
Nobody thinks you're a horrible person.
Because I didn't do him. I didn't do anything. I didn't take him anywhere. That baby was at that house all night long. And I know.
But given circumstances, things happen, and we don't mean for them to. Okay? Doesn't make you a horrible person.
I understand that.
It makes you a human
I
being.
didn't hurt him, and I don't know where he's at, and I want him home. I did not hurt him. I did not take him nowhere. The last time he was in my car was when I picked him up about 4:30 in the afternoon.
And as a mother, going through this, like I said, sometimes things happen and we don't mean for them to. It doesn't mean anything was done intentionally. But like I said, you were going through a lot that night.
I didn't hurt my baby. I
Okay.
don't know where he is.
And being in that situation, sometimes people panic.
That is my final answer to y'all's question. I did not hurt him. I do not know where he was. And the last person that told me that he 100% seen him in that bed when I called him and asked him where Quentin was Danny. That is my last thing I've got to say. Their story has not changed. I gave out everything that I could. I've gone through this over and over and over and over and over.
And I'm trying to explain to you that there's inconsistencies in your story.
But I've told everything.
And it doesn't add up. It really doesn't.
It's because there's a piece of the puzzle missing, but it's not me.
It's you.
It's not.
It's absolutely.
It is not me.
It is absolutely. And you can repeat that over and over and over again. It doesn't make it true.
It's not me. It's not me. I did not do everything my baby. I put him in bed. I set out his clothes for the next morning. I didn't do anything to him.
I want to help tell your story. Like I said, you're a horrible person. You have 3 kids. You obviously love them. You talk about bathing them that night, playing with them, putting them to bed. That shows a caring mother.
He's my baby. And if I didn't, just like I told my mother, y'all would have already had him. And I would already do hot bars myself. But I didn't do anything to that child. I had me questioning. Are you sure that you shut that door? Are you sure that you shut it all the way? If you don't shut it all the way, the thing would just stop coming.
Right.
I don't know. You gotta push it really hard. I was loopy on my medication. Loopy as hell. I had to use Life 360 just to make sure that my times were right about when I left the house and got home.
Right. And that helps out the timeline. But like I said, you're not being 100% completely honest with us. And I want to help Leilani tell her story about what happened, right? When we have circumstances like this, sometimes things happen. We don't mean them to. Doesn't make us a bad person. But this has been in the news a lot, right?
It's been all over.
I've
been harassed at the hospital about it. Got people up in my face yelling at me.
What did they say at the hospital?
But they said, you're not worthy of being a mother. If anything should happen to anybody, it should happen to you.
Right. There was no coming back from it.
I didn't do anything to him. I'm mad at Mr. Piece of the puzzle, you understand? I was in my bed. Danny said he shook me. He said he checked on all the kids. He said he's seen them all. That's what he told me when I called him at 9 something, screaming that I couldn't find my baby.
So here's your statement, Leilani. I read through it. And it's like a note down here. It says, please do everything possible to bring all the man home, right?
Well, I want
Bring him home to me, please. And that's what we're trying to do, right? And you can keep denying all this and sticking to that story. But both you and I know that you can make that happen.
If I could, I already would have.
Right? You can make this
If I
happen.
could, I already
You
would have.
absolutely can make
I
this happen.
can't, because I don't know where he is, and I don't know what happened to him. Do I believe that something happened that night? Yes. Was it me? No. It was not.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What was it?
I don't know. He was asleep before I left the house at all after we picked him up. He was asleep in that playpen. Then he verified that too.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So, okay, let's talk about that. Let me go grab that and I'll be right back, okay? Is that cool? Just, you brought it up, we'll talk about it, okay? Let me make sure they can look at this. Alright. So let's go over some things, okay? You keep saying, when we're talking about Quentin this, right? You keep talking about he was there the first time he came back.
Yeah, he was there every time.
Okay. Let's talk about the second time he came back.
He was there. When I started smoking cigarette before I did, I checked on all the kids. Like, moved his hair in his face. He gonna move for grab the blanket, throw him up to it. And when I started smoking my cigarette, and when it started, I went to bed.
And the timeline is showing that. So when you drive through the trailer park and you park, that's not in any of your statements. Your statements already went to the Chevron.
Next to the telephone.
Okay.
That's when I was going around. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled it out and left. That's the only reason that wasn't in there. I didn't think I had to explain how I pulled out and left. I just had to explain where I went.
Right. Well, it's completely different, right? So let's go through when you got back. What did you do?
Oh, when I started, smoked a cigarette. Went to bed. That was after I checked on Clinton and Zane and Scott. All three.
All three.
I checked on all three of them.
Okay, so the second time he came back, Quentin was in his way.
So that's fine.
And
He had his hair hanging out in front of his face right here. I knew it. He said, okay, roll over and he grabbed one bit and he was asleep.
right. And you keep mentioning that you were loopy.
I know.
Why were you loopy if you're on ibuprofen?
Because they
Because ibuprofen
they
is
injected my mouth with 3 different shots.
Right.
When they gave it to me. One was to kind of sedate me, one was to numb it. I don't know what the other one was.
Okay. Those are all surface pain medicines, right? Get you through the surgery.
I don't know. It was,
But ibuprofen doesn't make you loopy.
I was like, that the medicine and everything that they got, and they had put more. They injected me twice with it because I was still numb. It wasn't numb.
Right. So we need to unmask what it is that happened, right? And we gotta get there.
Yes.
And you have to help me do that.
I'm helping everything I can. I did not leave my baby. He was in my bed when I went to sleep, and when I got up, he was gone. When I called Daniel and asked him, is for some reason did you just take the plane to the babysitters or what? Where's he at? Where's my baby? And he said no, he was there when I left the house. I said, well, he's not here now. So he left work and called babysitter.
Well, we've gone over that several times, right? And that's the story you keep repeating over and over and over. And the thing about 8:59 in the morning, yeah, you probably did have that conversation with him. But we're talking about the night of Quentin going missing, right?
He was in that bed.
And what truly happened
He was in that bed.
in that house.
He was in that bed when I went to sleep. When me and my mom was sitting there trying to discuss what happened between 2:30 and 5:44 when I got
you left about 10:30 to go to 204 to get $20 or pay somebody $20. Okay. And who are you paying the $20 to?
Red.
And what for?
For weed.
For weed.
Yeah, I would have $20.
Okay. And then you return back home.
Yes.
Okay. So when you return back home, that's the first time you return back home that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And
I
in
was
that,
laying on the bed watching TV. The kids were laying down. Zane had his tablet. Clayton was asleep, and Sky was fussy, but she was having one.
okay. And then we talk about when we get into later on in the night, and you talk about your statement too. You talk about the, leaving, and I think you and Danny had an argument too at some point in time.
It was because of the lack of sexual tension that I was getting frustrated with. Which was the whole reason why I left anyways. Again, it was the reason we did.
Okay. So you got back. So you got back up with Danny, and then you got back up at some point.
Yeah, because I couldn't get comfortable.
You couldn't get comfortable. And when you got back, I mean, take me through, and in general, I don't need times or anything like that, just in general.
I was uncomfortable. I was laying there for a little while. It was like almost 2 hours. I was laying there, and I couldn't get to sleep. My ears just hurting. But I got contact to get order gel. At first, I called Circle Pain. They didn't have any order gel. So that's why I got in contact with her. Came out there, right up the road, pulled in, put in the neighborhood, got it, put her down.
Okay.
And I went home. And I went home, and when I was outside the front door, smoked a cigarette, shut the door, went to bed.
Okay, so the second time you came home.
And I did check on Quinn before I went outside, all 3 of them, because it's hard not to. The doors are here, here's Quinn, here's Scott, and here's Zane.
So you're back home, and then, after you got back home around 2 o'clock, the dining room door opened and closed again. Is that what you're talking about, the cigarette?
No, my cigarettes, I got home at like 1:25. I was home before 2. I was laying down before 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So I went outside, smoked a cigarette, came back in, and I didn't know anything about that door. Danny didn't say anything about it either until the officers or whatever came. And they said that door was open from 2:30 in the morning to 5:44. I was asleep. And 5:44 was when Danny left the house for work. He said that the door wasn't even open when he left.
Okay. So it says dining room sensor left open.
Yeah.
Okay, that could mean the door's not completely just shut off. It's not that it's wide open, it's just that it's not locked.
He said that it was locked.
It was locked.
Like, he didn't show it. It wasn't open.
Okay, so the second time you came back, you saw Quentin.
Yes, he was laying down
And
there.
describe Quentin for me.
He was laying there. At first it was like this.
Mm-hmm.
And there's hair. He's got curly hair between all over his eyes. So when I moved that his way, he would roll over, grab his leg, and went to sleep. And I went to sleep.
And you talked a couple times about the color of his skin.
Yes, his little cheeks, they're red, like a pink red.
Pink?
Yeah,
Are they normally pink?
Yeah, he normally has some type of color to him.
Okay.
Normally, he's just an active child. But when he was sleeping or whatever, the playpen, I was basically he was pushing up against his cheeks. But he was fine. He was moving, breathing. He rolled over. His little cheeks, it's just like he was sleeping good, you know? He was just fine. Woke up, he wasn't there.
And you talked about how you could see like something could happen like this. Why would you think that? Like sometimes in these situations, people blame themselves, right?
I blame myself because what if I didn't shut that door off?
Right. I'm not talking about the door, I'm talking about Quentin, right?
Yeah.
Something happened to Quentin.
But I didn't do it.
Right? But you agree, something happened.
Everybody agrees something happened.
And we have to
figure out what, and I'm not the one who is what.
You are part of it.
I know I'm part of it, but I'm not the one who did anything to him.
Right.
I did not take him anywhere.
Right.
I didn't do anything. I didn't
Listen, I understand you get emotional. When we start talking about getting down to really what happened, when you start getting really, really emotional, I get it, right? There's a lot, Leilani, you're holding on to, and that's got to be hard.
I'm not
Right.
holding anything.
You're holding on to so much right now.
I'm not holding on to anything. I've been open about everything.
You're holding on to so much right now, and I don't know how you're doing that. Like I said, I want you to help me understand where you were at that night, right? And how we got to this point, right? And
said everything I could. I cannot tell you what happened while I was asleep. I don't know.
this didn't happen while you were asleep.
It has to. He was there when I went to bed.
You can't get loopy off ibuprofen.
That wasn't the ibuprofen. It was whatever they injected my mouth with.
Okay.
It's whatever that was. It wasn't the ibuprofen. It's whatever they injected my mouth with. Okay? Which is why I couldn't even drive home from getting it removed. I wasn't allowed to drive. Danny had to drive me.
Okay. And so we're talking that was like 4:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And so now we're talking about
It's later at night. I'm tired. I'm getting sore.
9 hours later, right?
I'm tired. I'm getting sore now.
Has worn off and
And I go to lay down. I was tired too. The night before I was up all night. Went to the hospital because of pain. Yeah. Before I went back to the room.
so in these situations, and I already told you this, people get in these situations and they don't make the things happen, but sometimes it does. Bad things do happen, and sometimes bad things happen to people that are the sweetest and nicest people, right?
I didn't do
And
anything to cause my baby to go missing.
right, and you keep saying that over and over and over, and I get as a human being, right, that we don't want to be responsible for something.
I'm not responsible for what happened to him.
Especially for our own child, right? But if we can't protect them then, right, we got to protect them now. And like I said, I want to keep your promise. You said, you want to find them, right? Help me help you.
I'm helping.
Like, help me help you keep that promise.
I'm giving everything that I can. Everything that I'm calling, everything. I'm giving you what I can. I was even the last one. He said to me, like, he was the last one to see him. Which is why I was 100% certain that he was there when he had left. And when I got up at 9, that's why I kept thinking something happened between that 3-hour period.
And also, Leilani, people convince themselves after they tell the story so many times, right? Because they don't want to feel the guilt. And look, I know you feel the guilt. Because every time we get close to talking about that timeline where you were at, that's where you get the most emotional.
It's not.
And that's where
That emotion is being accused of doing something to my own child. That's the emotion.
Right.
I didn't do anything to my own baby.
Bring out Miss Simon. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Yeah, it did come out a little short, didn't it?
All right, court's in session. Here we go, y'all.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Simon. We're on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Ms. Simon is present at counsel's table with her attorneys, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Is there anything that we need to take up before we begin today?
No, I'm ready to proceed.
And the defense is ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, but there is something we will need to take up at some point in time. Probably, it doesn't have anything to do with this witness, but we will need to take up something.
Okay.
Whenever you have time, we'll squeeze it in the next break. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Let's look towards the next break. Okay. Mr. Dean, please call your next witness.
Bring the jury.
Last week. Bring in the jurors, please. And good morning. Is that Miss Gay? Welcome to the group.
this week likely.
Deja vu. All is well. Y'all, please have a seat until the jurors come out. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Please have a seat. Okay, we're going to start again today. And before you left last Friday, I gave you my instructions not to discuss the case, don't do any research about the case, don't talk to anyone about the case, don't let anyone talk to you about the case, do not read, watch, listen to, or otherwise observe or consume any media reports about the case. Was everyone able to do that? Follow the instructions. Is there anyone who could not? And if so, would you raise your hand? Okay, let the record reflect that it appears that everyone has been able to follow the court's directions. And we'll turn now to the state.
Raise your right hand. You have explained the court and jury the trial decisions, the truth, and the truth, so God. Yes, sir. That's the way.
All right, good morning.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Special Agent Robert Corley. I'm with the FBI Jacksonville Division.
And can you tell us just briefly about your education before joining the FBI?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in criminal justice.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Since May 2011, so I'm 13 years.
Are you a full-fledged special agent, or are you in some sort of support role, or what? What's your role?
No, I'm a special agent assigned to national security investigations.
Now, you are here because you analyzed some phone records for some of the people involved in this case to see whether you could determine where they had been on the night of October 4th and the morning of October 5th, and whether their phones had made any significant movements. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the methodology that you used to do that?
We define it as cellular analysis. We basically look at cellular records provided by cell phone companies. We match those records with cell tower lists, which are also provided by the telephone companies. And then we use relevant dates and times provided by investigators to create a report and analyze the location of a device.
Now, did you do this in your capacity as a member of CAST?
Yes, I did.
What is FBI's CAST?
So CAST is short for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, and it is a team of approximately 80 agents and task force officers spread throughout the United States. CAST performs three primary functions. We provide training on cellular analysis to state, federal, and local law enforcement partners. We also use the methodology and the techniques we're going to talk about today to track and locate people in real time. So we'll often be asked to help locate fugitives, help locate missing children, and unfortunately, a lot of times locate the missing bodies or remains of victims.
Now, can you tell us about the training part?
Sorry. And the third primary function is to do what I'm doing today, testify as an expert witness in trials.
Can you tell us about CAST training that you got that allows you to do this sort of analysis?
Sure. So CAST training starts with a basic course, which is just an introduction to cellular records that all agents, state, local, and federal law enforcement can participate. Once that class is completed, you can be invited to what's called an advanced course, which is reserved for FBI special agents and FBI task force officers only. After advanced course, you go on to what's called a field training certification, where you spend 3 days looking at prior investigations or cases. You're put in like a command post situation where they give you a time limit to solve a case, see if you can come up with the same solution that the original case agents did. And if you progress through those and you meet all the minimal requirements, you can be invited to CAST certification. CAST certification is a 4-week course. It consists of 1 week of training in RF theory, radio frequency theory. That's taught by PhD professors from the Florida Institute of Technology in Melbourne, Florida. After that, we have a week of training and interaction with the cellular providers. In my case, it was AT&T, Sprint, Verizon, and T-Mobile. Sprint, merged with T-Mobile, so now people no longer receive that training, but at the time I did from Sprint. And they bring in the people that produce these records that we're going to talk about. So when law enforcement submits a search warrant or a court order, they will provide these records. They talk about how they pull them, what all the columns mean. And then we also talk with the engineers that actually work on the towers and the networks in the field. After that, we receive some training in mapping, different types of software that we use. We also receive training in something we call drive testing, where we take equipment out and we do measurements of the actual footprint of a cell tower. So we can not only say what we believe the cell footprint or the cell tower footprint would be, we can, in some cases, actually map out the actual footprint of a cell tower.
And have you completed all of those steps that you just described?
Yes, sir.
And do you hold the CAS certification?
Yes, sir, since 2019.
All right, so since 2019, you've been full-fledged member of the CAS team?
Yes, I received the training, and we receive an annual recertification, which is 24 hours of training every year, generally consisting of those same things. We bring the carriers back in. They provide any updates to any of their records. And then we also receive training from other companies like Google, Apple, companies that provide other location-based services.
So aside from the training to do this type of analysis, since 2019, have you gotten experience actually employing this in cases?
Yes, I actually use this in my own cases. That's how most people become a CAST agent. You start using some of this technology in your own investigations. So I use it not only to help other agents or investigators with their cases, but I also use it daily, weekly, monthly in my own investigations.
And have you testified about it in court before today?
I have.
About how many times?
19 times.
And have you been accepted by courts as an expert witness before?
Yes, all 19 times.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Special Agent Corley as an expert in the area of cellular analysis.
Objection.
The witness is accepted as an expert.
Now, in this case, did you receive a request or perhaps a series of requests from the Savannah FBI office to conduct this sort of analysis with respect to some cellular records that they had obtained?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you receive cell phone records from Taylor Burns of the Savannah office?
That's correct.
Did these records include a set of phone records for a number identified to you as that of the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes.
Did they include phone records for a number identified to you as that of her boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
Did they include cell phone records for a number identified to you as that of a brother of hers that was living in the same house during the relevant time frame?
Yes.
And did they include cell phone records for a person identified to you as the father of the missing child?
Yes.
All right. Once you had these records, what did you do with them in short?
So once I receive the records, first I do a check to make sure they're original records received from the phone companies. Nothing is out of the ordinary. And then I take the records and match them with a cell tower list. The records will provide you, in this case, we specifically use timing advance records. They provide you with the tower used, the sector of that tower used, and then the distance from that tower. So we're able to provide a general location of where a device is located. So I use those records and then produce some maps and a report showing where the phone was located during that time.
You mentioned you produced some maps. Have you for today prepared a presentation detailing your findings?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that presentation will aid the jury in their understanding of your testimony?
Yes, very much.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 64?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that is?
This is my report.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit 64.
No objection.
And I'd ask to publish it to the jury. We're on page 1 of 12 here. Can you describe? All right. Can you describe the contents of this first page here? What are we seeing here?
It's just a title slide with the 4 phone numbers that are included in the report and the date that the last edit was made onto the report.
Okay, so the top number, that would be the defendant's, right?
Correct, 5275.
That 910 number, the second from the top, would be that of her boyfriend.
Correct.
And the one below that, another 912 number, would be that of her brother, right?
That's correct.
And then the last one would be that of the child's father.
Correct.
Moving on to slide 2, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yeah, this is just an introduction that describes that methodology that I just spoke to you about. We take cellular records, tower list, and then the relevant date and times that are provided to us by investigators and produce a report using those data sets.
All right, moving on to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
So this is just a general picture of what a cell tower looks like. We've all seen them around. The most common one is going to be the one in the far right corner for me, the one that's labeled a monopole tower. That's the most common one, but they can also be, a cell tower can be on the side of buildings. You would probably see that in the Savannah area. And then also based on certain statutes or regulations in certain cities or municipalities, they have to be hidden, but this is generally what cell towers look like.
Moving on to slide 4.
Yeah, so when you see that cell tower that's actually on the pole, a lot of people think of the pole or the apparatus as the tower, but the tower is actually the boxes that are on top of the poles. And in most instances, about 85% of all cell towers in the United States are configured in a 3-sector pattern. They could be configured in others, but by far the majority are 3 sectors. In this presentation, all of them are 3-sector towers. And what happens is the companies divide up the towers in those 3 sectors to service each side of an area. And they're generally divided in, you can think of a 360 degrees covers the full circle, and each sector is divided up into about 120 of that. So if you think of it as pie slices, like it's illustrated on this map, each sector serves that general area.
So this diagram is, we're above a cell tower looking down on it.
Correct.
Yeah, these little gray boxes here are the antenna arrays.
Correct.
We were seeing in the last picture.
Yes, sir. That would represent the actual towers, what's transmitting that RF frequency or receiving that RF frequency.
Okay. So each tower, 3 sectors, about 120 degrees each.
Yes, and in the records, the tower list that I referenced earlier, it will tell you the azimuth of that sector. So the azimuth is the direction that the center of that sector points at. So in this orientation, one sector has an azimuth of 0, which is true north. Sector 2 has an azimuth of 120, and Sector 3 has an azimuth of 240. And once you know those, you know how to orient the pie wedge on your map to show which direction the tower's pointing.
And when a set of cell phone records says that a phone was hitting on a particular tower, does it also say which sector of that tower?
The cell phone records will, and you have to then refer to the tower list to find the orientation of each sector.
Okay. Slide 5.
So this is just in general narrowing down what you're going to see on the slide is one sector pointing towards the azimuth and covering that 120 beam width. We like to point out that the shaded arc is not the coverage area of a tower. It's just to help you orientate towards which direction that tower is facing.
Okay. In other words, the coverage of this sector doesn't end where the red shading ends. It's just a visual aid to show you which direction.
Correct. And it's helpful when you have multiple calls bouncing off sectors, so you know that these 2 were used and the third one wasn't. So
Slide 6.
So this is what the sector will look like on a map once we've determined that a call activity or network activity has happened on that sector. And we've put it with the azimuth, and so you can see the general area. And what you also see on the maps are neighboring towers. So in this one, you have a tower here to the north, and we're able to use that sector and that beam width of 120 degrees in relation to the next neighboring tower and figure out a general area of where a cell phone would be located based on the tower coverage of that area.
Slide 7, timing advance explanation. What is this?
So timing advanced is engineering data that the cell phone companies use to help optimize their network. So if you were to call in and say, I'm having problems with my cell phone, probably the first place they would look is the timing advanced data. And they would see when a cell phone is in your location and it's a distance from the tower, what does the reception look like? And if they have problems, they'll then tweak their networks or maybe provide you a booster or something like that. But this data is collected and it's aggregated from the companies. This is not, it can be collected when your device is doing nothing. As long as your device is powered on, timing advanced data can be collected from the network. And they use a measurement of time, how far it takes, how long it takes a signal to reach the tower and then back to your phone, and they're able to calculate that into a distance. So now with timing advanced, we have the sector, which is 120 degrees, the direction it points, and the distance from the tower. So on the map, this curve represents the location of that device. It could be anywhere on that arc at that distance from the tower.
So you say, it allows you to say, we know which sector this phone is using, and we know about how far away it is from the tower, but we don't know exactly where in that sector it is, but it's somewhere inside of this bent hot dog?
Correct.
Okay. And again, the person does not have to be making or receiving calls or sending or receiving text messages to get timing advanced data?
No, sir. It's as long as the phone's on, the network can collect activity from timing advance. It also could collect timing advance in connection with a phone call or a text message or a data session, but it collects when the phone is sitting there also. And the one thing that we note at the bottom of this is, timing advance is a measurement of time. So, let's say there's an obstruction, like this stand is in the way of my signal to the tower, and that has to go around that for that split second. So in some instances, the device will appear to be further out than it is because of that split second it had to go around. So sometimes you will see an arc that is just outside the location of a phone, but the phone can never be further out. The phone can never be outside of the arc. It will always be inside of the arc.
Moving on to slide 8.
Again, this is just to show what the timing advance band will look like on the map. Again, we have the neighboring cell tower, but we don't need to use that to make a guess because they've given us the distance from the tower that was used during that event. So that arc represents the distance that the device is.
And just to be clear, is this image, this map image here, specific to our case that we're here for today, or is this just a kind of a demonstrative?
No, these are just general, same ones I use for every presentation. So it is not Savannah.
Okay. Moving on to slide 9. So first of all, this is timing advance mapping for the boyfriend cell phone, right?
Yeah, the phone ending in 1458.
Okay. Can you walk us through this, just kind of hitting all the component parts and what it is that it's telling us? Because there is a lot going on in this slide.
There is a lot going on. This is the timing advanced activity for that phone between October 4th at 10:30 p.m. and October 5th at 5:49 a.m. And what it shows is that the timing advanced arcs line up with a general area of the blue call out box, which is the address that was given as the residence of the person that uses this phone. And what you can do with the timing advanced in these instances is you can look at where timing advanced overlaps with each other and it makes that X, so that you know that the phone could be anywhere along those bands, but when you have two overlapping bands, it's going to be somewhere in there where near where the bands overlap, or it makes an X.
Okay. So just to be clear here, we'll start. Looks like we got this phone. 3 different towers gathered timing events data from this for this phone during this time frame.
4 different towers. If you look at the tower at the top, 4 different sectors.
Okay, 4 different sectors. All right, so this one on the left here,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're saying at some point during the night, this phone was hitting on this tower,
Yeah, there were 22 events on that tower.
which would put it in this band.
Correct.
And at some point in the night, it was hitting on this tower here, moving to the right.
Yeah, there was 1 event on that tower.
And where's the band for that one?
Can I stand up here?
Yeah, sure.
So this band here would line up with this tower. This band that runs from here to here.
Okay. And then was it hit this tower here, moving to the right, the one that says CIDs 1755? Tell us about this and where the band for it is.
So there are 23 events off both of these. Same tower, 2 different sectors. And what you'll see on a lot of towers is they stack on top. So if you ever see a tower and you see like there's almost like a parking garage, they're all in the same location, but level 1, level 2, level 3, they're all built to service more customers. So if there's an increase in customer base, instead of putting up a new tower, they're generally just going to stack more towers on top of that pole.
Okay, so is that why they're not offset like 100 degrees, 120 degrees from each
Correct.
other? Because it's not 2 separate sectors of the same tower. It's
Yeah, so this is likely 2 towers sitting right on top of each other, one slightly pointed in a different direction than the other. So this would still be sector 3. These are probably both sector 3 towers, one with a slightly different azimuth.
okay.
And these bands are represented. You can see the one, so this one that's a little to the right, these 2 bands here that go and stop a little bit short, and the one that's pointed up here starts here and goes down to here.
Okay. And you're saying it's the intersection of these bands where that phone would have been during this time frame?
Correct. During certain time periods, you can see if, for instance, if there's a call, I think there was a call at 10:48 on this band, and then there's a call 30 seconds later on this band. Well, you can't be here on this band and then here on this band in 30 seconds. So you have to naturally start looking at where do these bands overlap, and you can start narrowing down the location of where they could be within those bands. And then you can just look at geography, like there's no roads here, there's no roads over here, there's no roads here. So you can start eliminating so many places on timing advance and start narrowing down to where it's likely at during that time.
Is it your opinion that this phone appears to have been in the area of 535 Buckhalter Road for the entirety of this time frame here?
The timing advance data would be consistent with it being at that location for the timing advance data that I have.
All right, through the night.
Through the night. They started at 10:30 and ended at 5:49.
Did you see any indication that that phone left the residence at any point tonight?
No, this is all the timing advance data that we had for that telephone.
Moving on to slide 10, this would be the same, generally the same time frame, but for the brother's phone, right?
Yes, this one's at 11 instead of 10:30. That was the first timing advanced event, and then this one went to 9 a.m. Originally, we did some different analysis on the last phone to show where the phone went after 5:49, but this one was in the same location until 9 a.m.
Okay. And so again, we're looking at where the bands intersect to tell where this phone appears to have been through this time frame.
Yeah, so these were both Verizon phones, both using the same towers, with the exception of that one event that happened on one other tower from the last slide. These are the same towers, same timing advanced measurements, all lining up with being consistent with servicing that resident.
And do you believe that the timing advanced data that you looked at for this phone is consistent with the phone having been at 535 Buckhalter Road during the time frame on the top of the slide there, 11 p.m. to 9 a.m.?
Yes, these timing advanced bands would service that area.
Okay. Did you see any evidence in the timing advanced data through your analysis that this phone left the residence at any point during that time frame?
There were no timing advanced events that led me to believe that.
Moving on to slide 11. This would be cellular analysis for the child's father's number. Is that right?
That's what was described to me. Yes, sir.
All right. What is the area depicted on the map here? Where are we in the world here?
Up near the South Carolina-Georgia line. I would have to look closer at the. I'm not familiar with the. Up near Sardis, Millhaven, that area.
What's that town? What's that town in the top left of the slide there?
Waynesboro.
Okay, so not too far from there.
Not too far from Waynesboro.
All right. What's kind of the bottom line conclusion as to the child's father's phone's location from the period on the slide here, 11 p.m. on the 4th to shortly before 9 a.m. on the
Yep.
5th?
All the phone data and timing advance indicated that phone was up in that area near the Georgia-South Carolina border for that entire time period.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Any indication that it came anywhere near Savannah that night?
There were no records indicating that it was anywhere other than these locations.
Now, we've come to the end of the report, but let me ask you this. Did you also do the same sort of analysis with respect to the defendant's timing advance data?
Yes, I did.
And did you also look at her Life 360 GPS data as well?
Yes, I did.
To keep it simple, I'd just like to refer you to some things that we've already heard from Taylor Burns.
Okay.
And let me ask you this. You originally had slides pertaining to her, right?
I did.
And is it fair to say that there were more of them and that they were more complicated because her phone had made a couple significant movements from the house during that night?
Yeah, there were several slides. I don't remember the exact number, but I think probably 10, somewhere close to that, with additional data, with a lot of timing advanced and a lot of movement of the phone.
Now, to keep it simple, I'll just ask you about your review of Taylor Burns' screen capture videos of his GPS plotting. Okay. Did you review a screen capture video of Taylor Burns' GPS plotting from the defendant's phone and Life 360 records, showing that phone making a movement first to a Circle K and then later to a location identified as her drug dealer's house?
Yes, in my original analysis, they provided some other phones and another location, and the phone was consistent with moving towards that area.
Okay. And after reviewing that screen capture video produced by Taylor Burns, can you tell us whether your analysis of that movement as reflected in her phone records and Life 360 records aligns with the product that Taylor put together?
Yeah, so the Life 360 GPS coordinates are going to be more specific, but the timing advance lined up with the same pattern of movement as the Life 360 records.
Okay. Did you also look at a screen capture video of GPS plotting that Special Agent Burns did, showing a movement by the defendant's phone to the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, remaining there stationary for a short period of time and returning to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes.
Did your analysis of her timing advance data for her phone number for that period line up with Special Agent Burns' GPS plotting of that movement?
Yes, the timing advance data was consistent with that same movement.
Did you review a screen capture video that Special Agent Burns produced pertaining to the boyfriend's cell phones or the boyfriend's Life 360 records, showing in the early morning hours a movement away from the phone, from the home to his workplace, him remaining there for a few hours, and then returning back to the home? Did you see that video?
I did.
And did your timing advance analysis for the defendant's phone record, for the boyfriend's phone records during that time period line up with what Special Agent Burns had produced in the way of GPS mapping for that time period?
Yes, it did.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Special Agent Corley, you said you've been with the FBI for 13 years?
Yes, sir.
And I assume, and I'm just trying to figure it out. Did you work anywhere before the FBI or were you in school?
No, I was a captain in the United States Air Force.
Okay. And how long were you a captain in the Air Force for?
9 years. Well, I'm sorry, I was a captain for 5. I was a lieutenant for 4.
Thank you for your service, Special Agent. All right, let's go back to your illustration, if I could, just to see if I can make sense of what it's saying and what we're trying to say with it. Is the sectors kind of give you a wide, broad swath in which a phone is pinging off of that tower, right?
Ping to me means a different thing, but yes, it's a general directional. RF frequency doesn't stop at a line on the ground, so it's more of an ambiguous like shape, but it is a general representation of that tower's coverage.
Right, and all I'm trying to get at is when I say pinging, I mean it's the phone is interacting with the tower in that sector in some way.
Yes, there's a date and timestamp of an event that produces that record.
Right. But all that record really produces is that there's been interaction with that sector of that tower with that phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's all I'm trying to get at. So with regard to the boyfriend's phone, it says here that there were 22 events, it looks like, off of the tower near, this is off page 9 of your report. There were 22 events off the tower near the Sky Zone trampoline park between the hours of 10:32 and 48, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the analysis and the data that you got, does it tell you what those events were, or does it just tell you that there were 22 events?
So these were all timing advanced data. So there were network interactions. So there was nothing that the phone was doing. There was no calls, no text messages, nothing like that aligned with this timing advanced data. These were all network measurements.
So it's just saying that this tower and this phone are interacting 22 events in this time frame.
Correct.
Okay. And the next question I have is, and then it has one event from the other tower closer to Hunter during the same, I guess, at 10:57.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And that event, was that a timing advance event or was that a phone call or what was it?
These are all timing advance events.
Okay, so it didn't register the phone call, correct?
This does not require any user interaction with the phone.
Right. And so this particular, this time frame is pinging off of, I guess, an adjacent tower, correct?
It is pinging off a neighboring tower, yes, sir.
All right. And the other tower to the top right of that has the 23 events, let's say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't know, just asking. Would that tower encompass the other events or are these separate events?
These are all separate events.
Okay. So the total events that you looked at for this time frame would be 23 events from the one tower, 22 events from the Sky Zone tower, and 1 event from the Hunter Army Airfield tower.
Correct.
Okay. So, and that, again, it's just timing advance events. It doesn't require anything from the phone or any interaction. This is just the phone and the towers talking, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, my question is it looks like and I'm horrible with math, so correct me if I'm wrong. There's a total of 46 events in this time frame for this particular phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's all just the towers interacting with the phones, correct?
Correct.
So is it normal to have the towers switch like that?
Yes.
Okay. So it's nothing indicative of anything other than it's just switching between the towers.
Yeah. So if you were making a phone call or using a text message or using your phone for a data session, the phone is selecting which tower it's going to use. And in most cases, not most cases, in all cases, it's going to select the tower with the cleanest, the best signal. Most of the time, that's the closest tower, but not always. But in these events, these are just network measurements. So the measurements often, they don't even have to be a usable cell phone signal. They're just measuring the distance of the devices, taking and saying, well, what's this phone look like when it's at this distance from this tower. And then they aggregate that data to do whatever engineering they need to do with it. So it doesn't matter what the phone's doing, and it doesn't follow the same rules as we wouldn't say if we didn't have the distance from the companies that tell us how far it is, this would be not usable, because then it would just be like, well, it's bouncing off a bunch of different towers. How do we know where it's at? But because we have the distance, we can use it, even though it is using multiple different towers.
And that's kind of what I'm getting to is let's assume the phone's stationary and hasn't moved.
Mm-hmm.
The analysis that you're doing, it's these phones and these towers are doing their own thing, determining which tower to use and which signal to use and how to bounce back and forth with little or no interaction from the user, correct?
That could be correct, yes, sir.
Right. Not always correct, but in this
Yes.
particular case, that's correct, right?
Could be, yeah.
Okay, all right. And that being said, the analysis doesn't ever actually say who is in possession or carrying or using the phone either.
No,
Yeah.
I can't tell you that. No, sir.
Right. And you have to look at other things to know that, correct?
Well, I mean, I would say there's probably never an instance where I can say 100% that person had the phone unless I was sitting next to them and watching them use the phone. So it could be picked up by somebody else. But yeah, I can't determine who was using the phone.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Porter.
you.
Is there any reason to hold this witness?
No, you're right.
Okay, you are excused.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you very much. State may call his next witness.
Special Agent Snyder.
I imagine this will go on probably all day with these guys testifying. My voice is coming in finally.
Please declare to raise your right hand. The evidence you say give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So,
Good morning.
Morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brad Snyder. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how do you spell Snyder?
Snider.
How long have you been an FBI special agent?
Approximately 18 years.
Can you just briefly tell us about your education before joining the FBI?
Sure. So I attended college at Appalachian State University. After college, I joined the Marine Corps as a Marine Corps officer, spent approximately 8 years on active duty in the United States Marine Corps, and then joined the FBI after leaving active duty.
Can you tell us a little bit about your FBI career leading up to this case?
Sure. So I currently serve as the coordinator for the FBI's Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force. Prior to that, I've been here in the Savannah office for about 15 years. Worked both violent crime cases, violent crimes against children cases, national security cases here in Savannah, as well as throughout the country and abroad.
Now, on October 5th, day one of this investigation, did you become involved in investigating the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
I did.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you initially became involved? You know, the phone call or the conversation or whatever it was that brought you into this?
Sure. On our task force, we have a intelligence analyst with the Savannah Area Regional Intelligence Center. On that October 5th morning, we got an email from that analyst advising us of a potential kidnapping, abduction within the county. So upon receiving that email, I reached out to Detective Lemons with the Chatham County Police Department just to offer the services of the FBI. At that point in time, they really didn't have a clear picture as to what they had. So approximately an hour later, Detective Lemons called back and said, this is...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's offered to the effect on the listener, Your Honor. How did you become involved? I got a phone call. That's admissible.
Not what she said. She can testify about the effect of what she said.
You may want to rephrase your question, Mr. Dean.
After getting this phone call from Lemons and getting kind of a big picture of what was going on, did you respond to the Chatham County Police Department headquarters?
We did.
All right. And when you got there, what was going on?
Detective Lemons was starting the initial triage of interviews, gathering the individuals that were at the residence at the police department.
And on that day, you participated in a series of interviews of the defendant, Leilani Simon?
I did.
And you were paired up with Detective Lemons for that, right?
I was, yes, sir.
There were some other federal, local interview pairs that day as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. We've seen a lot of this interview footage from October 5th, but I'd like to ask you a few questions about it. We're not going to play it all back. At this time, had you received any particular training in interviews, interrogations prior to this day?
At this time, an 18-year career, I've done a lot of interviews. The FBI, like many law enforcement organizations, has numerous techniques, sophisticated techniques that we rely on throughout the course of investigation. But I would say the technique that moves the needle the most is interviews. And this particular investigation, we've done a lot of interviews, and really we have to let the interviews tell the story in this investigation.
Now, I'd like to ask you a couple questions about the defendant's demeanor during these October 5th interviews. Her demeanor, her tone, her volume, okay? Was her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these interviews, or did it change from one thing to another at various points, or what?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion.
Your Honor, the witness personally observed her demeanor, tone, and volume. This is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of personal observation.
You state the question.
Did her demeanor, tone, and volume, was it consistent throughout these October 5th interviews, or did it change at times?
I'll allow that.
Her demeanor was inconsistent, erratic. The responses I would characterize as shallow emotional responses, and that on a dime, there would be crying with no tears. And then moments later, without really any transition, it would go to a normal conversation.
Now, what would cause, what sort of lines of questioning would cause the crying with no tears and the increase in volume and rapidity of speech and things like that? When would that happen?
Anytime the pattern of questioning, pressed her on a particular issue she was uncomfortable with, that's when the defendant would become erratic and behave in that manner.
Now, I'd like to ask you just a couple questions about her story on day one, on October 5th. Did you all talk to her about a trip that she had made away from the house sometime shortly after 1 a.m.?
We did.
And what was her story at that time as to what she was doing there?
At that particular time, it was to pay a front for Danny, her boyfriend at the time.
I'm asking you about the trip after 1 a.m., not the earlier one in the night. What was your story as to the trip after 1 a.m.?
After 1 a.m., that was to go see an individual by the name of Melissa Bray to get Oragel. She had just recently had her wisdom tooth pulled the day prior. And her story was she departed the residence at 1 a.m. to go get Oragel from Melissa Bray.
What was she calling Melissa Bray at that time on day one?
That was Misty, as she referred to Melissa Bray. Misty.
And initially, you were telling me about a story that she was given for a different trip, right? That was the one after 10:30, 11 o'clock or so?
That's right.
Okay. I'd like to ask you just a couple questions about the days immediately following October 5th, okay? Did a local team kind of coalesce and come together to investigate this matter?
We did.
And can you describe the composition of the local team? Like who was involved in this thing?
Sure. So the Chatham County Police Department had two primary investigators, Detective Lemons and a Detective Noble. They were supported by a cadre of additional investigators, supervisors. Our FBI team consisted of myself, Special Agent Solomon, Special Agent Burns, and we were also supported by a cadre of FBI agents from Augusta, from Brunswick, and then at that point in time, once we had our local investigative teams together, we started reaching out to other resources that both the FBI and Chatham County had at their disposal.
Can you describe some of this outreach to other units and resources that come to mind?
Sure. So the FBI has a team referred to as the CARD team, or the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. So once we realized the situation at hand, we immediately sought the assistance of our Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team. We contacted our Behavior Analysis Unit at FBI headquarters in Quantico, commonly referred to as FBI profilers. They provided a substantial amount of subject matter expertise. We also contacted FBI CAST, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. They were able to take a very detailed look at the telephones associated with this investigation. We also reached out to our CART team, Computer Analysis Response Team, and they were able to do a lot of work with a particular infotainment system within the vehicle driven by the defendant.
What about the DFAU? Y'all use them for anything?
We did Digital Forensics Analysis Unit. They did a lot of video, audio enhancement, specifically, video enhancement, and then audio enhancement as it relates to some of the interviews to clarify various points where the audio wasn't as clear as we wanted it to be.
Do you think of any resources y'all didn't use in this case?
Truly, no. In this investigation, we utilized resources in a very finite amount of time. Really, what it spanned, probably 8 days. And normally, the investigative techniques we employed in 8 days is something that we would use across a 6-month to a year-long investigation. Just to give merit to the monumental effort, that both the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department undertook in very short order.
All in service of finding Quentin and identifying the person responsible.
Yes, sir.
Now, the plan and priorities over the first couple of days after these October 5th interviews of all these 3 people, did that include some follow up on Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It did, yes, sir.
And who had point on that? What office or people?
Because at the time, Henry Moss Jr. was living in Burke County. Burke County falls under our Augusta resident agency for the FBI. So our Augusta office took lead in interviewing with Henry Moss.
Did it include some follow up on Daniel Youngkin and his behavior and so forth that morning?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. And who had point for that?
That was Detective Noble, I believe, as well as Special Agent Solomon.
And what was it that they did at his workplace?
When they arrived at the workplace, they sought the assistance of Danny Youngkin's boss, an individual by the first name of David, I believe. They obtained video of Danny actually departing work frantically. You know, they could observe on the video Danny departed his place of employment in such a hasty fashion that he forgot his jacket, he forgot to clock out, and ended up encountering his supervisor as he was running to the vehicle. His supervisor described Danny hysterical and crying.
He's already answered the question. He's just giving a narrative outline and testimony at this point of other witnesses. So I'd say it's here.
That's fine. I agree. Right.
Okay,
Let me just
thank you.
ask you this question about the efforts at Danny's workplace. Okay. Why was it his workplace is not the scene, right?
That's correct.
Why was it important to you all to go out to his work and figure out what he looked like and acted like there?
It was a process to corroborate the story that Danny had provided at the time. You know, it gave us the opportunity to see the immediate reaction of Danny once he received that phone call from the defendant. So that was one of the main reasons, was to corroborate the story and get that immediate reaction, something that without that video, we wouldn't be able to have observed.
Now, during this investigation, did you have kind of ongoing interactions with Danny Youngkin?
I did.
Did you get a sense in interacting with him for his level of sophistication, intelligence, and so forth?
I did.
With that background, do you believe that he would be?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I do not believe it does, Your Honor.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Do you believe that he would be capable of acting or thinking to act in a particular way?
I'm going to sustain that.
Okay. Let me ask you about the October 8th interview. Okay, we've heard testimony about an interview on October 8th at the FBI office in Savannah with an interviewer from Quantico named Bridget Brock. Okay, were you present for that interview?
I wasn't present for the interview, but I observed the interview in a remote location within the office.
Okay, you're watching it on like a live feed or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me ask you this about, because I don't know that I've asked anybody else this. The location in which that interview was conducted, is that in Chatham County?
It is. It's at the FBI office off Chatham Parkway here in Savannah.
Okay. And the October 5 interviews at Chatham County Police Headquarters, were those in Chatham County as well?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that in the lead up to this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, that the two most significant investigative findings were your interview with
leading question.
prior to that October 8th interview? Had you interviewed Melissa Bray?
I had.
Can you tell me first about the process of locating her in the first place?
We first learned of Melissa Bray through an interview of the defendant. The defendant provided us information that she previously worked with Melissa Bray at a restaurant located off of Highway 17 in Chatham Parkway here in Savannah. And I went to the restaurant, approached Miss Bray during working hours, and asked Miss Bray if she had some time after she was off work for the day to speak with me. She advised that she did. She would be more than happy to speak with the FBI. Arrived at a residence at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon of October the 6th.
And what were you asking her? What were you looking for from her?
The main thing we were trying to seek from Miss Melissa Bray was whether or not she had any recent interaction with the defendant.
And what did she tell you?
Miss Bray provided that she hadn't had any recent interaction. However, she provided text messages and, that the last time she had contact face-to-face with the defendant was July the 5th. She received a text message or a phone call. Actually, I believe it was a text message from the defendant. The defendant said she had run out of gas, needed a gas can. Miss Melissa Bray, as well as her husband, supported the defendant in getting that gas. And then after that, there were a series of text messages on July 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and I believe the 13th, where Miss Bray was trying to get the gas can back from the defendant. I observed the text messages myself. There was never a response. The gas can was not returned. So really, from July the 5th, there had been no contact whatsoever, according to Miss Bray, between Mrs. Bray and the defendant.
Now, in your view, did the text messages that you looked at corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you about the last time she'd seen the
Objection,
defendant?
Your Honor, comes back to opinion again.
Did the text messages corroborate what Melissa Bray was telling you?
I'll allow that question.
Second objection, then a bolstering, Judge. Witness has not been attacked.
I'm going to allow the question.
Did the text messages corroborate what she was telling you?
Absolutely, 100%.
Now, so that was done before the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And prior to that October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, had the investigative team obtained some important video footage?
We had.
And just broadly tell us what that was.
That was CCTV footage obtained from the Azalea Gardens trailer park.
And in this October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, did the defendant stick to the Misty story?
Absolutely.
Now, moving forward from this, that night, the night of the 8th, this is when the hotel monitoring operation was conducted, right?
That's correct.
Now, were you involved in setting that up, or at least discussing it with Daniel Youngkin?
I was.
And when had that discussion taken place?
On October the 7th.
Okay. Can you describe, approaching Danny and bringing this up, and who else might have been there for this conversation?
That was an interview conversation that we had with Danny Youngkin with Agent Savannah Solomon on October the 7th at our office. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin, to Danny at the time, the facts that we had learned at that point in the investigation. We disclosed to Mr. Youngkin the...
Objection, Your Honor. It's a narrative from the witness again. I don't think that's the question that Mr. Dean asked him.
I asked him to describe the circumstances of approaching Mr. Youngkin about this operation, proposing this operation. This is a totally responsive answer.
It's a narrative, Judge. I mean, if he has a direct question, he needs to ask a direct question, not an open-ended one to allow the witness to say whatever he wants.
I don't think in this case it was. I'm going to overrule the objection.
You can continue.
So again, we were able to disclose to Mr. Youngkin the facts of the investigation that we had obtained at that point. And two of those important facts at that point were the surveillance footage that we obtained from Azalea trailer park, as well as the interview that I had conducted the previous day of Miss Melissa Bray, in which she had no recollection whatsoever of having any interaction with the defendant regarding the Origel story.
And did you ask him if he would agree to this filming and audio monitoring in the hotel room?
We did.
How did he react to that?
He was on board 100%. Whatever he needed to do, he was glad to do it.
Did he seem nervous? Did he stutter? Anything like that?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for opinion again.
It's based on,
Now-
actually, it's based on what his observations were. I'm going to allow it.
The answer to that question was no.
That's correct.
Let me ask you about October 12th. So this would be 4 days after the October 8th interview with Bridget Brock, right?
Yes.
In which she had insisted that the Origel story was true, right?
Correct.
Now, this October 12th interview, where was it conducted?
That interview was also conducted at our FBI office here in Savannah off Chatham Parkway.
In Chatham County?
Correct.
And who was involved in this interview?
That was myself and Special Agent Solomon, also with the FBI.
What type of room did it take place in?
A large conference room, approximately half the size of this room that we're in today.
And was it recorded?
It was.
Audio and video?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In this interview, did the defendant's story change?
Yes, sir, it did.
And how did it change? In what parts of it changed, I guess?
Really, three main points came out of this interview. The first change was the admission of significant drug use on the night of the 4th and the morning of the 5th. The interaction with Miss Melissa Bray in the Orgel story, that was a significant change. Where over the course of the interview, she disclosed, agreed that actually did not happen. And then we obtained significant information as it relates to her purpose in the trailer park that night and throwing away trash.
What did she say about, I mean, we're going to watch it, but kind of overview, what did she say about throwing away trash in the trailer park?
Initially, the whole purpose of going to the Azalea Trailer Park was to get the Orgel from Miss Melissa Bray. But once we confronted her that I myself had interviewed Miss Melissa Bray, and Melissa Bray was not able to corroborate that story, she told us that she also had trash in the back of the vehicle that was placed in there the night prior, or the day prior, approximately 4:30 on the 4th. And the trash, being that Miss Melissa Bray was not there, the trash was smelling up the car. So at 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:15 in the morning, when she drove by Miss Melissa Bray's house, she wasn't there. She took that opportunity to throw the trash that was in the back of the Dodge Journey into the dumpsters at Azalea Trailer Park.
Now, prior to this, on October 5th, had you all discussed with her this Azalea trip?
We had.
And had y'all discussed it with her at length on October 5th, what exactly she was doing there?
Multiple times, yes, sir.
And on October 8th, did Bridget Brock discuss this Azalea trip?
She did.
And was that also at length?
Yes, sir.
Now, on either of those days, October 5th and October 8th, had she said anything about throwing trash away at Azalea on that trip?
Never.
So as of October 12th, is it fair to say that this was new information for the defendant?
It was.
Did she talk to you about how much the trash weighed? Well, let me ask you this. First of all, what did she identify the trash as being specifically, to the extent you remember?
She identified it as being shrimp pasta. That was a meal that they had thrown away from a day or two prior.
Was she able to give you details on the estimated weight of the trash and the specific physical mechanics of throwing it away?
She was.
What did she say about those two things, the weight and how she did it?
When we were questioning her about that, this was towards the end of the interview, we asked how she threw the trash away. She described getting out of her vehicle on the driver's side, walking along the driver's side to the rear of the vehicle, opening the back hatch of the Dodge Journey, and then pulling the single trash bag out. She was asked how she pulled that bag out. Verbally, she said, "I pulled it out with one hand," but as she was demonstrating, how she pulled the bag out, she demonstrated using two hands to throw the trash bag into the dumpster. She also described before she went to throw the bag in the dumpster, she opened the bag and described smelling the bag before she threw the bag into the dumpster.
Was she able to tell you if this really was just a bag of old food, why she would have felt the need to look inside the bag one last time before throwing it away?
We asked her that multiple times in the interview, describing, is it normal for a person to, knowing that the vehicle was had an odor to it, is it normal for a person to smell the trash before they throw it in the dumpster? And the defendant really didn't have an explanation for that other than she was just smelling the trash before she threw it away.
At some point in this interview, did she say anything about taking responsibility?
She did.
What do you remember her saying about that?
We'll see it in the interview, but I can't recall verbatim, but it was something to the effect of, if I did this, I'll take responsibility. Verbatim, I can't recall exactly what she said.
Yes, Your Honor.
The jurors indicated that they need a break. I figured they would need one at about 10:30 because they've been going at it now for about an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm going to ask you to stop at this point. I'm going to, let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back, resume with this witness, cross with this witness, and then I anticipate probably breaking for lunch after that.
It's about time. I've been waiting for somebody else to say.
Okay. All right, 15-minute break. It's 10:30. We'll be back at 10:45.
Juries exiting.
Break time. Make sure you go get your drinks. Smoke your cigs, get some snacks or whatever you need. Go to the restroom. We got a 15-minute break.
All right. Thank you, Williams. All right, 15 minutes. Do you want to talk about what you want to talk about now? Or you want to save it for the lunch break?
I can talk to Tim real quick and find out.
Y'all talk and then we'll come back together. All right, we're in recess.
always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away our love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Well, the link's pinned, so if anybody wants to come up and shoot the shit, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, we're kind of just waiting, and I don't want to sit and talk, you know what I'm saying, too much because my voice is going out. So I don't want to sit up here and chat by myself because it's like my throat's kind of hurting. But if somebody wants to come up, I'll conversate with you. It's kind of up to y'all. Otherwise, we can just kind of chill and wait. Was this I heard about the same knitting communities?
With my voice hurting like this, I probably won't. And I did see Law and Crime. They were outside the Richard Allen trial at like 3 a.m. She was sitting out there at 3 o'clock in the morning in a chair waiting to get in.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same.
Hey, baby, how are you?
I'm good. I thought I'd come up and keep you company.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. How are you, baby?
I'm doing good. How are
Hanging in there during
you?
the trial? It's a heavy
Uh,
one, man. It makes my heart heavy with this
it
one.
is. It's definitely
It's gonna be a
heartbreaking.
long fucking time before I do another one of these.
Do you think it's going to take 2 or 3 weeks, like they said?
I don't, it's good. Things are going pretty quick as it is. Um, I don't know. It seems like it's going pretty quick to me. I think it'll be maybe another week or so, and well, probably this week and next week the jury will deliberate. In my opinion, that's what it seems like.
Yeah, it does seem like it's going faster than what it originally sounded like it was going to.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry you're sick.
Well, it's all right. Like I said, I had a chest cold last week, and I was on antibiotics and stuff, and I finished them up, and like when I wake up in the mornings, it's like I'm stuffy and my eyes are, you know what I mean? Just my ears are sore, just that kind of weather, weather changing.
Oh gosh, that's the worst.
Yeah, getting over an ear
Well,
infection and a chest cold. So
I'm
I'm over
old.
it, but I still sound terrible. I mean, my voice is already bad. So when I
I
get,
like your voice.
it's like 10 times worse.
I like your voice.
Well,
I
thank
think,
you.
and your laugh is just contagious. It really is. I'm not just saying that. I really do like your voice. It's really cool. Unlike mine is just like plain. But I know the feeling. I'm older, so this weather change is getting to my body, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. It's like it's getting cold.
Are you guys what's the temperature up there? Is it
Usually it's cold in the mornings, and then it warms up in the afternoons.
I'm in Kansas, so we're kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, see, I'm in Illinois, so it's a little about the same, a little similar.
Yeah, I think it always seems like it's about the same.
Yeah, it's like okay, so here our high is 73, our low is 49, and it's 56 right now.
Oh my gosh, no wonder why you're getting sick, hun.
Well, okay, sorry, my hold on. That was at hold on. Sorry. That was that was a 722. My phone didn't update. So hold on here.
Oh,
So now it's 1116. It's now 70. So it was 56 at 722 when I looked. And now I just did an update and it's now 1116 and it's 70.
oh my gosh. Well,
So
that's a big swing.
yeah, so it like starts out cold and then warms up during the day and then gets cold in the evening and overnight, you know. So it's like fall weather.
Yeah, I can't wait for Halloween. It's my favorite holiday.
Just gonna say, do you like Halloween? I like Halloween too.
I
Christmas
love
used to be my
Halloween.
favorite holiday, and then once it started getting stressful, and we had like 6 houses to go to on Christmas morning,
Oh,
or Christmas Day, and it was exhausting, and so it got to the point where it was like we didn't enjoy it really at all because we were always running and going here, there, and everywhere. So we finally got it. We got it figured out, and it's a lot better now. But Halloween's my fave.
oh, Halloween's my favorite. Christmas used to be mine too, but for the same reasons. And then my kids, my youngest kid, he has eight grandbabies, 8 of my
Oh
grandbabies.
shit!
Well, they moved to Virginia, so it's kind of like, oh, it's no fun anymore. I'm still in Kansas.
Right.
So I'm trying to get back into Christmas though, at least for my husband and I. But it's hard.
It is.
It's for
It is.
kids, you
And well,
know.
and it's all fun and stuff until it gets all stressful, and then you're like, nah, never mind.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's no longer my favorite when it starts getting stressful, and things start getting crazy and
Right. I totally agree. It's like, yeah, and it really is no fun without the kids. It really isn't. Once they're grown, it's kind of like you don't see it through the kids' eyes anymore, which is kind of sad. But
yeah.
anyway, uh, um, I am assuming you're wanting to talk about the case, but um, I
Uh,
don't know. Did you see what did you think about the drive
what do you mean the drive?
when they were showing her driving and
Oh,
dropping
I
Quentin
don't know.
off?
I'm like I said, I think it was her. The what just caught me off guard was her wanting to smell the fucking bag of trash, which i.e. would be Quentin.
Yeah,
That was
I
fucking
just
kind of weird to me that she did that. I thought that was a little odd when they said, "Oh, she's
Are we ready to begin?
smelling the bag of trash." I'm
Judge,
like,
if you
"What
want
the
me to go ahead
hell?"
and kind of
well, I'll
deal with
jump
what we
down,
need to
hun,
deal
so
with
you can do your thing.
before lunch, or
Oh, all right, baby.
To be on the record or
All
off the
right,
record?
you get to
we
fill
can
in
go
better.
on
I
the
might
record, Judge.
come
Okay,
back later.
Yeah, let's say
SPCR
pop back up when when we're
220334.
on a break again.
We're now
All
back on
right,
the
bye,
record.
hun.
Before we bring the jurors out, Mr. Hilliard, you said there's something you want to bring up.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on this side.
All right, for the record, Ms. Simon is present in court and she is seated with her counsel. Counsel for the state are present as well. Mr. Hilliard?
Yes, last night I received an email from Mr. Dean late in the evening saying that he, as well as Detective Lemons, and I believe it was Agent Schneider, if I'm not mistaken, had interviewed and spoken with Craig Weston and Tim Weston, and they were going to add them to the witness list and supplement the witness list. And my understanding was that they were to be called this afternoon. So, one, I would object to that under 1716.6. And again, it may be somewhere, but I have not seen, at least in the last two witness lists, either Craig or Tim Weston listed as witnesses. It may have been in an early one, and I missed it, number one. So I'll acknowledge that, but I don't think I did. I did go back and look, and I haven't seen them listed as witnesses heretofore until now. So we object on that as not being timely disclosed. Second, I would like to at least be given an opportunity to interview those witnesses. So on the one hand, I moved to exclude it under 1716.6 as not being properly disclosed 10 days prior to trial. We're on the 9th day of jury selection and trial at this point. So obviously I don't think it fits in the 1716.6, number one. So we moved to exclude both of those witnesses. Number two, if the court does not so exclude those witnesses, then I at least would like to have an opportunity to speak with those witnesses prior to them being called, given the statements that I'm being told or proffered that were made.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean?
Your Honor,
Ms.
I'm going to
Ms.
respond
Parker?
on behalf of the state.
Mhm.
Your Honor, excluding these witnesses is.
Ms. Parker, yeah,
Oh,
just,
turn this on. Can you hear me? Okay. Your Honor, excluding these witnesses is not the proper remedy here, especially when there is no unfair surprise. These witnesses, while not on the witness list, were included in materials that were provided to the defense. They have been referenced during the trial, even referenced by Mr. Hilliard. He was aware that these people existed. They're not somebody that we've just pulled out of thin air. The circumstances of the trial have caused us to change our mind about calling them. There is evidence that's now ruled admissible that includes text messages related to the Westons, and so we've decided we want to include them in our case. The defense could have talked to these people at any time. They were aware of them, and whether they want to have an opportunity to talk to them, that's fine. It's of course up to the witnesses where they're willing to talk to them or not. That's not really our choice or something the court can order them to do. That's up to them. But we would like to call them this afternoon.
Go ahead, Mr. Hilliard.
I didn't know the state's position, but now that I know it, I can state a little bit further. 1716.6, Judge, by the way, we did opt into discovery in this case. The discovery statute was invoked, which means that 1716.6 comes into play. 1716.6 states specifically, if at any time during the course of the proceedings it is brought to the attention of the court, the state has failed to comply with the requirements of this article, which in this case would be disclosure of witnesses 10 days prior to trial once discovery has been opted into, the court may order the state to permit the discovery or inspection, interview of the witness, grant a continuance, or upon showing of prejudice and bad faith, prohibit the state from introducing the evidence not disclosed or presenting the witnesses not disclosed, or may enter such other order as it deems just under the circumstances. At any time during the course of the proceedings, it is brought to the attention of the court the defendants failed to comply, those same remedies can be brought against us. I'm not the one positing or seeking to add 2 new witnesses in the middle of the trial. The one thing that is explicitly absent from this is me looking through and seeing that this was in evidence. My understanding is the court's ruling was those text messages were admissible. That doesn't mean because the state changes its mind 24 hours later, they get to go back and then start adding witnesses. If we do that, the trials would never get finished. So I do believe it's prejudice. Giving me 2 witnesses and their statements at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night is definitely prejudicial when you're going to call them less than 12 hours later or 24 hours later. Number one. And number two, it's bad faith at this point. If they had thought they were going to call him as a witness, they'd had 2 years to put him on the witness list, which they were admitting they didn't do. So the proper remedy under that is to exclude the witnesses it does not affect their ability to get into the text messages, which is what the court ruling dealt with, from my understanding. So again, we object. I understand the court has to make its decision and will abide by that decision. But I don't think that they've complied with the discovery statute. I don't think that just because they've changed their mind over the weekend, their failure to comply with the discovery statute makes it permissible. So I think the witnesses should be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Ms. Parker, anything else?
Just a moment.
Amanda. Ms. Parker.
Your Honor, I just wanted to point out that these particular witnesses were interviewed by law enforcement back when this case was investigated. That was provided to the defense. They're aware of these witnesses. So there's a whole long line of cases about unfair surprise. There is no unfair surprise here or prejudice to the defendants because the defense has been aware of these people all along. We can pull some of those cases for the court, but I mean, there's 50 years worth of case law on unfair surprise.
What the court is going to do is this. Mr. Hilliard may have an opportunity to interview those witnesses, and of course, that's if the witnesses wish to be. But he'll certainly have an opportunity to do that. I'm not going to exclude the witnesses, but you'll have an opportunity to speak with them.
I understand, Judge. That's why I said I need to at least speak to them. So.
I understand, Mr. Hilliard. Thank you very much. Is there anything further we need to take up for proceeding?
The only thing I might mention to the court is that the next thing we're going to do is introduce this October 12th interview video.
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely long in its unredacted form. Trimmed some stuff and redacted some stuff, and we end up with a final exhibit, final product. It's like an hour and 13 minutes long. We're fine to proceed, but I wanted to just make the court aware of that before we do that. I don't know whether the court wants to do it now or ask the jury what the jury wants to do or what.
My inclination is to go ahead and do this before lunch. And then after you complete your direct, Mr. Hilliard, you could either do your cross before we break, or you could save your cross for after the lunch break.
To avoid a rebellion, Judge, I will most likely do it after the lunch.
Yeah. The court would not rebel, but jurors may not be happy. Right. All right. Bring in the jurors, please.
Jurors interim.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We're back from your break. I trust you are able to observe the instructions. Okay, thank you. And so we're going to resume now with the state's evidence at this portion. I will tell you this. The court anticipated breaking for lunch after this witness. During this, there's going to be a video, however, that's about an hour and 15 minutes long. Can y'all wait till after all this to get to lunch?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I thought that would be the response, and that was my hope that would be your response. So we're going to proceed now.
you have up there with you this marked as State's Exhibit 70?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's a recorded interview from October the 12th, interview at the FBI office here in Savannah, Georgia.
Now, is that the entirety of the original recording of that interview?
It is not.
Can you tell us what has been cut off from the front end and where we're going to pick up?
We're going to pick up approximately 30 minutes plus or minus into the interview. There's a significant amount of rapport building, nothing really substantive to the case that takes place in the first portion of the interview that's cut out and that's redacted.
Does the recording on this disc fairly and accurately depict the portions of the interview that we've included here?
It does, absolutely.
And other than trimming some material off the front and back end and redacting some inadmissible information, has it been altered or modified in any way?
It has not.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 70.
Subject to the redactions we've already discussed.
Now, when we open this thing and start playing it, first of all, what are we going to see initially?
This is the conference room, a large conference room in the Savannah office of the FBI. You'll see myself on the right side of your screen, the defendant seated at a small circular table in the middle, and then Special Agent Solomon on the left side of your screen.
I'm going to take the time to get it up here because it does seem like some people have been watching on this screen as opposed to the other one. Okay. And what are we going to hear you say at the outset here?
At the outset is an apology, to the defendant, based off a conversation that the defendant and I had following an October the 8th interview. That interview taking place also at the office, FBI office in Savannah.
Just briefly, what were you apologizing for? So we know what is going on here.
Sure. After the interview was complete, I went and wanted to impress upon the defendant the gravity of this case. It was really a one-way conversation. I explained to the defendant that the entire weight of the FBI and the Chatham County Police Department were going to ensure that justice was served in this case, that we were going to find Quentin and bring anyone responsible for that to justice.
And that was on October 8th after the interview with Bridget Rock.
Absolutely.
With that preview, I'll go ahead and publish this by playing it for the jury. I want to tell you, I might stop it from time to time and ask you kind of what was that question and what did she say, because the audio is, I think it's passable, but it's not outstanding. Fair to say?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, I just wanted to apologize. I think you, of all people, know how stressful this entire situation is. We've been working 20-hour days, doing the best that we absolutely can just to find Quentin. And I hope you understand that. And the stress that's involved in that. It's on everybody. It is. And yesterday or 2 days ago, probably should have just walked away and let my emotions get the best of me. And I want you to understand that I apologize for that. It's not lost on me. To really, you don't have another adult, male figure that you can,
No, I didn't. And it was never him. This is what one was. He was just a.
So I'm sure you feel like I sort of abandoned you. That's what you feel, when we have that conversation. And then we talked to your mom just 2 days ago, and your mom, tells us that it was just a day or so ago that your stepfather was going to give you a hug.
That was the first time she was he cared for me. And I needed that. And just that moment was like just a moment of comfort. That's what it was.
So I'm sorry, but there's some things, we'll talk about today. So what's going on at the house right now? Are you staying with your mom right now?
At the moment, and so we can get into the housing to the ministry. Because they're gonna help me get somewhere. And we haven't got a figure, I'll figure out the address and everything here. But I'm trying to do that so we can do what we gotta do with the case.
Who all staying at the house right now?
I know my brother's gonna be there until the 18th, possibly longer. Paul's there. Everybody that's originally lived there. But with the addition of my brother, Beth, she said, babysit the kids before. I got back when I left. She took care of the baby.
Jim, I'll tell you, we found Beth in bed.
Yes.
She was like, oh, there's nobody here. I was like, I'm just, we gotta check for safety. And she opened the door,
She was like, came downstairs, and I'm just like, and she's like, okay, we got my phone. And I was like, probably.
Yeah, we're working on getting that back to her before she leaves.
I was like, probably.
With everybody there, has there been any additional searches that y'all done on your own, anything?
We found, there's one day that we got a psychic. And F said something about a container of books.
So what your mom sent me, she kind of poured along anything she's got.
Yeah, when that happened, my friend went to the garage, even though we really all searched it, we still looked up every container we could, searched and looked. I was just like, oh no.
What's the blonde lady's name again that has the daughter? Little bitty.
Renee, she's in the stairs.
She is, and she was ready to,
she searched everything. She's like, escort everything. Like, y'all gotta get off the property. We're long behind it. Let me get there. I'm like,
that's when Scarlett was running around. I was like, these two are very similar.
She's so nuts. She'll jump on top of the TV bar and look over at the person.
Yeah. But she has been ready to search. She said they searched the canal, they searched the land. She was all done any more of that.
No, we've been trying not to tread on anything that could possibly be anything.
Yeah.
So honestly, I still if you do go walk around, when you do see something, don't touch it.
That's the right thing. Call us.
Take a picture of it, call them, send it to them, some location, don't touch it, whatever it is. I don't want them walking into the woods or anything like that because there's sense and cover up something that could be there.
Yeah. Well, that was the last thing I think the dogs were doing today since it went back to, I told you last time I talked to you directly when, we went back, Tuesday? I don't remember the days of the week right now, Monday. Because like I said, we couldn't see a lot in the dark. And the dogs, work the same way. And the dogs don't live here, so they had to do that on its own.
That's kind of an issue thing with everything that we want to do to make sure that we do absolutely everything we can, and then we get it all right.
Yeah.
We don't want to miss anything. And I know that's important to you, right?
Yes.
So with that, just kind of, not wanting to put words, in your mouth, but being the time and space that's passed since the last talk. Maybe, there's a chance that you were calling things, differently or something new that, it just didn't come up before that we didn't ask.
Yeah, we can get it every day.
Well, and you know what? So why is Wednesday was the biggest shock, right? And you're trying to get everything in order of what you think happened.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you get a chance to breathe a little, it's, I think I've said this to someone this week. You ever drive home and you're like, how'd I get here? Because you're on this autopilot, but then you really think like, oh, there was a yellow car. And now you have time to get further down the road. And so if you remember something differently right now, it's not because you were wrong then. Yeah. It's because, okay, I have time to just kind of let it settle and see things more clearly when the shock of it all has had a chance to kind of come down. So we're not going to come down on if anything's different because there's a lot to be said for some time and space to kind of things that you didn't think about before because they weren't the big thing or,
So most of that was a little church picture there. That's when they got to can you feel anything? It's utility for this. I keep running through my experience.
How much is
The only thing that makes sense, the only thing that completely hasn't baffled is the door that baffled.
No, I didn't go
It'll be from till 5:44. That is the only thing that kind of keep on rolling back the thing.
And to be honest,
double checking, you know, beyond just that data that Joe had, you know, to see like, what does this really mean? Yeah. You know, so we're again, running through the carpet on every single thing. Yeah.
So with that in mind, let's just kind of go through, a few things. So let's just start with the Circle K. And tell me about the phone call that you made. I guess it was that Tuesday night or Wednesday morning to Circle K.
It was a quick phone call. I can't honestly remember if it was on my phone or his phone. It was in morning. I called him. I said, "Boy, they're not having
They keep such low stock. It's
and how can you so that's why I went and got whiskey and I really did go to the original mosquitoes. There was 3 tubes in the original and had 2 words. And one still had some in it. And one that had some in it was one I guess and looked over there. And so okay, like normally they have it. Normally they did it. They did not have it out there. I guess their ship was coming the next day or whatever. I used to work there. I believe on Saturdays. Thursdays, Fridays. And then after I went back up, I went home. I still goes home. I just went and stared. Nobody else. I didn't know what to do. I'm very sure I did have a little staring chair in there. I did. And I went down.
Okay. Because when we look at the phone records, for that our investigators look at, there's not a call from your phone to the Circle K. So can you just kind of help me understand that? Do you think another phone was used?
It's possible that it was Danny's phone.
So you think you used Danny's phone?
It's possible that he had his phone there one time. I have really bad signal inside the house. I just grabbed it. I just grabbed it. I kind of wish I had this flip phone. I don't know how to get signal in the house. I was about to say, whoever said they were staying. I get signal now. I can talk to you throughout the whole house.
And the 911 telephone call, I have to say that when you put the statement together, you did a phenomenal job providing just a tremendous amount of detail that's been helpful for us throughout this entire process.
And I was figuring out that we can't find the doors so that we don't baby if you want to figure out screwing and that was fun.
Well, in that statement, you mentioned, or you put it in writing that you made a 911 call.
Yes.
But there's a male voice on the call.
Yeah, he tried to call his phone first, and for some reason it wasn't working. So then we called my phone, and we got through. He started to speak up first, but the way he was speaking to me was way too calm, and that's when I heard him chiming. And so that
he and Danny,
we worked together. We were together with this, and he was being very calm. I was like, no, look at him, come with it. And that's when I feel like we started screaming and yelling at him about it. So.
And that was an absolutely chaotic time. You wake up out of your bed and Courtney's not there. So let's just go back to that point. I know that's super stressful. Let's just go back to that point when you have it. Tell me what was the first thing that you did?
The very first thing that happened was turn the phone to the time was passing the door. And when I shut the door, the way the kids all I had to do was look around. So before I didn't start saying, I just started searching for like, what do you think it is? So they find out about it, I didn't know.
one day they can't.
You never know. It just happens. And they're like, oh crap. You know? So I searched the house closets too, because they have this thing about playing inside closets. And the way the doors open, the door never shuts. Like you can push it open and pull it open. Those are some of the first places I checked. And then outside, I don't really know who pulled. Picture with family, my picture, you know, picture now.
I think you've done that for us too.
Yeah. That was the second time. The very first time, yeah, I have it up there. Yeah. So, I mean, this is one thing you hold up the end of the day. I do that every night at home. I researched everything. I went up, I got it up, and I looked at his paper, and looked like it was really poorly. And I looked hollow. And then the other blanket was notes outside of it. And then there was a pillow right there. You know, this towel was still there. I can't find this stuffed animal anywhere. And the baby mentioned something about that. I was like, Michelle, she came over a couple weeks ago, and had a bunch of choice letters. So say or something they had a cell phone. And that's what tweeted. He was his monkey one was there, and that was in the thing. Yeah, but no, it was in the toy basket that was outside of it. You know. So I told him otherwise. Sorry.
And Michelle brought it over.
Yeah, she
In our cell.
yeah, I don't know exactly. It was just cell phone. She brought baby dolls and
To her and it was a new toy, so it was my favorite.
yeah, it was just some toys. You know, that was it. Good morning.
So to kind of go back through that, because Paul and Michelle, they tell an entirely different story. And that entirely different story. Paul and Michelle tell an entirely different story. So just kind of go back through that. And I want you to understand that what you tell us, what you remember, is absolutely just as important as what Paul and Michelle remember. So let's just walk back through that, okay? And a lot of times, the best way to do that is doing what we call reverse order. So we start with a 911 call, and then go, what happened just before that? And then what happened just before that? All the way back to the time that you got out of bed. Let's try that.
I called Michelle to
911 call.
We called 911. And after that, Michelle was already on her way.
So it's near
Yeah, before that, like Michelle was already on her way. Because I was trying to figure out for some reason. And this is weird, like we pay for the week. We pay for the week still. Whether I go to work or not, they don't be good. So that was on me. You know, I called Barry, I called her, I called her home. She came home and helped me search. This is a STEM search. She was there for coffee. You know, her car was.
So how would she get there?
Yeah, her car was trapped in from the house. I know that before I was searched the speeding videos.
So let's talk about that, right? You know, so 911, and before that, it was a call to
Michelle.
Michelle.
To see for some reason that she had.
Okay. And then
Before that is Danny. Searching the house and all this stuff. You know, we even inside, cardboard lines we searched, going over it, and then when I couldn't find it, it's like 2 weeks. So that's they waited for it. So before that was just I slept the whole time, and I didn't want to put my judges up there. I was on purpose. I did. It was pretty good. And that's part of what I did. One of the I did. I just told what you about.
You know, like right there, I should stop.
Yeah, I did it.
Just so we're all clear on what she said, was that her disclosing a new fact that you hadn't heard before?
That's correct.
What was that new fact?
At this point in the interview, she disclosed that the purpose of the trip to 204 was to get a perk 30, a Percocet 30.
Yeah, did she say whether she had taken it that night?
She did.
And her words here were, I was on drugs, right?
Correct.
Right. And I'll pick that up. That was paused at 14:46:05 on the timestamp in the top right corner.
It wasn't for the service. I didn't want to let the house be fast. Okay, because someone was not. Yeah.
But that's huge for us.
Yeah, so I was just also looking. Yeah, so it was out Friday Lane. And that's I never knew it eventually told me.
You just know where to go.
I just know where to go. I went there, and that's where I mean, I think
Now, pausing at 14:46:34, did she just say that the place she had actually gone to meet the drug dealer was Arkwright Lane and not Flacco's Tacos, as she had said previously?
That's correct.
All right.
And I know they said that they never knew us, never seen us or anything like that.
But we're retracing.
I was like, they know me. I have been there probably about 100 times in a couple months. You know, like, so that they all know me there. Yeah.
And that was let's talk to that. What trip was that? That was
the trip to 204. That was at 10 something. A little bit after. Yeah,
And tell me about that. How does that work? You drive back home and then
I actually got home. Well, wait. That was easy. Yeah. I've never had one. Yeah, it's not. So, when you say, so when you're smoking, like, maybe it doesn't take them when you take over 30. That's too low. Just get it. It takes a pain away, you get like, yeah, well, maybe that would be the reason why I was saying I was sleeping.
and you had the perfect set in conjunction with smoking.
Yes, that's what because I took it as soon as I got home. I went outside and smoked a cigarette. By the time,
About what time would you do that?
by the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever. I saw some stories right there looking too, like it wasn't bad. It took like an hour or so for it to release. I'm just walking the order. By the time I got home, I from the order, it was kicking. It was hitting. Like I was a little stumbling, like I was strong. That's how I was from the spirit. So one of the times when I was really out of it. And like I said before, I went outside and checked on all the kids, all the skies now. The tango was good, and the little camo Peter blanket, I put back over him. I still look at his face, I was just like, this, he rolled over and sleep, so it's okay, I just rolled over, don't get it. Outside, outside and I smoked and came back inside before 2, and I went to sleep. And I woke up again. And that would be reasons why I didn't get out of bed, I didn't hear the alarm, it makes you sleep, and then once you get still and it hits, and it makes everybody good, just like the access affects everybody differently. I mean, pretty much put me out in the place to me. Like it was bad. Yeah, it was bad. I probably should have taken out, but I took the whole thing.
And we'll come back to the board answers some things I would touch on there. But the board story, tell me again exactly how that played out. With you getting the board.
I called her and I text her and they went down like can't get into my kind of public state. I told her, it was her husband who answered it first, I believe, but I just asked her to see if she said come through her this morning. We never went back. We went back. We flew all the way around. She's really right there towards the front. That's all the way around. Yeah.
Well, just a couple things on that. I want you to just help me understand. Missy has no recollection at all. And she did not, and there's no communication between you or Missy on Missy's phone or on your phone about you.
I don't know if that's like our coding context now. And we get different phone numbers and changes over a certain amount of time. The numbers that change on its own. Especially when I'm paying for it. So that would be part of the reason that I text him from then and about time I'm off because it was okay asking me to change the number. Because it gives you its own number, it doesn't use your phone number. Yeah. So that's what I call them. It was like a 229 number.
229.
Her number is if you guys 229 text now number or something, it's the longest time you come on the phone. That's what she had that one.
Prior to that, when was the last time that you had any communication with Missy?
When I ran out of gas. I was on the public road. And we walked down to the house. And knocked on the door and asked her for gas. And her husband walked with me all the way down and said, okay, to get gas. And we went all the way back. And that was a stupid night. I was very angry about some cheating that I had found out what was going on. Maybe that was right after the baby. So it was
just tell me exactly how you drove into the trailer park, how you drove in, and where Missy's house is.
And we drove in, Missy's house was not Mary's house was on the right hand side. So I walked in, she walked up.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to rub. When I got I knew that people said that.
How long did y'all interact there? This home there?
2 or 3 minutes, it was a quick little conversation. Everyone else from out doing stuff. She does some craft stuff as well. She did, while she was outside. So that was part of it. And when I got in the car, when you get mentioned some money from the trash, they had to do the trash. And Stan was supposed to take trash out a few days ago, and there was spoiled food all in my car. So when I pulled around, I seen my gas stop in the trash. Yeah. It was towards like shrimp pasta.
Shrimp pasta.
Yeah. The whole carton like shrimp. It was kind of weird. Yeah, because I sat in there, I was like, what is that smell? I felt that before, I didn't know that before. You know, I didn't know that before, and I'm like, get out of the car, no love to me. And we use Glade trash bags. Okay, I said that Glade gray trash bags is what we use.
So did you stop anywhere else at all?
I went straight back home, and that's not I drove up on the wrong way. I was going to the time. The little town didn't go to the morning. I got home, when outside. I checked my kids outside, so I just stayed there. So I went to bed for the week. Then I woke up. I didn't know Danny had bed. Even Michelle thought it was weird that he didn't bring all the kids over there, because I said I'm 5 days of the week, and she got off of it. So whether I go to work or not, we do it that way, so we have a steady pay rate. And sometimes my pay might be, I have to pay a little bit more, and then can't show up for a couple of days, anything like that. We got issues like that, but she's always been paying. She's always been paying.
Sounds like you were nervously, you couldn't do it.
I didn't hear the alarm go off. Danny said that he shook me before he left. I didn't feel that. I didn't know that he even left. And I was like, I woke up. Surprised, honestly, that Sky and the kids and then Clint wasn't there. Kids, I don't know how they acted. That freaked out. They woke up to me screaming to don't know what. Yeah, so. Well, that's everything. Straight down to the T. All I did, and like I said, you can see, make sure that you're loyal and coming out.
Well, let's look at this. Maybe some of this stuff will help you recall some more detail. So I'm going to slide over here. See inside. So this is the photo of your car. That's your car. That's your car. Going into the and where exactly is this initial car?
Yeah,
So that's when you first pull in, and this is triggered down here.
yeah, I think it's my first one, and my phone's calling out. This one was telephone.
It goes right here. Take a look at that. What do you do down there?
The bathrooms over there.
And where is Missy house? On this map. So Missy's house. It's not right there. So just help me understand. Before we can say, all right, we went to Missy's house. And she came right up the drive, and then she right there. So this year, you have not feel that one. This is a photograph taken from the dumpsters looking back at that picture. What you can't see in this picture is the camera that is right there that we now have. So that we have that camera right there. What is that camera going to show? What did you pull that bag out of?
It was in the bed that the shop played at the very back. I pulled it up there. I smoked it. Tied it up the other time. And I just went right into the second, one to two other dumpsters.
And this is why we started with the dumpster.
I believe it was dumpster.
And it's just shrimp pasta, is it shrimp like that?
Yeah, it was shrimp pasta. It was just old thrown out food that he was supposed to take out the day before. So they would clean out the fridge.
Which way you got out of the car and you got out of your driver's side door. What did you do? You walked along
The driver's side.
to the back. And so when you got back in the car, what did you do? Trash? What did you get the trash out of the hatch portion?
Yeah, like I opened it back.
There was the car here, here. So you put these in out and then it's, you know, got out and you put it here, do it like a piece of color. Just got it around there.
This camera, that's exactly
It's exactly what it's going to show. So you get out the driver's side, you go out, grab it. It was a message for a second, because I think stone. And I was getting to grab it. I grabbed it first, and then I got part of the post. It's just a story. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Straight back home, I did in the house, until I took my leave. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah. That's about it. That's all. No, so that's it, exactly what I did. The trash bag things we always have, no matter what, so it's trying to always use clay. And the ones that we have are clay, looking trash bags, and, I guess, livestream, almost.
and you throw anything else away.
That was the only thing that was back there, that was nasty. And that was like, I was thinking about scooping out all the cereal, but if someone wants something to line up. Then I asked me what's on the stuff, it was baby cereal, so rice based on the baby cereal. Had somebody give me some, and one of them, she had just opened and I baked it jewels. So when it was back there, I guess one of the turns, I said, if there's something, I just busted open the back and I never
There's something else on the ground. Today was just sitting down with a lot of investigation and the truthfulness. And you just had
and you'll that might at least maybe help you connect some dots.
just you simply and honestly, for the first time, I spent.
I have a problem with the worries about other people's safety, other people who go for it. I don't want them to be arrested, you know, and then just, I put a fight for myself. And that's how I end up in those situations that I'm in. Because by the time that I realized I haven't taken care of myself, I was too late. You know? So, we don't ask that ourselves if people are not saying, what did I not tell the truth about? Because I told the truth about one to avoid. There's the truth about where it's not.
Okay. And just a little bit. But let's carry that a little bit forward. At this point, we're talking about what we're not talking about things over here. Yeah. And right now, when it comes to home, I don't care about the way you so I want you to understand that. Yeah. But let's take this truth and this path that you're walking down this down and take that a little bit farther. Because, you know, before it was just maybe I could 20 hours. But now, kind of went up. Now, Courtney is the utmost thing that's important in my mind. And that's all you're thinking about. Because we don't know if we're going to get back. So with that in mind, let's carry that the next step. And the next logical step is you got the cover sets. Where do we choose the cover sets from? We're talking about home.
Yeah, it was like there's multiple people there. There's Fred, there's Craig, there's Tim. But he was correct.
Correct. Okay, yeah, I'm not correct.
I'm going 5 to 6 years.
5 to 6 years.
And it's a person every time I was managing for him. I would even go get into that. There's the only person I would have.
That's right.
Which I was tall, black man, he's 46 years old, dark skin, long dreads. He's actually very nice guy, precisely. It's a business. Yeah, besides his business or whatever, he's always been like a top baby, rice, take up this, all that person. Other than that, we've never actually like hung out, but just go by there and take what I want. First met him, that's how we even became like that, because I stayed there and they would switch me up to the point that I could even like, come on, my friends, I don't know. So that's how all that started. I don't even look when I need something. And sometimes go to the car. It's just pull up, knock over.
So is he the one that you have?
Yeah.
See within the camper?
Yeah.
He comes to the house.
Yeah, he didn't come to my house.
So he comes to the camper.
He goes to the camper and then back to that same property. There's a very back of the property too. There's a camper right there and some other old houses right there.
What kind of car is he driving?
The white van is one of them. I want to say it's like over 2010 maybe something like that. And he's got a black truck. There's only 2 that know for the fact that but those driving for vehicles. Try to respond to it. So it's hard to put. I know for a fact that he does consistently drive for one van.
That's what you would think of your house.
Yeah, well, he never come to my house never came to my house. Yeah, he never knew it came to my house. I don't know. Did he know about the air house thing yet? Yeah. Did he ever come to the house? No, I've always came out there. There's only one other time that he actually met me somewhere right there next to a base of his parents before water. Where that car wash is. And that was a couple weeks ago.
Well, you see nothing to that water. And that would be something that would have been pretty fast enough. Yeah. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay. So just those little things are going to help us find Quentin. Okay.
There were 2 months that I could get with the kids. They stayed in the car with me and Daniel Noel, I have one, whatever. And I think the last time I happened was Scott was told and they seemed to get nobody helped them, nobody had called and that there's that was it.
When did you put the trash bag? So you wanted to be able to get the job. There's a trash bag already in the car.
Yeah. Like I could smell it when before I even like when I got in the car to begin with, maybe 2 o'clock or something. And I think he put it in the car earlier that day because like it's maggots or anything, like you can smell it, it's nasty. And I don't know that he would have to take it off. So when I finally got the car again to go over there and smell it, I was like, these cops are nursing and go face the both of us in the water. And I got the really fun.
Was it like full kitchen trash? Or it's just like
it's full kitchen and cabinet, like full fridge clean out. Yeah. So
I just want to leave it because I want you to understand that Savannah and I here, this investigation is going to continue. We march on. If there ever is a point in time.
that's why I made sure that my place was one of those. So I'm telling you, when my brother came, we sat there, we walked through it. He's like, well, let me ask a question for maybe somebody didn't ask that. Why are they can't only think of something that maybe? just didn't think of nothing other than time. So every single day, even when I home country, we would stand down and we would country, and we would country, over and over and over again. And he's a big confidant for me. And then he also just let him scream. And they would put up us and was crying in my sleep. You're still young, queen. In my sleep. Everyone stopped. It was able to stop it. I didn't think anything of it. To be honest, it's just on food, up for the car. See an opportunity to put it out. You know, not only did I take it from her, because I had to, or you can see I didn't purchase it. I didn't know where to purchase that or where to go or anything like that, you know. It was good.
Well, that's another thing that we gotta work through. And then, you know, we may not get through that today, but we'll get through that. But just like we talked about in the process, you know, it took us a little bit to get to that. We gotta work through.
And there are times like I can tell first year on that because I don't really know. But that was the second time that I've done it. I got it for myself within 2 weeks. Yeah.
But everything you said today about that makes perfect sense and you can confirm it.
Yeah.
Like we're saying, there's still some things that we gotta work through because we can't confirm it.
That's what we're doing. Like, you see how easy that was. You have to just, you know, tell the truth and let us know about it. So, we have to have that same conversation. That's what we still didn't see. So
And I did.
let's talk about that.
And I did meetings.
Well, I want you to know that I, myself, have spoken with Missy. Multiple other investigators have spoken with Missy. Missy has been to our office. He didn't talk to Missy. He didn't. So let's just get through the real truths. You know, because how it was put down. Missy did not have any communication. There's no record there. Missy came in, she talks to the FBI, she talks to, you know, law enforcement. And she had no recollection. But you did tell me the truth. You did tell me that you were out of gas. You had missing gas phone. That's absolutely true. But money was not the truth. What is not the truth? You understand this? Because you didn't go see Missy that night for the over shot. So just tell me what you were doing in that tree park. What were you doing in that tree park?
I think it was taking over John.
But you didn't hear from Missy.
I don't really know exactly what that was on.
But you didn't hear from Missy.
Yeah, I was right around. And the curtain on the sweat before I was right around the smoke and whatever. And honestly, they put there hoping that headlight was on. Hoping that something was on the car and or something. I really didn't know.
But that takes us to this right here.
Yeah.
That takes us to this.
But
So we get that.
yeah, I don't think like I really. So you go around there, smoke some.
Smoke some more.
Some weed.
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. I was alone. Nobody was with me. And I told Danny I was going to the road and he was half asleep, so I didn't know who was going on.
So like this is literally how much we're getting close to slow, you understand? And then take a deep breath. We were talking about Olympic. And right now I'm just sitting here talking to you. We were talking about purpose and what you got.
So now I have to figure out the night is like,
I'm going to get that. But you gotta understand that you have got to be 100% truthful about it. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to deal with it.
I didn't speak it to her, but I did come to the house and just find out something a little.
Okay, but that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Because
It's a lot of time when I'm not going to. Yeah.
did you do work on that night?
I did get work out that but I found it, and the card was one of the ones that I lost. And I found it when I get back to the house. And I got a pocket on it.
So the whole purpose of this trip
Was to see if this was something. Because obviously I didn't have a number anymore on my phone. And when I downloaded text now, it wasn't on there anymore because it gave me a new number.
So help me understand this. And I need your help here. Without you, I can't find money. Okay. So you've got to help me understand this. So in your house at 1:11 to randomly drive to Missy's house.
She's normally up. They're all normally up when I ran on the gas.
Last time that you saw her was
When I ran on the gas that night, it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning that I went over there and got her answer. And she didn't answer right and said, people in and then through like the way that I could smell that she was nasty. If he was like, old seafood and nuggets on it. Yeah.
It smells a lot worse than that.
So that's that. I was all just, I didn't go anywhere else. I didn't leave my phone anywhere. Everywhere I went, it's right there.
So really what you did was you left that house at 1:12 in the morning to go throw away trash.
I really walked on her door. I told her, like, look, there's nobody on in the fight that her son died before I was in here. It's normally parked in the front. There's like a tree right there. Like as it gets there, you can see it.
That's the photograph of you pulling into Jose Ferry Park.
Now it's gone down and we kind of look over there and you can see it. You can see
There's not quite as much as this. There's a hard run. So you go straight this way. This is about 360 and your cell phone out. Okay.
and if you look down, you can see your tree. That's right there in front of the house. You can see. And for the first shot, it was on the standing bike on. The shot when the person bike his bike against a tree. And normally if that bike is there, somebody is up because he's down. Like, so I went back home and I got home. And so I went to the car and in front of the door, in my seat. So I think it was one that I'm more at home. So I'm putting an order one because my boss, I'm not going to have any problems for all of them. But no, I did not leave that one sober as a phone charge. It was with, okay, I don't want to see us not for and I can't find it. Let me go see if we can push that in.
Is lower jaw out for the
When it's on the inside of your tooth, because my tooth is broken down or whatever, I need something that will take the pain away until the parasite fully hit. So I'll put it back there because I'm confident I'm actually fully hitting. But by the time I got home, and I'm sitting there, like, it started to hit, and I'm like, I could just feel it coming on. I love the house.
But you took a couple seconds when you got back to the
Yeah,
house.
but it was like 11, yeah, no, when I took it as soon as I got back home. I took it 30 minutes, 40 minutes, or whatever. So like 11 or something. It takes about an hour for it to hit and there's some change.
It takes an hour for a couple seconds.
Normally, it depends on if it's fast acting or if the pill is old. But that pill, I think it was old, it took a little bit longer to hit. And obviously, it's old because people can't get all of these scripts that easy.
That is strong.
So when it did hit, we have the regular option for people. Then when it hit, it hit. And it said T189, so I know for a fact that was right. And also, probably still good. You don't see if they have the shoes on, or don't know what was on, and the pipe isn't in there, so I just kept on driving. And I got the car, I connected it up, so I got right there and threw it away. He's supposed to go right earlier that day after we got the teeth and stuff.
So you don't remember your trash away?
Yeah.
You put that trash in?
Normally we take it to Azalea or Cotton Bell. Cotton Bell is the two places that we go to, and every now and then my brother told Jamie about taking it just late because I guess they had construction or whatever going on. They went out.
When did you put that in the car?
when we got back to the house before we picked up the kids. So we got home and like I said, we were trying to clean up, make dinner, all this stuff, get things ready for when we did pick up the kids at 4:30. So part of that cleaning was cleaning out the fridge and everything when we come for a shower and everything. And we got to go shopping for the week part. And that's what we were going to do. We were going to make and sell our stuff to do.
So you threw that in the van before supper?
Yeah.
Don't use the big trash cans around.
No, he was supposed to put it all. He was supposed to put it all in there. It's like he got distracted or something. He was like one there or somewhere. But that was nasty. He was supposed to take it off. And because Thomas gets mad when his dad and I was on it like that. Like, yeah, that trash was already started before we even got to cleaning out the fridge. It was already sitting in the trash can. And we gathered, we finished cleaning it out. And that's how we looked in there. We didn't have gnats and flies and all that stuff. Nails, fruit flies and all whatever. And I think it's just a bit of the weather changing. And yeah, later I was like, it was nasty. It's like let's do it ourselves. Like when we put it back in the fridge. Like it's not really any fresh. Yeah. Like it was, but kids don't show all the way sometimes. And when they don't, my milk was still my ages, so it was milk the wrong way. It was yogurt the wrong way. It was eggs that were nasty and big full of pasta salad or something.
That trash bag was in the car.
Before I got it.
When did the trash bag was placed in the car?
I can't tell you exactly the time. I know it was before we picked up the kids. Because the plan was to load up everything and pick up the kids.
So that would have been what time?
3:30.
3:30. So just before you picked up the kids at 4.
Yeah, because he was supposed to keep pick up the kids himself. I stayed at the house. He was supposed to take off all the trash or whatever. And I basically got sidetracked and didn't load up the rest. Like I told him, go put that in there. We go in and load up the rest. We go take off the kids. They didn't load the rest. Yeah.
And so, again, it goes back to where we were Wednesday, and kind of where we progressed and where we are now. So now we have Friday 7th. And we know that we didn't need to missing.
What was the intention?
What's the intention? Like, what I was understanding is we were talking about the disappearance. I went in here. We were talking about disappearance. That information that you just provided us could have led us in other directions that would have helped us find the person. You understand that?
I think another reason was like, I'm seeing that. He was seeing this. He was seeing in my bed. He was laying there in the bed and he swore up and down to me like he's seen him. Swore up and down like he's seen him. And when they came out, he was like, the question was so much, I don't know. I was like, that just is something. You know, if you glance, it doesn't matter if you glance. If you're a parent, you know the babies are there. You know? And
that's all we want. That's all we want.
he's so brilliant.
That's all we want. But you can see what I'm talking about here. You can see what I'm talking about when we talk about process. When we talk about missing and abortion. You understand it's huge. It's huge. But you have all the information and you can talk to us about that.
That's just everything that it really, I've never been in a situation like this, and you know, you don't ever think anything like this is gonna happen to you. And I sat there and I told him this good, so I said everything. I said, this is basically told exactly how it was. It's not like a complaining about it. But I love that was the truth. You know, when he was there, when the light was on like it was that night when like I was on a cast, I would have pulled right up there. I would have pulled up right there and I would have pulled her. And she, that night I got gas, and she got me to pull that night too. I didn't say well. Yeah. It's them. It's me. I didn't think anything, I just didn't think of what happened after 6. That was my thought process. What happened after 6? He was told that he was last seen at 6. And he said he seen him when he left. He texted the babysitter and said that they're not coming. So if they're not coming and you were up at that time, you knew the babies were there. You know? That's what's on there.
like I said, course investigation for the last time. This one, with any sort of credibility, seeking quantity is for the that's the last time. So we can't confirm anything as relates to anything after further. It comes down to stuff that's just as simple as this. It says, you tell us that you want to do some to the other job. Now, hey, I'm not a narcotics agent by any stretch. She can't tell me.
The labor release when it starts going, there's no times that I've had to take 2 or whatever because we waited an hour and it doesn't hit. And honestly, especially a lot of that could have to do with the fact that I was snorting because we could have been classroom. I was like, no. I didn't know that they were spoiled like half of them tasting. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. I was thoughts on that's her coat, weed, and whatever they shot in my mouth.
All in and around, all between 4:30 Tuesday night.
Yeah, all of them said, and then we worked from there.
So where'd you get the coat from?
I already have that for a few days. It's really good in Marvin and stayed on the road.
Marvin?
Yeah.
Tell me about Marvin.
And Marvin is a coworker at Davies, we used to be, we did a couple of together. Yeah, he's got like,
What's Marvin's last name?
I have no idea. Both calling those so this is like a colon, so you come in here and I'm trying to figure it out. This is the 4 ways to come up here, it's gonna be off one of these streets over here. Common? No, like COWAN. Okay, count. So we got that from there, I think Daniel's when we bought that business. And it's like I said, it's over here, a little corner store. This is the corner store down here. If you don't know, it's this first street, and it's the last house on the right hand side.
And Marvin, blackout. Tell me about Marvin.
This dude sells weed, he's homes that house a few times. I've been giving them baby bags and big clothes and stuff for their little baby that I'm playing and I'm going out of whatever. And he had just recently started selling coke. He bought like a tea from him or something like that. And he first sent like 40. Dylan, yeah, we see is I think it's Marvin Smith is someone that would be one of our cash outs. Funding from her. A day or so before. Yeah, something like that, maybe Tuesday.
So when did you use that code?
I was a daily user. I used to wake up and I'm more like I wake up and about after 2 years. So I do it throughout the night. And then I go to bed and then about. Sometimes it's before 2, sometimes it's after 4. It just depends on how much I was doing and what time of day I was having.
So just before you left to go take the trash to you had on cocaine and it set and
it hurts, yeah. And like the goal wasn't to take the trash out, the goal was to proceed with her. She was there. I tried to get in contact with her. I don't know her name on Facebook, but I knew where she stayed at. And I feel like I had taken her home before we got put was together. And I did the same thing up to the regular to the girl and watch work.
But you see this path that we're going down, right? So I think you're doing great. And this is the type of stuff that's going to help us find out. Okay. But when I find out what else is it that you're holding back? Because now.
I'm not holding anything back. It was details about 2 or 4 and then right there. That's huge. That's everything. Those are the only 2 things that I have back. And I didn't want to go to or get in trouble or whatever. And I didn't really know how to 100% explain what the hell I just left and, didn't call her or whatever because I didn't have her contact. I used to. I got a text now that changed her number so I couldn't call her, but I didn't have her contact. Remember when you started working on Tuesday? Before or after that? Before. But then it was not long after, 2 weeks when we started doing it. He would have had it. I can't tell you exactly what day he bought it. And some of those who can get it, the things that were up all the time. And I guess I don't know. Yeah, see the doors opening up constantly over the period of time. A lot of it's going in and out smoking cigarettes because we don't know how to do it. Yeah. So when you started before you took the kids, and you said 3 months? Yeah. Then you get it from out of it, it's just whatever. You get your high and you just don't know. And then that hurt. And so I did. I put my teeth, my snoring, and never smelled it.
So when you come back home from taking the trash to the dumpster, do you leave with more coke when you get back home?
I got that in the line thing, and I covered up with a pork food. And
That's where you do that.
I don't know. That stand up over the TV that had on the wall moving. And that was on top of that. And high and not put them down. And I had that cabinet was busy.
And so you're doing the coke, and that's while the back door is open and shutting.
Constantly, because every time we hit one, we always go through the cigarette. We hit one, and we always go to cigarette. Me, I always hit one, and go smoke weed and a cigarette. Weed was always mixed in with whatever else doing.
So let's go from, just like we did the 911 call. Maybe this is why I don't hear the call something. So let's go backwards from the point that you were stopped in front of these dumpsters. So you were stopped in front of these dumpsters for how long?
Just like a minute.
And just tell me from the time that you pull off to the time that you pull off, tell me, kind of in the first order, what happened from the time that you pull off.
The time I put a reverse order, so I'm backwards from it. I'm on the driveway, and I look down, I see no light, I'm right there. Before that.
Just before that, so we've already moved a couple steps before, so just before that, so that would include, going backwards when you pull off, that would include, getting back in the car, and then from there.
You turn the car off?
Yeah.
You just left it running and ran car like that?
Yeah. And I looked at it first, I can probably see it on camera because I really thought the handle would be thrown away and the kid, I looked at the kid. I opened it first and I was like, okay, close it.
So you open the trash bag before you throw it in the dumpster?
Yeah, I didn't know what all is. Like, I knew that all the trash needs to be taken out, and I knew I had told them to take that out first, especially even if it's just one bag to take, because it's not terrible. I said, get out. Yeah, I closed it. Like, it was already kind of partially tight, but not completely tight, which is why the cards don't really keep it.
So let's talk about that constraint. And we're going to break this down piece by piece, so just so we can understand. Okay, that's the one of these routines. Because, you told us just to sit here and outline that trash bag was placed in the car just before we went to pick up the kid. And you knew that was the dinner from the night before.
It was probably, it was just old food, older, so it's clean out of the fridge.
Whatever. Yeah. But I can't help you understand this. Do you think that that's something common that people do is before they put trash away, to open it up and look at it and see what's about to go away?
Yeah, we don't know the whole side of it, and it was like not completely tight. I probably would have even opened it when I would came a little bit open. They could smell it, and I could smoke. So like, it's not like I opened the whole bag and looked in or whatever. So I'm like, okay, yeah.
All right, so let's keep on. So you pull the bag out of the car and you opened it to smell it. Can you tie it back up?
Not too small. I could smell it. It was already like partially, not completely tied. Or whatever. Like I was just like, finished tying. So,
how heavy was the bag?
I don't know, maybe
find them, they have right there. Because sometimes you throw them over top, so.
No, that's right there, and, sometimes short that right there is above my, it's already almost like right here to me.
So you push it in, and you have to push with 2 hands to get it in there?
No, I just had it.
Was it pretty full? It's from the dumpster.
Yeah, it was about halfway full, a little bit more than halfway full. And I didn't have to use 2 hands, I just couldn't make it.
Okay. All right, so that's, I know this is hard to do reverse order, but let's go just before that.
Just put that, drove on the 6 hours, one night, drove on the 6 hours.
Going no way to do that, right?
Like, right here, control all the time, you can see that tree, it's literally that tree is right there in front of her house, right before the driveway. When you drive by, if you glance, you can see that, and you can see the porch lights.
But this point right here, because this camera right here sits right there, so you're already driven by that kind of frame.
Yeah, it's right glanced in as soon as I pulled in. I didn't see it.
Was there any points at all that you stopped in here to see anybody else that you knew in there?
I don't know anybody else in there. She's the only person I knew besides her husband and her kids. So I didn't. That's why I didn't go through the whole neighborhood or anything. I didn't know anybody else. I just drove this way. That's right there. Tell me, you be clear. You can see the tree. You can see the lights. So keep going around. That's again. So that's Carson. This is through. And when I went up on the street home before they didn't know over the room, my mom was showing me.
You had a line before you got to press out.
Yeah, I believe
So you drove through your own head.
Yeah, I always had it. Catch. Like anywhere I went, I could use a phone call.
And you smoked in the car.
Yeah, smoked in the car too. Probably from like a million traces of coke.
So at what point did you realize the smell was so bad that you should stop at the dumpster and throw it in?
It was before I even flew out of the house. It was like the moment that I got in the car and the trash, I got time to sit in the car throughout the day that I just smelled it and I was just like, at first, like when I first left to go to 204, I smelled a little strong, but it wasn't too bad. Like, I was like,
no, not to make you want to stop it.
yeah, now I'm not going to check it or anything. I said, maybe something just stinks. I don't know. Maybe it's the car itself. And it was, and I got here, it got dark in the car again. I was like, I can't stand it. So we got up here and went over, and I seen that she was in there and started to flood. And I went around and stopped. I said, I gotta get rid of this.
So was the bag heavy enough where you had to like drag it out of the
No,
bag?
I had to pull it out with one hand. I pulled it out with one hand and put it up there and just like that, just like anybody else would. Take the trash out and throw it over his or pick it up and show the sign, you know. That was it. Please, people. I don't think so. Not very bad. Yeah, I don't think I seen anybody. I know when I was coming down going to station, there's some black thing probably going through and Buck called there, but he always is walking for that.
So you didn't see anybody else around the dumpster site? Nothing wrong like that.
Nobody, there's raccoons. There's plenty of raccoons out there, but that was it.
And that camera, that's going to show us.
That's like exactly that. They say that it was. Y'all see that it was pull it out easy, really easy. There was no struggling with it at all. So something. I would do in trash. That was all that was in there. 100%. Smell it. Sure. All of it. Nothing but old food and trash from the fridge and nothing. But I didn't even put away from the house. So I put little boxes for it. I know about how much something is. And when my oldest son was up 40 pounds, I got put him was weighing close to 32 pounds or something like that. It was, and some people saw it. Yeah. I bet now no one thinks. You can see when I walk to the floor bathroom, you can see I did not struggle with that. I did not struggle with the water. And it's not like I sat there and was like holding it or something like that. It's nothing like that at all. I just got out. It's like, damn, I thought we took that trash out. We didn't.
Well, just, again, it goes back to what we talked about earlier.
I just want to be home. I didn't do nothing to my child. Okay? I did nothing to that baby at all but love him and care for him. You know, I got out of him when I got out of back home. He was there. When I got home, he wasn't there. Do you know what happened between the time that I went to sleep and when I got out? I don't.
There's more to the story about now. Everyone knows what that's what we need. And Lord knows what the week was going to happen. We know that. So there was something that happened that we were absolutely, let's that in mind, encouraging me and encourage that. I mean, that's an all combination. So that's all we got to get to.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
I know the lady right there in the moment, you had no idea. You know, you had just had issues with him. Y'all were in an argument. You thought he was a man. You were hurt. You were struggling. You had nobody to reach out to.
No one ever comes to me.
We see that. We see it in the video. I'm going to copy the video here. This is in my local once. And we know the struggles that you were facing. We understand that. As best we can, we try to understand. We can't live through your life. We don't completely understand it. But watching those videos, again, like what I said earlier, I heard for you. And I don't understand that. But the concern is
Nothing that happened to my knowledge that they was ever killed.
You have two little babies. You're by yourself, and something happens, and you're beside yourself, and there's no one ever can help you alone. And you've got two babies, you've got both, and you think about
And then the babies there too, when how you were there, not bed, watching TV and I was sleep, a little drunk, running around, but he was there. You know, he went with you. He went with me, like over the east. And when my brother got there, and he said the east, and I got home after, like, what's nothing.
and kids are in the house.
Awful. Every time me and him never really went anywhere together because of the struggles of taking kids out in public and going shopping or anything like that. So it was like he would go or I would go. And if we all went, it was normally right after dinner. The kids because they're already in the car. But there's nothing that happened that would make him.
Right now.
I will tell you that yes, I was messed up, and I was messed up, and I was fucked up, and I was sometimes fucked up, so I'll change the way I guess. There was nothing that happened that I can remember. When I went to bed, as far as I know, he was there. When I woke up, he wasn't. So there was nothing at all to my knowledge that I can remember. And that could be my fault. It is my fault because I was so messed up. It was huge. Yeah, I was saying that like, I did something to him. I don't remember doing it to him. If I did, I don't remember hurting him. I don't remember taking him anywhere or anything like that. I remember seeing him in that bed when I went to sleep. That's what I remember. But I do remember the feeling. He's such a pretty baby. And one was, she wakes up around 4 or something normally, and then I get about 3 or 4. You know, and I give her that to the bottom out of her mouth because she had popped up. And Richard Danny or something, I don't remember what the bottom. Anyway. Zane, I come here back up with some camel blanket. I'm really serious. Basically, I was asleep. I don't know anything else.
There was something happened. That's why I was going through this Bibles. We're there. We know something happened. It wasn't, nobody's saying that you strangled, you killed your baby. I'm not saying that. But we both know something happened that night that we have got to figure out. And that's where we are. And I am pleading with you to help me help you control this story. Because you're put in a bad situation, a very difficult situation. We talked about this. The addiction to cocaine, the addiction to cocaine. I mean, for crying out loud, you could smoke a lot of cocaine and go to sleep. Yeah, I know. That's good, but I'm so long. So just help us go back. Quentin wasn't crying and he did something that you just actually right now got pushed so far back in the garden. You love that boy beyond belief. I can see that in the video that I watched. He was your prize. But you did something and you had no control because you wanted the influence. I told him that I did not do anything, so you said anything intentional. I don't want to do anything to my always say Steve, I'm putting it on back. I'm trying to help you. I know, and I don't know what he's doing. I really don't. I don't know what happened to him. I know, maybe he's right. I don't know. I want to know. I want to know so bad. Touching your baby. It's so hard. He was there and I was asleep. And I was like, my cousin, I did something. It's so mean. I would take my responsibility, but I don't know what it was. If I did, and I don't know what happened, and I don't know where he is. I know I got a little mental issues too, and you ask me everything that gonna make me something to go over, and I don't know at all. You know, and I don't.
You said that right, but sometimes you don't remember when you changed until it's already happened.
Until it's already happened, yeah.
And then you wake up and you're back to yourself. And baby's gone.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. That wasn't a lot of mine, which was a lot of me, and I don't know if I did something to him. But if I did, I'll take my responsibility. Whatever y'all find, I'll take my responsibility, but I'm hoping to God. And y'all come home and take my life and follow my arms. That's what I want.
I just have some follow-up questions, right? Getting pretty close to being done with this direct examination. Just to recap a few things from that interview, you know, I don't know how well people can hear it, so I'm just going to be on the safe side here. Did she ultimately tell you that the Percocet she had obtained that night was from Craig?
She did. That's correct. Yes, sir.
And this was something that she had identified as red in earlier interviews?
That's correct.
But in this interview, she confirmed that Craig and Red are the same person.
Yes, sir.
And in this interview, she admitted that she had met him at Park Wright Road, not Flacco's Tacos.
That's correct.
What did she ultimately say eventually about whether she had met Misty that night?
Ultimately, as a result of the interview, she provided that she hadn't indeed met Missy that night.
And that was only after first telling you in here that I did meet Missy 100%.
On multiple occasions, yes.
What did she ultimately say about whether she had gotten Oragel that night and where she had gotten it?
She couldn't get off the fact that she did get Oragel. So after we came to the determination that she didn't get Oragel from Mitzi, she continued to state that she had the Oragel, found it in her car when she got back to the house.
Is it the case that she offered this information about cocaine use eventually to explain her shifting stories?
That's correct.
And what does she say to you about the frequency of her cocaine use around this time frame? Not just that night, but just the frequency of her cocaine use generally?
Yes, sir. So that she was a daily cocaine user and she was using cocaine, Percocet, marijuana on October the 4th, as well as the early morning hours of October the 5th.
And specifically, did she tell you that she had been using cocaine throughout the night that night?
She did, yes, sir.
Did she tell you that after she had gotten home from the dumpster, she had hit another line or two?
She did.
And did she tell you that she was all types of fucked up that night?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
At one point, did she say that I was so messed up on drugs?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And did she tell you that if I was so fucked up that I did something, I'd take responsibility?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Now, were you involved in the coordination and oversight of the landfill search?
I was. Yes, sir. I was.
Now, can you tell us generally, in relation to the search area pointed out by the landfill manager and then later outlined by Team Adam, where were Quentin's remains ultimately found in relation to that box or so?
They were found in the lower left portion of the box that Team Adam had identified for the search team as the area to search.
Now, did you all keep an open mind during this investigation and take seriously the idea of Paul and Danny as suspects?
We did.
Why did the investigation ultimately focus in on the defendant?
Ultimately, there were 3 individuals in that house, 3 adults in that house. And of those 3 adults, there was only one that continued to lie to us throughout the course of the investigation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
We take this opportunity to break apart. And Mr. Schroeder, you can begin your cross-examination when we come back.
Thank you.
Yes, the time now is 1:20. Let's be back at 2:20 since we have lunch here today. That should be easier to do. So 2:20, we're going to take an hour-long break. Please don't discuss the case. Please don't watch, consume, read any social media or TV stories about the case. All right. Thank you. See you in an hour.
Jury is exiting.
All right, we got an hour, y'all. Matter of fact, I'll probably go ahead and just shut this down because y'all ain't gonna want to sit here for no hour.
Thank you, Williams. Okay, we're in recess. 2:20. Thank you.
I'm gonna leave this playing for a little while, and then we'll just all come back. So I'll probably just leave it going and go grab some lunch and stuff, and then come back. So I'm gonna put the screen up, and I will catch y'all back here in about 30 minutes or so, and then we'll watch some of the older interviews and news clips and stuff like that. So I will see y'all back in about a half hour. I'm going to go grab some lunch and smoke them if you got them. I'll catch y'all in just a few minutes.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away right now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Baby, you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you I need you again. So stick around. So stick around. I need you again. So stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my brother. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love.
We
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious. That's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. I need you again, so stick around. So stick around. I need you again, so stick around. Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I want. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so I need me. Don't let it go. I know you feel the same. You'll always always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide where I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me, 'cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away right now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Okay, could you bring out Miss Simon, please? The day just seems to be going so quickly. The days is going so fast.
Oh, the day's going quickly. Everything else was kind of in slow motion. So.
I didn't get time. Okay, so we are back on the record in this PCR 22-03364J6, and we're bringing the jury. But before we do that, is there anything that we need to turn our attention to before we do that?
Just when I'm going to get an opportunity to speak with the Weston judge, I think that I can't speak for Mr. Dean, but I think we may get into that maybe after Mr. Schneider. I don't know. So that was the only.
Yeah, I thought about that a little bit earlier too. We have a pretty hard schedule, and you do need to have the opportunity to speak with them. Are they here in the building? The Westons?
They should be shortly.
Okay.
They went to lunch, but they should be shortly.
Okay. So let's proceed with the special agent, with the witness that we have.
I'm sorry, Judge. Mr. Dean just reminded me something we were going to let the court know. The Westons have asked if they could not be on camera.
I'll consider that. Is there any reason in particular?
I think it's just discomfort with, being on national coverage.
I can say we probably all feel that way.
I don't want to be on camera either, Judge.
Hey, what's up?
So,
but they are civilians. They are not attorneys. They're not law enforcement, and one of them is going to have to testify about a sexual liaison.
Let me just give that some thought, okay?
Your Honor, that's not a valid reason to not be on camera.
I get it.
Okay, the state chose to put this evidence in. They chose to call these witnesses, and I'm sorry to inconvenience them. But unless there's some other reason, we all feel that way about the cameras. So, That's my position. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. All right, please bring the jury.
Bring the jury in. How you doing, guys? By the way, I had a long day. Interesting day so far in this trial.
Jurors entering.
Jurors are entering. Come on in. Yeah, I don't think it's looking too great for Miss Simon. Her various lies being pointed out by that FBI agent was not exactly great. Not exactly a great start for Miss Simon. Don't know where Beat Jim is. I don't know who that guy is. Hello, Zoa.
All right. And as you get to your seats, please have a seat. Welcome back. We're into the second half of the day. I was telling the attorneys time seems to be flying today, but maybe that's from my side, not necessarily from your side. Were you all able to follow the instructions and not to discuss the case with anyone, not to see any media? What was that?
She's fine. You said yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It almost sounds like a song. All right. So I'm going to turn now to Mr. Dean.
If I remember correctly, I think I had finished my direct examination.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have some last questions you wanted to ask.
If I had, I would have wrong.
Okay, Mr. Dean. Thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Thank you, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Agent Snyder, how are you today?
Good, sir. Yourself?
Pretty good, I can't. Some of the questions I'm gonna have will be a little bit repetitive, because it's just to kind of get straight in my mind. You're in the Marine Corps, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
I had approximately 8 years active duty, and I just retired as a reserve officer about 2 years ago.
Thank you for your service, Agent Schneider. And then you went into the FBI, correct?
That's correct.
And how long have you been there?
18 years.
And during that 18 years, what is the bulk of what you've done there?
We're in a small office here in Savannah. So for the 15 years I've been in Savannah, I've worked a little bit of everything from violent crimes against children to both international and domestic terrorism. And then for the past 10 years, I've been the coordinator for the FBI Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force.
Okay. And that's for the last 10 years, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Does it have a cool acronym? Southeast Georgia Violent Crimes Task Force? That's a mouthful.
Take the first letter of every one of those words, and that's the acronym.
Okay. How would you say that then?
I wouldn't even want to, hazard a guess.
All right. So when you got involved in this particular case, you pretty much were involved on October 5th, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And on October 5th, what exactly did you do on October 5th?
October 5th started out with a call to Detective Lemons to determine whether or not Chatham County needed the FBI's assistance.
No, I don't mean a rehash of what you've already said you did. I mean, your actual involvement. Did you conduct the interviews on October 5th? Let me ask a more specific question. So on October 5th, did you conduct any interviews on October 5th?
Conducted multiple interviews on October the 5th.
And who did you interview on October 5th?
October 5th, specifically the defendant, I think on 2 separate occasions, 2 interviews with the defendant. I did not speak with Paul on October 5th, but I did speak with Danny at some point on October 5th as well.
Oh, my pen's running out. Give me 1 second. All right, so on October 5th, you spoke with Miss Simon at least twice. You did not speak with Paul, but you did speak with Danny, correct?
That's correct.
And you spoke with Danny again on October 6th or 7th or both?
I don't recall exactly. There were multiple times. I had telephone conversations with Danny, but I know for sure I spoke with Danny on October the 7th.
Okay. So maybe on the 6th, but 7th for sure.
Absolutely.
And how about Miss Simon? You speak with Miss Simon on the 6th or 7th or no?
I don't think so. I think it was October 5th primarily.
All right. And October 7th was the day you got permission from Danny to wire the hotel room, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I assume the hotel room was over there off of Chatham Parkway, from what my understanding was. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think it was over there off Chatham Parkway, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you had, how was the room wired up?
I wasn't involved specifically in that aspect of we have a team that handles that. I just know that we had a room that we had rented adjacent to that room where we were able to live monitor on a video feed. Again, almost like a hotel room that has an adjoining door, that type of setup. And we had both audio and video in that room to hear what was going on.
And so you're in one room next door, videotaping and audio taping everything. They're in the other room living their life, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Danny knew that it was being recorded, correct?
Absolutely.
And Miss Simon did not, correct?
She did not.
Okay. And how long did that recording last?
Less than 24 hours. I think we had it. They stayed the evening there and they checked out the following day. So I don't know the exact number of hours that we had it, but it was less than 24.
So 10-7 to 10-8 maybe?
Approximately.
Or 10-8 to 10-9, whatever it was, somewhere in that time frame. Is that correct?
I would have to look at a report to verify that, but I don't know the exact date. No, sir.
The date's not important. The point is for that time period, it was pretty much around the clock surveillance, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he also gave you permission to tap his phone, correct?
That's correct. He did.
And how long did that last?
It was at least 30 days. I think we did one renewal, so it may have been for a 60-day period. But again, there was another agent that was handling the administrative aspects of that. I believe it was possibly 60 days.
Okay. Well, and I'll ask, did you review the video and audio tape of the hotel room?
Just excerpts of that. Again, there were multiple facets to this investigation, and that's not something that I personally did, was review that particular video.
So you saw excerpts, but you didn't watch the whole thing.
That's correct.
I assume anything of any importance or what you deem relevant, you would look at, correct?
Not necessarily. The agent that was responsible, for that would have reviewed that and highlighted that.
And who was the agent that was responsible for that?
I believe that was Special Agent Solomon that had that responsibility.
So Solomon was the one who was ahead of that particular
That's correct.
endeavor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And Danny's phone, who was the special agent in charge of that one? Is that you or is that Agent Solomon as well?
The particular aspects, so both Agent Solomon and myself obtained the consent, from Mr. Youngkin to get the authorization to wiretap that phone. But the day-to-day monitoring of that phone was Special Agent Solomon's responsibility.
Okay, and that's fine. So Solomon basically watched the video and audio from the hotel room and reviewed the tap on the phone, correct?
That's correct. Again, not solely her responsibility. There were, multiple, people reviewing that, but primarily it fell on her shoulders.
Okay, and that's fine. So, but you did interview Danny on the 5th, maybe the 6th, but definitely the 7th, correct?
That's correct. And again, I had, in between those times, I had multiple telephone conversations with Danny as well.
All right. And do you recall the conversation and the interview you had with Danny on October 5th?
You'd have to give me more clarification on that, sir.
Well, have you, in preparation for trial, have you reviewed that interview with him?
Which particular interview, sir?
The first interview you had with Mr. Young?
I'm sure I have at some point.
Okay. And do you remember when he said there was nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive in that interview?
Not specifically, but again, she provided that information in the interview that I was present for, that she had been to Arkwright Drive 100 times or more.
Okay. Did he ever say that he had gone to Arkwright Drive?
I don't know that Danny had mentioned that to me, but we do know through the course of the investigation that Danny accompanied her. Either he was driving or the defendant was driving on the numerous occasions that they traveled to Arkwright Road.
Did he ever talk about going out there by himself?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did he ever admit to going out there by himself, to the best of your knowledge? To you, at least.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, in that initial interview, do you remember him saying that he was awake when she got back from Arkwright?
Yeah, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds. I'm glad if he's live. Any further questions about what Danny did or didn't say? And he's testified at this point.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. He's already testified, okay? This is the agent that conducted the interview. I have the absolute right on cross-examination to talk about the inconsistencies in Danny Youngkin's statements to him versus what he testified here in court. So whatever issue he has, it's not hearsay, number one. Danny's already testified to this. Number two, the agent has the right to testify as to his recollections. If he doesn't recollect it, great, we move on. But if he does, it's proper cross-examination question, Judge.
Mr. Dean.
I just don't think that's a proper reading of the current rules of evidence that have been in place for the last 10 years or so. If there was something that Mr. Youngkin was confronted with while he was up there and given a chance to confirm, deny, explain, then it would be a proper subject for testimony by another witness. But if not, you can't just ask another witness what a witness who testified previously said just because they testified.
Before we go any further into the weeds in this argument, I'm going to allow you leeway to go ahead and ask these questions. I'm overruling the objection.
Thank you, Judge. So, Agent Snyder, do you remember Danny saying that he, at 3:30 when he got up to feed Sky, that Quentin was okay? And he saw him?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
Okay. Do you remember him saying at 5:30 that Quentin was okay?
I do recall Danny saying that on October the 5th. But in the October the 5th interview, it was unfathomable to Danny, that something like this had taken place. So while Danny did on October 5th during that interview mention that he did indeed see Quentin, we further went down that path with Danny on multiple occasions, specifically October 7th, and he could not recall seeing Quentin as he walked out of that bed that morning. It was a rush that morning. He was late for work. The positioning of his bed.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm going to object. It's non-responsive to the question I asked, number one. He's basically giving a narrative to what was basically a yes or no question. I understand he's trained to do that, but it's still improper.
Mr. Dean.
The general proposition that the witness is allowed to finish his answer. Mr. Hilliard is the one that's inviting all this testimony about out-of-court statements made by Daniel Youngkin. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, as nobody says anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Special Agent, you do speak in paragraphs. So, Mr. Hilliard, ask your question. Agent, answer the question.
isn't it true on October 5th that Danny Youngkin stated that he had glanced in the crib at 5:30 and Quentin was okay?
That's what he stated on October the 5th.
Okay. Now, isn't it also true that he also said he was the one that texted the babysitter that the kids were staying home that day, correct? On October 5th.
Danny did state that on October the 5th.
Okay. Now, do you remember during the conversation where Danny got angry and said that he needed to drink?
Could you please restate that one, please, sir?
I will. Do you recall him stating that he's having a bad day, it feels weird, and that he drinks all the time and needed a drink to even himself out?
And what date was that, sir?
October 5th, I believe. If you don't remember, that's fine.
Why is defense asking these questions?
Well,
No, Mr. Dean.
Mr. Hilliard monologize on his theory of the case in the presence of the jury.
Approach.
I'll do it if he will, Judge, I promise. If he'll refrain from doing it, I'll be glad to.
No, y'all approach the bench. The other attorneys.
Oh yeah, he said, y'all both approach the bench because I'm done. She's sitting there with her headphones on listening.
Yeah, she is. I'm sorry, I was muted. But there was crackling on their end, not our end. It seems like the feed from Court TV had some crackling. But it seems as though this FBI agent has a selective memory a little bit, where he doesn't
seems so.
where he doesn't really want to answer in full details about the possibly Danny Youngkin being drunk and angry, and him stating that he saw, which was interesting. He said he saw Sky at 3 a.m. Was it 3 in the afternoon? 3 in the afternoon, right? I'm trying to remember. Was it 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon? I forgot. But someone in the chat tell me if it was the morning or afternoon. I have to rewind if that's it. So he goes in, feeds Sky, then comes back, says, while passing out of the house, while leaving in the morning, sees, says that Quinn's there. That's a little interesting. 3 a.m. So he goes in the room at 3 a.m., feeds Sky, doesn't notice the throw up or Quentin Simon being missing, and then leaves the house without telling anyone, telling one lie, stating that he saw Quentin there, and then he regrets his decision. That's a little odd. I'm not going to lie. If you go in there to feed your son at like 3 a.m., Quinn's supposed to be gone by now, according to the timeline, right? With the timeline they gave us. He's supposed to be gone by now. There's supposed to be throw up. That seems, if my thinking's wrong, tell me. I'm just a layman's right now. But, well, listen, Rebel, that's the only defense they have. Put Danny on trial a little bit. Like, that is the only thing they have. They can't do anything else. So yes, Danny will be on trial a little bit. That's how they're going to try to save. That's how the defense is working it. Two possible people in the house. They got to blame someone else, but they can't really blame them because it's not a third-party culprit defense. But they can imply doubt, basically, Rebel. Danny also claimed he saw Quentin at the pack and play around 6 a.m. Confessed with no, he did not. Most dads and men wouldn't notice more, would that? Yeah, but the problem is, it's the jury's going to see if that's normal behavior or not. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. That was exactly what I was saying. Where was Quentin and what time was he seen? Yeah, apparently, I don't think Mr. Danny Youngkin actually paid any attention to Quentin, because that's kind of surprising to go into that room and this is Quentin Simon. He talks to before sleeping, talks to himself for 20 minutes. So I can imagine him before going to bed, 20 minutes before going to bed. So it's a little odd that he goes into the room at 3 a.m., no sound. He doesn't, and there's a smell of throw up. and he doesn't decide to, maybe his nose got used to throw up or something. I don't know. Maybe it was the alcoholic after he did something hard. I don't know, man. That's a little odd. And I would think like that would be kind of something an FBI would probably at least clear up and ask him questions about. It was the same room. He never went to another room. Thank you, Beb. I just think it's a little odd. It's a little odd, but it's a good way to do a defense to put that in there. We know that Danny said he would try to keep quiet and keep the lights off when leaving the work would be possible. He did say for 3 a.m. It's very possible, but it's a good tactic by the defense to actually leave a little doubt. Because, number one, most people are not going to remember the room location.
We're back on the record.
Oh, we're
now
back on the
for
record.
a
Okay.
sidebar. Mr. Hilliard?
All right, Agent Schneider. So let's go back to October 7th meeting with Mr. Youngkin. Okay. So you set up, did the hotel and the wiretap, right? And then that all went into place that night or the next day, whatever it says
The
on
next day.
Right. Whatever it
October
says on the
8th.
paperwork is what it did, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you conduct any surveillance other than those two things of the parties?
In what aspects, sir?
Well, I mean, we know that you had the audio and the video in the hotel room. We know that you had Mr. Youngkin's phone tapped. We know that you already pulled all of the phone records at that point, correct? Did you ever pull any, and you may or may not have, I'm just asking, did you ever put any of the other family members under surveillance or anything like that?
We placed a pole camera, on a telephone pole outside the residence of the defendant.
Okay. And that's at 535 Buckhalter?
That's correct. That's right.
How long was that there?
I couldn't tell you for sure, sir. It was, 30 days at the most.
Now, during the interview that we just saw with Miss Simon, you kept making statements to her. Some of those statements were true, but not all of those statements were true, were they?
You'd have to
point you to the inconsistent or
Exactly.
incorrect statements. Well, one of the things you said was that Paul says something entirely different than what you do. Okay. What was it that Paul said that was entirely different? I don't recall.
Yeah, so I think the clear piece there is Paul told the truth.
Well, that's your answer, but I asked you a specific question. What was the item of information that Paul said that Leilani didn't say?
Yeah, again, throughout the course of the investigation, Paul told the truth, and the defendant didn't tell the truth.
Your Honor, that's a non-responsive answer. Please instruct the witness to answer the question.
Agent, if you would please listen to the question and as best you can answer the question.
You made a statement that Paul said something entirely different than Leilani Simon in the interview we just watched. What was that piece of information that was completely different?
Objection. Hearsay. And I can elaborate if the court would like me to.
You can elaborate.
Did you want us to
Steve.
approach?
Sure.
Oh shit. See, I think this agent's kind of screwing himself over a little bit. he is not being responsive to the question. He is like not cooperating at all. To me, that seems like that's gonna be an issue. Like he should really know better how to testify regarding this. This is not a good way to testify, to be honest with you. She lied. Who told the truth? Well, he didn't ask you that. And him being like, specify maybe. I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's a smart thing to do. The jury's gonna be sketched out about that, to be honest with you. It happens a lot. I mean, it even happened with some of the Karen Reed witnesses where I agreed with them, but with some of them. But the fact is, I've seen some people who are very sketched out about like sometimes being combative. Some people have a mix. So when they see like this FBI agent kind of has a conclusion already, and seems to not be it's not a good look. Especially it looks like he's trying to hide something. And with all these sidebars, that kind of hurts too, because that makes it look like, what are you hiding? Why are you having all these sidebars? We haven't had sidebars like this almost the entire case, actually. This is like with just this witness
Yeah, I was
alone.
to say we haven't had any of these the entire time.
Yeah, so it looks weird. Looks very weird. And he's supposed to be an FBI. He's an FBI. Yeah, I mean, that's just, yeah. Nah, the FBI dude is doing well. Well, I don't think it's good.
It isn't a common interrogation technique to use half-truths or complete falsities in order to try and induce a defendant to make a statement to you.
That's correct. We do that through the course of our investigations.
And isn't it also an interrogation technique that you will try and put stress and strain on them along the way to try and induce them to make a statement to you?
That is a technique.
Okay. And stirring up those emotions and keeping them in emotional turmoil is a fairly common interrogation technique, is it not?
That can be a technique that's utilized, yes.
Okay. And is that the technique you employed here?
The video speaks for itself.
Okay. And so you're saying that was not the technique you employed here then?
Specifically, the technique used in this one was something we refer to as a SUE. That's the strategic use of evidence to get to the facts of the investigation.
Well, let's talk about that. You had multiple interviews with Ms. Simon, correct?
Multiple, yes, sir.
And I guess it's safe to say that many of them were similar to this one, correct?
They were, yes, sir.
Okay. And the one thing is through all of those interviews, she's never admitted to harming her child in any way, correct?
I wouldn't say that's 100% correct, no, sir.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Did she say that she shot her kid?
She did not, no, sir.
Did she say that she stabbed her kid?
She did not. No,
did she
sir.
say that she strangled her kid?
No, sir, she did not.
Did she say that she beat her kid with a blunt object?
At no point in time did she say she committed a violent act.
Okay. So that was a consistent statement throughout all of the strategic use of evidence. She's never made that statement to you or anyone else, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the hotel camera. So you have the hotel camera. You say that Danny was aware of it. She was not. Did she ever make any statements to Danny in that hotel room like that?
Again, I didn't review 100% of that video, so I couldn't 100% answer that with accuracy.
All right, well, then let's back it up. Did Agent Solomon tell you it was a relevant portion for you to look at and send it to you?
I don't recall, no, sir.
Was that something you would normally recall if you got?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you didn't get it. It wasn't sent to you, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right. Same thing. You had tapped his phone for 60 days at least. And I assume you got all relevant text, phone calls, or intercepts from Leilani Simon to Danny Youngkin, correct?
We got every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone, both incoming, outgoing calls, just as your phone would obtain those calls. We received every call that came into Danny Youngkin's phone.
And
Did you review those calls, or were you told the relevant portions of those calls in text with the defendant?
I don't recall the exact number, but you can imagine in a 30 to 60 day period, there were hundreds of calls. So no, I did not review every call, but there were pertinent calls that we do have.
Okay. Any of those pertinent calls say, I harmed my child, or I did this to my child?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. And again, this is after 60 days of around-the-clock monitoring, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about the interview that we just watched again. And what's a perk 30?
It's a opioid narcotic, commonly used following minor to major surgeries as a painkiller.
It's like when you say opiate, is it like Oxycontin or something like that? I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm asking you because you'll know more than I will. But what exactly would a common name be that we know about?
I'm not exactly sure. I know it's a combination of like an acetaminophen, so a Tylenol-based drug, in conjunction, with an opioid, a fentanyl, type drug. So it's a lesser degree of a fentanyl, drug in the opioid classification.
All right. And I assume cocaine. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have any knowledge of what the effect of a perk 30 is on somebody if they take it? If you don't, that's fine.
No, I think the defendant explained that herself.
Okay. And what was that effect then?
Best I can recall from seeing the video that you watched was a drunken state, a loopy state. The specific pill that she took had a delayed reaction, she said. I couldn't explain past that.
And that's fine. You might not know. What about cocaine?
What she was doing in the perk, taking the Percocet, the cocaine, and marijuana, commonly referred to on the street, if you will, as speedballing. And those three drugs are what she admittedly was on that night.
Does cocaine put you to sleep, or is it more of a stimulant?
Again, I couldn't tell you, for sure, but it's my understanding that it affects people in different ways. Some individuals, it acts as a stimulant, and some individuals it does put to sleep.
All right. Well, based upon your experience and training, okay, what have you been trained that the effects of it are?
Again, as I disclosed in an interview, I'm not a narcotics agent, but I can tell you, what she said, what I've heard from other individuals, and that's all I can tell you.
And was I correct that, and I may have just misheard it, but on the interview that we just watched, did Miss Simon say that Misty or Missy had smoked weed or done drugs, something of that point? It was a very fleeting thing. I may have misheard it. I'm just asking you if you recall something like that.
I do recall that. That was about midway through this October the 12th interview, where I allowed her to continue to tell the same story that she had told over and over and over about the Oragel. And when we confronted her on that the first time, she tried to, say, well, the reason that she probably doesn't remember that is because she smokes crack. So defamation of character to a young lady who wasn't even involved in this entire process.
Again, Your Honor, I ask the witness to please answer the question and not proselytize. It's non-responsive.
I'm going to say two things. One, he's answering the question. I'm going to ask you not to go any further than you need to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Agent Schneider, with your investigation, I guess, in this case, you conducted interviews, you set up the landfill search, and you've been involved in it pretty much from the beginning, if I'm not, is that correct?
100%, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you said you only got the excerpts from the hotel and video, right? Of Danny and Leilani in the hotel? You were only given short pieces of video to watch, correct?
I've seen short clips of the video. That's correct, yes, sir.
And were you given daily summaries of what happened or summaries of what happened for that entire time frame? I know you didn't monitor it.
There was probably a point in time, where the case team got together and we discussed, that particular CCTV footage. That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And the only people that were in that hotel room, though, was Danny and Leilani, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
I don't believe Zane or Sky were there, and I don't believe anybody else was there, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And Agent Solomon was the one who was in charge of that one, though, right?
That's correct.
Now, you also, I think that's all the questions I got, Judge. I'll leave it right there.
Any redirect? Mm-hmm.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So, shall this witness be released?
I'm thinking so, Judge, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. You're excused. State may call its next witness.
I'll need a few moments too, Judge, if that's okay.
Okay. Is it enough for a break? A few moments. Yes. Let's let everybody have a minute. Y'all just stay right there. And we're gonna
Is it
see
enough
where we
for a break? It seems like that's our favorite word is, can we have a break? She's like, can we have a break? It's Tim, I have an interesting. answer for your question.
Which is?
I believe that the reason the FBI officer was being so evasive, he didn't want to give Leilani ammunition to use against her brother Paul. He's the one who put the started the ball rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, okay.
we're gonna take a short break.
We're taking a break.
Heard the court's instructions. You thinking about 15 minutes or so?
Oh, geez, Louise.
We're gonna recess for 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
And yeah.
All right, guys. At least they get a lot of workout. The cardio from leaving the courtroom to the jury room all the time. They get to, I'm surprised they don't jog there. Why not? So, very interesting. What do you think of the FBI agent during the, what's your thoughts, voices? I think he was being very FBI-like. You ask a question to a profiler like that, and you're going to get those kind of answers. I mean, he works for the BAU. Think about it.
Yeah.
He's already psychologically analyzed everybody in that room up until this point. Right?
So while we take this 15 minutes, I think Court TV needed to shift the camera. Do y'all want to take? Okay. That's fine. That's even better. I thought you kind of needed it in the middle of the day, but the end of the day sounds very good. All right.
The question I had, if I could step out and speak to the West real quick.
Go ahead and do that.
That's
Okay.
one thing. The second thing is something I need to talk to Mr. Dean about. I don't think he's going to do it, but I just want to ask before we get there.
Can I ask Mr. Dean something?
Release everybody. We're in recess.
On recess. Shoot, missed all today. I didn't miss. I catched up. I don't know. I get your point, but like, it doesn't look good on the jury. Like, he's kind of speaking in absolutes. The whole defamation word, like, oh, that's just defamation to our character. Why do you care? I think that goes to point to show that Leilani would put it on anybody other than the person that did it.
No shit.
Like,
I think we all agree with that one.
Well,
We all agree on that one. That one, she does
another
blame everyone.
perspective, another way to point it out to the jury without pointing it out. One of those.
How do you put on weight in jail? When you're clean. She was on a lot of substances, and then she got to jail. She cleaned up.
Ramen noodles and peanut butter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. That too. A lot of
Those two things she's eating in there all the time.
She's also not having, cocaine.
Right. Yeah, they.
I would bet that he doesn't know if that statement is true or not. Probably not. Probably he, I think like after Leilani lied to them multiple times, they started not really caring about certain things she was saying.
Ramen noodles and peanut butter.
A jail diet is very starchy carbo diet. Everybody gains weight in jail. Well, not everybody.
Well, people with common sense do.
Well, I forgot. Yeah,
in their books do.
You are right. They
Actually,
actually
you sit in there and fucking eat. That's all you do. Sit in there and eat and talk shit with the inmates. That's it.
Mm-hmm. That I should take that. I retract my statement. Yes, you do, because I think even like the guys gain weight by lifting weights all day, and then eating lots of carbohydrates.
Yeah, and then they make their shit together. Like those rolls and the.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She may have chubby G. I don't know about. I'm not doing that. Not commenting on that. But she looks a little bit more healthier actually in jail than she does when she was in out of jail.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Cocaine's a hell of a drug, Tim.
Yeah, for sure.
And we just heard him saying she was speedballing.
But never been to jail, but I did 10 pounds in rehab. That happens. But I don't know. I think like the lies, it's gonna be tough for the jury to like kind of ignore the lies. And the other thing, it's a good idea to kind of like point out Mr. Danny Youngkin could have gotten drunk and mad and did something, and then he didn't notice anything. But the key issue I have with that is, didn't they track down Danny Youngkin and he was nowhere near the area of the body being disposed?
Correct.
So that's the problem. See, like, the only way that you'd actually have the correct theory of the Danny Youngkin could have done something is if Leilani knew anyway and disposed of the remains to cover up for her boyfriend.
Correct.
That's the only way that would work. The problem is that there's no, like, that's why they've been doing the GPS and kind of showing.
Right, but the defense is banking on those people, the jurors' eyes just glazing over and them not truly getting it and going on. That's what they're banking on, is that was just information overload.
Yeah, that's what they're banking on. And the other problem is that you can make an argument and say, well, maybe Danny was the one that left the house at the time. The problem is you have to, like, is that Leilani said that she went there. She said that she threw away pasta.
She's on camera.
She's on camera. You know?
Danny would be on camera if he would have been the one to go and do that. But the only one out of the two that's on camera is Leilani.
Yeah. So she went to the dumpster at 1 o'clock
to toss a garbage thing. She said she went there for Oragel. It turns out the person that she claimed to go to get the Oragel from says no, that never happened.
Hadn't seen her in months since July. When she borrowed a gas can, she didn't return.
So I think that's like a big problem for them. Then at the end of the day, she had to have disposed of something. And that's just my opinion. I think she's in a position where that I think the state has proved their case that, number one, she's disposed of the remains, especially how she made the comment about two hands tossing and not checking the bag and all that stuff, how she lied about it initially, and they made their case. Now, I don't think the jury's going to come back. Like, I don't think there's enough reasonable doubt unless the defense, I mean, the case is still not over. The defense still has their witnesses, obviously. But the fact is that it's confirmed that she went to that location to dispose of the remains, like to dispose of the garbage with the pasta, the shrimp pasta. I'm going to do the quotation, the shrimp pasta. And the fact is that it's the same dumpster that Quentin Simon was put in and then later on transported to the landfill. It's simple as that. The one question I had is, why did she pick shrimp pasta as the food that she was throwing away? That's the question I had.
Well, because that smells awful.
Well, why would you pick that? Like,
That's something they eat on the regular.
Ew. Who eats shrimp pasta?
Not me. I'm allergic to shellfish. I don't eat shellfish at all.
Nasty. I don't think this trial is going to go much longer. I think that by the end of this week, they'll probably get the closings, to be honest with you. And that usually doesn't go over well in prison. Usually she is also media headlines. I wonder what Georgia PC set up for obviously all her programs. Yeah, man. I don't think she's doing too well. Full City, Washington, multiple people were killed at home in Full City early Monday morning. Multiple school-age kids among the victims of tragic. Oh, shit.
Where was that at?
Full City, Washington.
Oh, no.
Oops, sorry. Stay multiple-age kids. Multiple school-age kids among victims in tragic Full City incident. Check the scene.
Wow.
Two victims of school age. I'll read about the story. I gotta read it. Yeah, it looks like another shooting, apparently. Right.
Another mass casualty event.
Great. Boy, this place is getting worse and worse. Thinks Crocs smell worse than shrimp pasta. Probably Crocs smell worse. I think the shrimp pasta smells worse than the Crocs. Beats him. A lot of people eat shrimp pasta. A lot of times is the oil, garlic, butter. Well, you can eat that if you want to eat what would most people consider.
No, that really is bomb as hell. Butter noodles with pasta, yeah, or with shrimp. Yeah, a lot of people do eat like that.
Oh my God, Queen! No, no, Queen. Why would you eat that?
Oh, can you hear me, guys?
No.
Hey, just Samantha.
Hey, voices. I was gonna go back to chat. Am I too loud?
No, you're not too loud. The joke was that if you ask, "Can you hear me?" and I say no, that means I'm lying because I can hear you by your answer by answering you. That's a joke.
Okay. Well, I have a question. All this talk about Danny, and I have first. Let me just ask my question. So we're not exactly sure, unless I missed it, where this could have happened. We know that the playpen is in the bedroom. close to the bed with the other kids, has vomit in it. But who's to say, like, maybe she took Quentin outside when she's having a cigarette. She's high. So when you're high, you're kind of like all over the place. You have to be quiet. You don't want to wake up the other kids. Or am I wrong? And they're like trying to say it happened in the playpen in that room.
It could be either or, honestly, just Samantha. I haven't figured out which one myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I don't even think the state is actually focusing on that. I mean, because I think they just don't. Like, we don't know what happened. We just don't know the events. I don't know if she just decided one day to hit Quentin and something happened. I don't know if she dropped him or threw him. We just don't know. It is what it is. We have
And
no
what
clue.
if it wasn't vomit in the playpen? What if it was that she just put him to bed with a messy face?
Yeah, we just don't know. All we can just assume is something happened where he died.
Yep.
She didn't call the cops, and she decided the best course of action was to get out in the morning and throw her child into a dumpster.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just like thinking about when people are saying, well, why didn't Danny hear anything? That's my point. Like, maybe it was in the living room next door. Maybe it's out.
Because
What's
they
that?
were both passed out.
Yeah, he was drunk off his ass.
No, but
probably.
I'm saying, like, we don't know. We can't actually say where the accident took place. It could have been outside while she's having a cigarette. So that would mean why nobody would hear. And then
taking him out of the pack and play because he couldn't get out of the pack and play himself.
Right. And maybe she didn't think she hurt him that bad. And then maybe she put him down. We don't know. And I also think when it comes to Danny, so imagine you're blowing lines, you're doing this, you're all messed up, you get up, she's blowing off work, you're annoyed, and then you get a call saying he's missing. He gets back there. The cops are already there. Like, he doesn't know what she said to them. Did she tell them right then and there, hey, we're doing drugs? Probably not. So I can completely see him saying, like, yeah, I saw the kids. The kids were fine. They were there because in his mind, he's freaking out because of what he was doing. The kid's gone, and he's probably just initially thinking if she's saying he got out somehow, he got out. You know what I mean? I don't think he's like, I think that's why day 2, he works with the FBI and he realizes, wait a minute, there's more to this. Something's going on here.
Well, I mean, it kind of seemed that way on the 911 call. And then there's body cam footage when the officers arrive and Leilani says something, and you see even Danny talked about it in his testimony where he's like, you see me look at her and like cock my head like, what are you saying? That doesn't make any sense. Also, vomit is indicative of a head injury. But there was one other thing that you said that made me think, damn it, keep going. You're smart.
Me?
You.
Oh, I was thinking, I'm an addict, and in any situation, I'll try to put myself in other people's shoes. And that's why I was wondering about, like, the scene of the actual crime. We don't know, but we can only speculate. And I thought outside on the patio, like, smoking a cigarette. Quentin's the only one awake. She wants to do her thing, and she has to utilize him to, like, keep him quiet. So where she's going, he's going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if something happened outside, maybe she doesn't initially think he's hurt so bad. She puts him into the crib, and then maybe if it was vomit, and then she realizes, like, oh, I fucked up, then she got to hurry up and get rid of her.
Problem with that, Sam, is that they're like, when you listen to the Celebrate data, and they talk about phones being plugged, unplugged, no usage, no this, no that. Given that when you listen to how their phones are continually used, that's indicative of sleeping. So are you going to tell me that she went outside and didn't take her phone? That's the only thing I can see about the downside on that. The other thing, he could have thought that, I mean, even though Sky wasn't close where Sky slept in like her bouncy or whatever, baby, whatever thing it was that she slept in, you don't turn all the lights on when you get up to get a bottle at like 3 a.m., right? You go, and they kind of seem like the parents that would probably prop a bottle. So he probably got up, made a bottle, and then walked over and propped it up, and he went back to bed. So, he assumed he saw, there wasn't any reason that he wouldn't not have Quentin in the packet, see Quentin in the pack and play. I thought about the same thing for the 6 a.m. Before he's saying he saw him before work. Well, no, he saw a pack and play. He didn't actually see the kid. He should have specified a little bit better. Like, no, I didn't actually walk up to the pack and play and lay eyes on him. What I did do was look over there, and I saw the pack and play. Now, did it
Yeah,
have a
and
child?
I would believe, like, knowing Leilani, when the cops are interviewing him, she's probably going to be like, baby, Danny, you saw them, they were
Right.
there. And he's just going to agree because it's a chaotic, and you don't
Well,
want
'cause
to
he
just,
doesn't want
like,
it laid on his feet that he did something.
right, until he realizes that, like, there's a problem. And that's why I say, like, day 2, it's so important that he does come clean, which is why I think he's completely innocent.
I don't believe Danny had anything to do with it. I really don't. I mean, I go back to the Celebrate data, the cell phone stuff.
But I can never trust Celebrate again because in Kieran Reed, it was wrong voices, don't you know?
What are you talking about? No, what happened was you're misreading it. And I can't believe you brought
I'm
that up.
kidding you, Tim. That was
Mr.
my joke.
Green.
That was my
Yeah.
joke. Relax,
Okay.
buddy.
I had to correct you immediately. Mr. Green read the Celebrate data wrong. Actually,
Correct.
it was correct.
Celebrate's not incorrect. It's the user that reads the data. You've got to
Yeah,
know that.
Mr. Green had no clue what the hell he was doing. He probably should be working in the local Best Buy by now instead of reading data, to be honest with
We're
you.
not going with Wendy's today?
No, Wendy's. No, we're not going to get into Wendy's. Apparently, Wendy's got a certain individual very angry.
Uh-oh.
But I will.
Not right now. Not right now.
Not right now, but it was kind of funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, I was kidding.
I guess I was a little too sassy at that particular.
I will say the defense, I think, is doing a good job, and I wish that the state was asking specifically yes or no questions like they are, because then they control the narrative. I really wish the state would have done that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the state there's some issues with the state here and there, but I think the state has pretty much proven their case that she was the only person near that dumpster to put the remains in there. And I think by that itself is, leaves it to the minds of these people that, yeah, she's the only one to dump the remains. In her defense, she's just claiming, oh, well, I'm just going to deny, and say maybe Danny could have done it. But the problem is Danny was nowhere near the dumpster. That's a big problem.
Agree.
That's a huge problem. I mean, could he, if that wasn't the case, and they didn't have the interviews as they had it, they would have had a better defense. But that's a big problem for them.
Well, I'm going to, it's 4:00 here, my time, so I have a couple more things to do. I'm going to get back to chat, and I'll be listening. Thanks, Queen. You're always quiet when I come up, but thank you guys for letting me come up and share my opinions.
Is he in the hallway?
Sorry, baby, my voice is just sore today.
All right, I hope you feel better, love. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, baby. Thank you.
You could bring Miss Simon out. All right, so we are back on the record. Counsel for both parties are at their tables. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is also with her counsel. All right, the jurors are out of the courtroom right now. I think there are probably a couple of matters that we need to take up. So who's going to go first? Mr. Dean, let's just start with you.
I'll go first.
Mr. Hilliard?
First thing is, Judge, I was not able to speak with the Westons. I don't know if they're here or not. I don't know if we're going to get to them today. But I did attempt. I didn't see them in the hallway. And that's a question for the state to deal with. But I would like to speak with them before they testify. And that has not occurred yet. And that's the first issue. The second issue is we may have something else to deal with. We'll just have to wait and see if it happens or pops up. Mr. Dean brought 2 boxes of materials up here. While I suspect it's probably items that have already been introduced to evidence, what I also suspect is he has individual copies made with the jurors. I don't know if he's going to try and do that versus publishing them on the screen. We'll deal with that when we get to it. That's just my assumption. I don't know. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Mr. Dean? Go ahead.
We do have, Your Honor, an individual copy for each juror of State's Exhibit 77. I could bring one up for the court.
If you would.
And I can explain why we're doing it this way. These are photographs of Quentin's remains as recovered from the landfill on November 18th. I intend to introduce these into evidence through the testimony of Special Agent Solomon. There was a moment earlier in the trial where I put some kind of blurry pictures of the remains as they appeared to Dr. Christensen at the lab up on the screen. I didn't need to do that. I meant to do it, but I forgot that I intended not to. In any case, those pictures were kind of blurry and difficult to make out. These are higher quality and a little more graphic, and I don't want to put these on the screen. So, we choose the manner in which we publish individual exhibits to the jury, and the way that we've chosen to do this is make an individual binder for each juror so that we don't have to display Quentin's remains on TV screen. So I don't know that sounds like maybe there was an objection to that practice, that procedure coming. I don't know if it's been
Let me just
raised yet.
ask for court's information. So I see the photographs. Would these photographs show on the screen, or can you do that digitally? I know the first few that you showed with the earlier witness were a little on the blurry side. That's one question. I guess the other is when you publish, you want to, when you ask to admit these and when you publish, you want to give them a book.
That's right. Once the witness has identified and authenticated the exhibit and it's been introduced into evidence, I would then distribute a copy to each juror and then ask the witness a couple questions about them and then give them a few moments to peruse the rest of them themselves. I do not have those images in my digital trial exhibits folder, specifically because of the way I had intended to do this.
Okay. Mr. Hilliard?
Well, we do object to it. I understand the concern about putting it on the TV screen, but my concern is about handing an individual binder as well. Like Mr. Dean said, they're graphic pictures are also cumulative with other exhibits that have already come in. So my opinion is, after seeing this is the first time I've ever made this objection, so I don't do it lightly. I just think it's meant to inflame the jury. I think it's meant to inflame the passions of the jury. And Mr. Dean is correct, 9 times out of 10. He gets to pick the manner and method by which something gets published to the jury. But this is one of those things where I think the whole point behind it is to inflame the jury, is to make the jury feel a certain way by showing them graphic pictures. That's what Mr. Dean said, and I tend to agree with him. So I understand why he's doing it. I just object to it. I think that this is one of those things where, to be sensitive, it can be published, it can be admitted into evidence. I understand that. I don't really have a valid legal objection for that. But as far as the publishing goes, I think it's, and again, it's just my preference. It shouldn't be on the screen. It probably shouldn't go over the TV. And it's one of those things that they can introduce it and then pass it down and let each one individually see it. Like I said, it's just, I think it's done to inflame the jury, to prejudice the defendant. And that's the only real objection that I have to it. It's just, it's duplicative, it's cumulative, and it's meant to inflame the passion of the jury.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
It's not duplicative of anything. These are photographs that were taken in Savannah before transport. That's different from what was taken at the lab in Quantico. It's not intended to inflame the passions of the jury. It's intended to show them the evidence in the case. I'm familiar with the autopsy photo case law, the crime scene photo case law, and all that law is about, it's really about like blood for the most part. Blood and being able to see eyeballs and things like that of deceased people, and viscera. And in that sense, these are far less graphic than those types of photos that courts sometimes take issue with. To me, it is more a matter, I shouldn't say it's more a matter of just reverence for the subject matter, that I didn't want this on national television. That's why I've done it this way. Now, it seems like the objection has kind of been distilled down to the question of whether it's one binder passed around versus a binder for each. Well, I'm going to be asking the witness questions about just a couple of these photos. And the thing about juries is that there are 16 jurors, not just one. And so that's why we've made one for each of them. It's typical in a lot of courts for jurors throughout the trial to have a binder that contains every exhibit that's to be admitted in the trial, and then as they're admitted, they turn to the next tab, and that's how it's done in a lot of courts. There's no prohibition against this, and I guess I just don't totally understand the objection. Mr. Hilliard has now conceded that he thinks they're admissible, that he thinks they can be published, that he thinks it's appropriate not to put them on the screen. We've kind of gotten down to how many binders is the jury going to get. And given that I'm going to be asking the witness to describe a couple of things in these pictures, they all need to have their own. Unless we want to bring them out of the box and have them huddled around one binder, and I just don't see the point of that.
Well, or you could consider publishing as you published other evidence on the screen, and then we can instruct the cameras not to show the screen.
Well, I can't do that now because I didn't bring them over digitally. I mean, we made our exhibits the way we made them, and honestly didn't. I mean, if we're talking about prejudicial effect, then my question is, what is the difference?
Mm-hmm.
Like to have it on a 60-inch monitor versus a binder.
Mm-hmm. And one other question I have as well, is it your intention for the binders to go out to the jury room?
One of them. I mean, the clerk's exhibit, that's submitted will go out. We're not going to send them each back with their own one of these. It's strictly for the portion in which we're publishing this exhibit. And then we'll take them all up.
And then you collect them.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And just to distill it down for Mr. Dean, okay, I agree with you. I don't have a legal objection to it, but there is a difference. Handing 16 people their individual binders with these graphic pictures in them is not the same thing as everyone seeing it at the same time on the screen as the witness testifies. Okay, so it's not quite the same thing, and that's the main basis for the objection. Is if we have it on the screen and the witness is testifying, saying this is what we found, this is where we found it, this is what it is. Everyone's seeing and experiencing that at their own time and their own pace. Jurors with 16 different binders flipping through at different times and different paces are not having the same experience, number one. And number two, they are and I agree with Mr. Dean to a certain extent. He's right. They're giving the autopsy photos and the viscera and the blood and all of that. These are not like that. But by the same token, I don't care who you are. When you're looking at the remains of a 20-month-old child, that evokes a response from it.
Okay.
And so that's kind of why I think it's one of those, the TV doesn't need to see it. I agree with that. But I also don't think that 16 people need to have an individual thing come through. If the witness is going to testify and they're going to lay a foundation and they're going to do it, it should be on the screen. It should be one at a time. It should be a group experience. As an example, I will use videotape as testimony. We watch a videotape in here. If the 16 jurors go back and deliberate, or 12 jurors go back and deliberate, and there's a deliberate and have a question about a video, they all have to come out and they all have to sit and they all have to watch the exact same thing in the courtroom at the same time and have the exact same experience. It's not 12 different experiences, it's one experience, and they can go back and deliberate. So to me, handing out the 16 different binders of this many pictures is going to have 16 different experiences while the witness is testifying. So I do think it's prejudicial. I do think that, like I said, normally I've never made this objection before, but I do see that as being a problem in this case. And I hope that makes sense. I'm trying to make it make the most sense I can. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back to that one. I'm going to take that one under advisement for just a moment. The witness that you have for these exhibits, is that one of the witnesses that's coming next?
Yes, Your Honor. She's our next witness.
Okay. And as to, I'm going to go back to the Westons. So, Mr. Hilliard got notice last night about the addition of these witnesses, although I know that they have had information about them throughout the discovery process. Are the Westons scheduled to testify today as well?
Your Honor, we don't anticipate calling them this afternoon right now. And before we do call them, of course, we'll give Mr. Hilliard an opportunity to talk to them if they're willing.
And I anticipate, I can't speak for them, but I anticipate Ms. Solomon's probably going to be the bulk of the afternoon today anyway, which is fine. If they'll provide me the contact information for them, I can call them tonight. That way it doesn't really slow anything.
So I'm hearing the Weston issue is not an issue.
Not for
Not
today.
right now, Judge.
Okay, very well. Things are subject to change, but not for now. I'll take that. Okay, so the issue now is about the exhibits and how they'll be published. Give me a couple of minutes. Let's recess for about 10 minutes.
Well, we're back on break again. How you guys holding up in chat? What do y'all think about that? Is that 16 individual experiences, or is that one experience for 16 people? And you're also trusting that they're not going to flip forward in the binder and stay on the page that you're on. What do you guys think of that? I think it's a good argument. Listen, she got a good public defender. If it's a public defender, she got a good one. She got one that's good at his job. He's got a really dry sense of humor. Or so it seems. Well, I do agree that it has I understand why he made it into binders. I do. Preventing it from being on national television. Problem with the jury having binders is that somehow it just seems like one of those binders is going to come back minus a photograph. I still think they're making a great case. Yeah, camera won't focus in on it. I know, I was just thinking the same thing, Tiffany. Man, my head hurts. I tried coffee. I tried pistachios. Maybe I'll eat some more pistachios. I'll be right back. Rex R makes a great point. That might work.
I stepped away for a moment.
Yeah, good
What
job.
happened? Thanks. What happened?
Recess.
Recess.
Yeah, they have to go. Essentially, the state put the remains photos into 16 binders for the jury, and the defense doesn't want it done that way.
I know that part. So too loud. Sorry. So I kind of understand, but I understand the position of the defense because these are very, 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 I'm trying to think of the proper word. Emotional, devastating. Like, you're seeing the remains of a child in its rarest form. It's apparently this is before it went to the to be. So, yeah, it's got to inflame the jury. But I don't know how making it one binder versus making it 16 binders is going to make any difference. You're going to be looking at the remains of a dead child that has suffered decomposition and also been crushed by not only by the garbage truck, but also the weight of the landfill. So, but
yeah, I don't want to see any of that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that and I don't agree that it should be on the screen. I think it probably, if we have to choose between the 16 binders and the TV screen, I'm going to pick the 16 binders. I don't know if that's appropriate to put on court TV, to be honest with you. I don't see the value of that, to be honest with you, to put those on court TV. I think the judge is going to go, nope. I think so, too, because they're going to really come with those binders.
I think that's what she's off doing, is looking for a precedent.
Yeah. Because with Gen's Stout trial, they put the images in the back of the TV screen, and we know all how what happened after that, But BTM, they already said that they will show on the screen with no cameras. That's good. I missed that part. Thank you for educating the Trip Sheet Trails. It should be kept away, presented by the DM most powerful. Can't they tilt the camera up until they have a minor on the stand? Yeah. Who's this next witness? What are they testifying about? I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. Do you know, Voices?
Don't know.
Voices like, I don't know. What are you making, Voices?
Did they say a name?
They didn't say a name.
They didn't.
Oh.
They're about discussing about how
I figured Bubba would be up there, but they never brought him up. Quinn's dad.
Yeah.
But I figured they would have brought him up there to,
Yeah, that'd be devastating.
him and Leilani's relationship and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's going to be devastating for that. If he was to come up, that's a pretty devastating thing to be going through. You're going to have to go through talking about, your son being murdered by your ex-girlfriend.
Now, why? I kind of missed a little bit. Why'd they block the other one out?
What do you
They
mean?
blocked somebody out just now. Who was it?
They didn't block any. They were just discussing whether to block someone out. There's no other witnesses that don't want to be on camera, and they're not called. They might not be called today, but they just don't want to be on camera. And I think that's probably going to get denied. The Westerns, I think.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I don't even know who the Westerns are, honestly. Do you know?
I don't know who they are, but it's somebody who's had a sexual relationship with Leilani.
Yeah, actually, it's the dope dealer.
Oh,
he don't want to be on camera, and I'm sure he probably don't because you know what I'm saying. That's
well, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Drug dealer and his cousin. Oh shit. Oh shit. Now I know why he doesn't want to be on camera. Well, kids.
Right. He don't want to be on national television out there talking about, yeah, I sold her dope and I fucked her too.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately.
Or yeah, she didn't. I didn't make her pay for it. I made her bend over. Like that kind of shit. No, he don't want to testify to that. Fuck.
Ew.
Right. That's exactly what the fuck, and he knows that.
Didn't she just have a kid too? Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's got to fucking come up and. Oh hell no! I wouldn't want to testify under oath to that shit. Would you?
I wouldn't do that shit, but yeah, I also wouldn't testify. I wouldn't jump on I would definitely not want to be on anything to admit that I was doing that type of stuff. Pretty interesting situation. Ill is the word I comes to mind.
What was Benny saying? Cash money gang don't bang.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, that's nasty. That's nasty.
Well, when they ain't got the money to pay for it, you got to have some way to pay for it.
Well, at that point, I'm just doing credit. You can
fuck this. I don't want to be on camera. I don't want people to see me.
Tim, you can't do
You
credit.
shouldn't have fucking said you was gonna testify. Then that's what you shouldn't have done.
Can't do credit. Well, then
I'm
you can have
in it. I'm not in it. Yeah, you can do a credit, but you only get so many of them.
Yeah.
From the sounds of it, she had enough already as it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cash or grass. Nobody rides for free up in this bitch. Which one you got?
You just sound like a granny saying that. It's like, oh my God. Just like
that was my intent.
Oh my God.
Cash or grass.
Oh my God. Blood money, that's just doing yeah, you know what? I mean, like, yeah. Only so many fronts you can get without giving it up, Jim. Yeah, well, luckily I never have to go through that. Come on now, we know Tim buys his drug. No, I do not. Don't even spread that. That'll be the next thing. These motherfuckers take anything in chat seriously. Someone joked.
Oh my God, you hurt this motherfucker's feelings so goddamn bad. He did a whole live over you talking about Wendy's.
I said that he wouldn't be able to work at Wendy's, Mr. Lab or Blue
I thought
Gumball.
you said you said it to him or you just said it in general?
I said in general. I says the only reason why he has a show and not work, like I don't remember the exact line. He played it multiple times, but basically he says the only reason why he has a YouTube career is because he sucked up to Chris McDonough, and if not, he wouldn't be able to work at Wendy's or something like that. I don't know. Kind of like something I said offhand. because he just acted so serious with the RICO. And I'm like, man, you have no
So
brain.
what gave him the qualifications to review a RICO case?
What gave me the qualifications? Google, because you can see that there is no bribery or anything. And also, what gives him the qualifications? Guarantee you, I have more education than him. Let's just say that much.
Buddy, that's what I'm telling you. That's what you said was what gives him the qualifications.
Oh, what gives him the qualifications? Nothing. Nothing gives that guy the qualifications. I wouldn't give that guy the qualifications to build me an IKEA table, let alone the qualifications.
No, that's what you had said yesterday, and then you said something about working at local Wendy's or something. I'm not even
I
sure.
said he couldn't. I said
he
he couldn't. I said he couldn't get a job at Wendy's. I think. So he got really pissed off about that, and he did like a 2-hour live. He showed me as a 300-pound bee, which, by the way, sir, people that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, sir. And I'm not 300 pounds, but just saying, you are 300 pounds. So, just saying. Oh shit! So BJ Investigates is looking into the RICO case, and will give her opinion on it. Yeah, apparently down the rabbit hole was reviewing, and that BJ Investigates, and also the RICO case apparently.
All your laundry did too.
The state RICO case that they're trying to make federal by including all these other people in it. Is that what you mean? Because we had court today, and Betty tried to tell the judge, "Well, she's going to be part of this RICO lawsuit."
Yeah, it's a state, and also Pennsylvania law.
The judge was like, "Yeah, no. If you can file a lawsuit, you don't need no more time. No, you're not getting an extension. You can have." He gave her like a week to finish or to do her motion or whatever, but. Other than that, we're still got court for November 15th, baby. That emergency motion didn't work.
Oh, by the way, Tiffany reminds me. You said the reason he was successful in YouTube channel is because Chris Madouche and he wasn't even qualified to work at Wendy's. Yeah, I did say that. I said he wasn't even qualified to work at Wendy's. I mean, it's the truth. The guy wouldn't be able to work at Wendy's. That requires actual skill to make a burger. And meals, you know what I mean? Which I do not think he has. Sorry, that was the truth. I don't think he could work at Wendy's. Prove me wrong. Work at Wendy's for a week. Live stream it. I'll eat my words. I'll even bet you. I'll send you a super chat if you work at Wendy's for a week. Kind of funny. I would send you a super chat. Send you a big super chat if you did that, Mr. Lab. Yes, it has been canceled. What? Yeah, apparently they took the joke that someone said in chat about someone hiring a band, like a marching band, to be at the press conference, and there's like, our safety is being threatened. I says, don't say something like that. You know these idiots are going to think that's a threat. Apparently these idiots thought it was a threat. Yeah. Bab is easily triggered. Yeah, well, it is what it is. I don't think you should be easily triggered. I don't mind him doing a live on me. It is what it is. It is the game. Everyone gets a live on each other. Let me see. I bet it was because no one's reserved. I bet it's because they're idiots. Dolly now has a fundraiser go for legal fees. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm guessing because he's mentioned in the lawsuit, he thinks he needs to have one. But hey, they said Dolly put up a GoFundMe. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Did he get a lawsuit? What happened?
Hey, Perplexed CPS decided to open her big fat trap so she can get named, in my opinion. That's the only reason she opened her trap and said the things that she could say, because she needs a GoFundMe scam too.
Yeah, but the guys do realize that Pennsylvania law does not supersede other states' laws. You can't.
Right.
You can't like sue people, use Pennsylvania courts to tell an Illinois person to be sued there. They would have to sue someone in, Illinois or Tennessee or whatever state they're residing in. Just a thought. So like the idea that this is going to go to all these YouTubers, it's a state case. So
yeah, I don't even know. I don't think anybody even watches CPS. I don't even bring her ass up.
Yeah, well, that is true, and I will keep to that. I cannot believe they are scared of music. I can't believe they took a joke from someone in chat seriously. But they probably did it so they can look like the victims. You know, that's why I said to people, don't even joke with that.
SF actually is the one who stated it.
Yeah, I think he stated in a live, like a live stream or something like that. And the truth of the matter is that that was a joke. And if you think that's a threat, then I suggest you stop hunting down people and hunting, like be a bounty hunter and hunt people down. Don't do that anymore, dog. And also don't investigate criminal missing cases, because if you're scared away by a marching band, that's very interesting. They're scared of some
In your
sick.
opinion, so make sure you preface it with your, it's in my opinion.
As the title of my name says, everything I say is allegedly in my opinion.
Yep, doesn't mean your title says it. You gotta say it. You got to say it. Your title being on your name doesn't mean anything.
It's just, yes, in my opinion. I feel like I should do like the sign of cross every time I do this. In my opinion,
Well, when you're dealing with fucking flabby ass folks, you got to make sure you say that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, SF said it would be funny if someone sent a marching band. He didn't say that he was going to. Well, yeah, no, absolutely, he didn't say he was going to. But of course, in my opinion, if they can use it as a threat, they're going to.
Yeah, that's why I said don't even think a joke with those people. They'll use it as a threat. So it is what it is. You know. So do you think the lab's going to work at the Wendy's to prove me wrong?
No, he's already worked fast food in his life, he said.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
hey, did you know that the blue gumball story that we tell that's been told by that we just retell his own account of it? Do you know he said that that's all twisted and misconstrued?
What do you mean, the recording with his voice stating it?
Yeah, we're doing a trial though, so sidebar that some other time. That's not appropriate right now.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's for another live or something, some other time, you know.
Yeah.
If we can't speak on opinions in chat with the point of chat engagement, well, I don't think the chat, they expect anything from chat.
I don't think YouTube's gonna take too kindly to this bullshit once they find out what's going on.
Well, and then they talked about like trying to
in
go
my
after,
opinion.
Yeah, trying to go after like subpoena YouTube for people's information just randomly. And it's like you have to, first off, it has to be a criminal situation to do that. You have to have committed a crime. Police, which, by the way, pretending to be an attorney is a crime, actually. So, FYI. That would be a crime. So, I'm thinking about a certain channel that pretend to be an attorney and respond. It has been said they are going after subs. That's misinformation. Well, I just Googled it. Stitching says any person who engages in unlicensed practice of law in New York has committed a crime, which I believe is a misdemeanor, not a felony.
We're back on the record, SPCR 22-03364J6. I took a few minutes to, first of all, review the State's Exhibit 77. And I've come to this determination. Obviously, the material here is of evidentiary value. However, what I would like the state to do is to go through the exhibit and make sure there are no duplicates, one, and number two, that there's no exhibit here or picture here that's not been shown to be those of Quentin. I recognized one of the photos that the earlier anthropologist identified as, well, she identified it as material that was sent to her from the landfill, but that it was not bone. So she didn't make a determination about that. Um, and also, she stated that the um, the gross amount of material that was transported from here to Quantico contained some material that was either non-human, um, or and not Quentin. So, what I would like for you to do is go through and make sure that any photos like that are removed. Um, and I want you to go through and make sure that each photo has its own evidentiary value. And then last, what I want to do is have you present each of these. I keep calling them exhibits. This is exhibit 77. Each one of the individual photos within exhibit 77, you'll present those to your witness and let them um, identify it and tell you the information that you believe to be relevant is. Um, but the photos will go in individually. They won't be in a binder. I think the binder really does elevate this particular exhibit and makes it more special. Um, and it's evidence the same as any other evidence today. So I'm going to ask you to go back through, make sure we pare it down, and prepare it to go forward without the notebook. I will tell you, if you like to, you can do it that way, or you can do it on the screen. I know you're not prepared today to do it digitally.
I can do it on the screen, but I do need to respond to a couple of the
Sure.
portions of the court's order there. So first, I can say that there are no duplicate images in here. There are 66 images because they took 66 pictures.
Okay.
Those pictures were taken in Savannah. Now, I cannot, and nobody can, probably not even the forensic anthropologist, go through here and say which ones of the bones in these photographs were determined later at the lab to be human versus non-human and call them out here, because that's a determination that wasn't made until the bones were at the lab and each assigned their individual number. So if I were to hand that binder to Dr. Christensen, she could say, 28 TAC 1, I identified as not of human origin, but I didn't take these pictures. I can't tell you which one of these pictures 28 TAC 1 ended up being. So the only way to do this, and what we're trying to do here, is introduce this as an exhibit that represents all of the material that was collected and packaged on November 18 as suspected human remains and sent to Quantico for analysis. Beyond that, that is, I understand why the court has asked me to do that, but that is just simply not something that can be done with this exhibit, because there's a determination that wasn't done until later by the witness that we've already heard from.
The non-human versus
Right.
human.
Right. I mean, the whole point.
And
of
I
what they were doing-
understand that.
So I can do it. I mean, I guess here's what I would propose. The exhibit marked is authenticated by the clerk, or authenticated by the witness and introduced into evidence. So now we have one binder of evidence. And then of that, I would publish 3 images. 3 images. And the way I can do it is I have them on my computer now. I could pull up 3 images digitally that are in that binder and have the witness talk about those 3 and what they appear to her to be. And what I'm doing here is just the ones that are most obviously human, because that's what she can testify to as a lay witness, I think, and then be done with it. So that's how I would propose to do it.
Okay, so you'll publish three of the photos.
It's like 3 or 4, I think.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna hold you there. But the images, the 66 images that are in the binder, you would want those admitted into evidence.
It should all come into evidence, because it is the evidence that was collected, and it is the evidence that was transported. And then, it's the witness from Quantico has now testified that, like, not all, but something like 75 or 80% of those bones were identified as human. To me, I don't think that should stop us from putting in the full suite of pictures of everything that was collected that day and set up for that analysis. It's the evidence in the case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
So just, I understand what Mr. Dean's proposing, because he wants to, and I agree. Those are all the pictures that were taken.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to come in as a single exhibit. It's going to publish 3 photographs up there. And my second question is are we not going to broadcast those photographs? That's the only other really concern I had that wasn't addressed yet.
Okay, so your concern is that the images, when shown on the video, that they're not shown.
Right, at least not broadcast for that particular portion.
I don't have a problem with that, Mr. Dean.
I would support that.
Okay.
So I think that resolves the issue as to these exhibits, if I'm understanding everything correct.
I already got a thumbs up.
So that works for me.
They'll divert the camera. Avert the camera. So, okay. So is there anything else that we need to take up before bringing in the jury?
Not for me, Judge.
No, you're right.
All right, very well. Please bring in the jury.
Jurors inside.
All right, jury's rise. Rise for the jury. Yeah, I think she's making the right decision. I think it was the right decision. Well, technically, it's a 30-minute delay. I think they go to like almost a 5 there. They do work all day.
All right,
This is.
Thank you very much, Williams. Please have a seat. Welcome back. We're going to start up testimony once again. Was everyone able to comply with the instructions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There goes that song again. Okay. All right, Mr. Dean.
Savannah Solomon.
Perfect. Beautiful temperature. It's 80 degrees outside.
Raise your right hand. The evidence you shall give the court and jury and the trial decision should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good afternoon.
All right, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hey, my name is Special Agent Savannah Solomon with the FBI.
And what office are you with?
I'm with the Savannah Resident Agency out of the Atlanta Division.
How long have you been an FBI special agent?
for 6 years.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background before joining the FBI?
I attended Georgia Tech, where I majored in economics, international affairs, and French, and went straight to Tulane for my master's in business administration and finance and entrepreneurship. Following graduation, I joined the FBI as an analyst, where I worked in Charlotte and the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force Fusion Center in Washington, D.C., before becoming an agent for 8 years.
Okay. So after working in Charlotte as an analyst, you went to the academy, I guess?
I went to Washington, D.C. at our headquarters for 3 years and then the academy.
Okay. And is Savannah, where you've been, Savannah, Georgia, I should say, where you've been the entire time as a full-fledged special agent?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you work closely with Brad Snyder?
I do.
I want to ask you about your involvement in the case. Did you become involved on day one on October 5th?
I did.
And did you go to Chatham County Police Department headquarters and participate in an interview or some interviews?
I did.
What detective were you paired up with?
Detective Nobles.
And whom did you interview that day of the three that we've been talking about?
Daniel Youngkin.
Okay. Can you tell us about his level of cooperation in the day one interviews?
He was forthcoming in regards to items about Quentin. He minimized on drug use and was defensive of Leilani.
What do you mean by defensive about Leilani?
He believed anything that she had told him that day and was told us he believed it was true.
Okay. So he didn't want to believe that she had done anything, basically.
Correct.
Can you tell us about his demeanor and tone in the interviews and his willingness to answer questions?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for opinion.
You're asking about the demeanor that she observed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna.
I interviewed him twice that day, once around 1:30 in the afternoon and once around 11 p.m. So it was a long day. He was willing to answer questions. I'd say by 11 was pretty tired of any line of questioning.
Okay. After well, let me ask you this. At some point that day, did you go to the residence at 535 Buckhalter Road?
I did.
And where did that fit into your involvement at Chatham County Police Department headquarters that you've been talking about?
After my first interview of Danny, the group kind of reconvened on what had happened in the different interviews. And because there was no need to continue talking at that point, Taylor, Burns, and I drove to the Buckhalter Road residence to assist with the search.
Now, were you present when Chatham County Police Department forensics were photographing the residence and the various outbuildings and things?
I was.
And did you go in the garage yourself?
I did.
I'd like to display an image from State's Exhibit 10. It's image 109 in State's Exhibit 10. And let me see whether I can get the screen to cooperate here. All right. See that up on the screen?
I do.
What is that red thing? First of all, what room or building are we in at that house right now?
This is the garage outbuilding beyond, like separate from the house and the pool area.
What is the red thing towards the bottom center of the picture?
That's a Mickey Mouse race car driver toy.
Is it like a stuffy kind of thing?
It is.
Okay. Can you describe how that thing looked to you that day?
As you can see, it's just kind of thrown in a garage with a bunch of tools and covered in cobwebs and looks like it's been there for a minute.
Was this significant to you at the time?
It was.
And why is that?
Because Leilani had reported Quentin missing with his favorite toy, a Mickey Mouse toy.
And is that something that anybody else mentioned to you, him having a favorite toy, Mickey Mouse toy?
No. no one knew about a Mickey Mouse toy when I asked them about it.
Let me show you a video clip. At some point, did you have an exchange with the defendant while she was between interviews?
I did.
And can you tell us what was going on at that point? Like, where were you and where was she?
During the resident search, after it had gotten into nighttime, I was called back to Chatham County Police because they needed more people to escort the three individuals that were still there. So at that point, I was just sitting in the hallway with eyes on the different doors, and she was sitting in an interview room.
At some point, did she open up to you about some of her behavioral issues or anger issues?
She did.
I'm going to play for you a clip from State's Exhibit 13. It's a file bearing the file name Interview Room 2126 to 2229.
Need anything before we sit down for this moment?
Okay.
Thank you so much for being patient with us. Just a lot of things we're trying to work through and figure out. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Did I do well?
Yeah, I appreciate you.
As much detail as I could when I was being like, this is who.
A lot of good detail in here.
Pardon me, this is the wrong clip. I'm looking for Interview Room 2057 to 2103.
There are days that I wake up or days that something so little just might happen. And it's like a trigger. And it's not. And it's almost like I'm a completely different person. The way I talk, the way I move, the way I look at you, everything, even my tone of voice. Where it's like, when it happens, I have finally reached a certain level of anger or stress or whatever it might be at that moment, that it's like a switch. I don't even realize it until after I've calmed down that I just seriously tripped on you and treated you like that person. And then I'm left apologizing to everybody. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't even know why I did that. And half the time when it happens or randomly happens like that, and it's not like the slowly transition or whatever. It's it's because I don't even know how to explain it. If I'm doing pretty good throughout the day and I got a good day overall, and then something might trigger me, it's slower. I can feel it. I can feel myself changing the way I talk, the way I think, the opinions I have, everything. I can feel it, the difference. But when it happens, like a day like today with the amount of stuff going on and stress and emotion or whatever, I just not.
So that was day one of the investigation, right?
Correct.
On that day, was there a point where you spent some time alone with the defendant in a setting that wasn't recorded?
Yes, at some point around that time period of that video clip.
Did it have something to do with a cigarette or something like that?
She needed a smoke break outside, so I walked out with her.
At some point during that interaction, or maybe it was another one that day, did she say something to you about getting a tattoo?
Yes, she showed me her Hawaiian symbol tattoo about the waves going up and down and said that she wanted to get a tattoo in honor of Quentin along with it.
And this was on October 5?
It was.
She was talking about getting a tattoo of him.
In honor of him, yes.
Okay. At this point in time, was she still kind of representing the story that Quentin had been abducted?
Yes.
Was anybody yet talking about Quentin being dead?
We suspected it within the investigative team, but it had not been discussed outside of the investigative team.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions about your involvement over the following days. Did you follow up in reference to Danny's workplace?
I did.
Can you describe that follow-up, please, without talking about what anybody said to you, but what did y'all go out there to do?
Detective Noble and I met with Danny and Leilani's supervisor and spoke with him. He put us in touch with the corporate security who had video footage from the plant or the warehouse.
And did they turn footage around to you?
They did.
Why was it important to you to go out and talk to Danny's boss and to get video footage of what he looked like when he was leaving work?
We are doing our best to corroborate every single statement that had been made to us in the previous 24 hours, to include how and when Danny learned that Quentin was missing.
How he reacted?
Correct.
I'd like to draw your attention to the defendant's October 8th interview with Bridget Rock at the FBI office in Savannah.
Okay.
Were you present for that?
Not in the interview room, but I was in the office observing.
How did you observe that interview?
Closed circuit television through the office.
Okay. So did you watch it as it was occurring?
I watched much of it as it was occurring. I was also watching Danny in a simultaneous interview.
Did you observe any unusual behavior by the defendant on that day with reference to Bridget Rock's belongings or equipment or anything?
I did. Agent Brock had stepped out of the room, but the cameras were still rolling, and the defendant walked up to Miss Brock's computer system and unplugged it. And when it made a noise, she plugged it back in and sat back down.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to catch you.
Sorry, that was after looking at the cameras and down the hallway.
Was there something about Bridget Rock's notes as well that had been left on the desk?
Not that I observed.
Okay. That evening, October 8th, that was the hotel surveillance operation?
It was.
And how many nights did that go on for? Was it one? Two?
One night.
Okay, just the one night. Were you involved in proposing that idea to Daniel Youngkin?
Yes.
And that would have been like the day before the 7th?
It was.
Okay. Tell us about his reaction to that proposal.
The day he came to us, he was pretty broken in a lot of ways. He was still trying to figure out what he believed had happened. He was worried about his child, and was beginning to have conflicts between believing Leilani less, but also his loyalties to her, and was working through that. So when we got to the point of talking through a lot of his concerns there, he was willing, and actually was the one who said, I'm going to want to wire up the hotel room. And we said, only with your permission. We wouldn't do that without your permission. So.
Are you saying that he, guessed? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Were y'all planning to ask him?
We were planning to ask him that. So we were going down that road, but he was the first one to address wiring the room.
Okay, so he's the one who brought it up even though you were about to?
Right.
Okay. Can you discuss briefly just the logistics of setting this up and then the monitoring plan that was put in place?
We had 2 adjacent hotel rooms at a nearby hotel, and our tech team worked their magic and used their special techniques to put audio and video monitoring equipment in the one room, and the live monitoring occurred right next door. So as we were in the next door room, we were observing via video feed and audio what was happening right next to us.
Can you, were you involved in monitoring it yourself?
I was there the entire time that they were awake.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you had the opportunity to see all their interactions?
I did.
can you just sort of, I understand we're talking about like a whole night, but can you kind of summarize the nature of the interactions?
They were emotional, sometimes combative. They were never on the same page with what was going on with Quentin with the investigation. They took breaks to just go get a cigarette or go get a drink and kind of come back.
Was he asking her about the truthfulness or lack thereof of the Origel story?
Repeatedly.
And what was she saying in response to those inquiries?
She doubled down on the Origel and brought up her alibi with Miss D.
Is it fair to say that she was telling Danny the same lie that she was telling you?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading questions.
Yes, the leading question is a question that calls for a particular answer. It's a yes or no question.
Yes, correct. You can go ahead with your question.
Is it fair to say that she was telling Danny the same lie that she was telling the police?
Yes. She was telling Danny the same story. She was sorry.
Mr. Dean, you can proceed.
I'll just withdraw the questions.
Yeah.
Is there anything that occurred?
Objection, Your Honor. It's a narrative question now. It's open-ended and broad.
I don't know how one could possibly object to a question that hasn't been finished, first of all, and I can assure you it does not call for a narrative response.
And
Be careful with the microphone for Miss Natalie.
It's an open-ended question, Judge. It doesn't ask for a specific answer unless the witness testifies to what they want to testify. That's exactly what a narrative question is, and that's improper.
I'm going to overrule and allow Mr. Dean to ask his question.
Is there anything that occurred during the hotel surveillance operation that suggested to you that Danny knew more than he was letting on or anything along those lines?
No.
I'd like to play a couple of clips from these recordings that have already been admitted into evidence and ask you a couple questions about them.
Okay.
This is from State's Exhibit 32, the file beginning with 1941.
Question. Do you mind? Are you going to get mad at me? I'll ask you. Before I ask you this question. No, because I need to know. Are you going to get angry?
I can't tell you not to get angry, but no more questions.
Why did you lie to me about the origin?
I didn't. I did not like you about the origin.
So you went and met Misty.
Yes, and I drove there and I drove out. And they tried to say that again, and I asked them to show me a picture of Missy or whatever. Did y'all speak to my phone lady? Did you speak to her? Did you speak to her husband? Is what I wanted to know. You know? And they said her husband. Why didn't you speak to her?
1942-18 on the timestamp. What was that claim that the defendant just made about what the FBI told her as to whom they had interviewed in reference to the Misty story? What did she say there?
She stated we had not spoken to the person she referenced as Misty, but we had spoken to that person's husband.
She said that y'all told her that.
Correct.
And this is on the night of the 8th, right?
Correct.
You said you were there for observing Bridget Brock's interview with the defendant earlier in this day, right?
Yes.
And anybody from the FBI told her anything like that?
No.
I'm opening up the clip on the same exhibit, the file name that begins 2029. and I'm going to start the playback at 20:33:05 on the timestamp.
And you went and met Missy.
Wait a minute, Missy, got orange, y'all.
And you said they told her?
I think so, yes.
What did she say?
And she confirmed it.
She confirmed
I'm
it?
pretty sure, yes. It's not like they sat there and told me what was said.
Oh, but they.
They said that they spoke to Missy and they didn't touch me no more about the orange, y'all.
Oh, okay.
What we just heard there, is that an accurate characterization of the defendant's interactions with Bridget Proctor in that interview earlier that
No.
day? Sometime shortly after this, October 8th hotel room monitoring thing, is that when the phone wire operation started?
It started on October 9th, yes.
And was Danny cooperative with that as well?
Yes, he and his mother gave consent for us to monitor his cell phone.
Were you involved in the monitoring of that wiretap that was pulled in time?
I was.
Were you like the point person for it?
I was. I reviewed it every day.
I want to move forward to the October 12th interview. We've heard testimony from Special Agent Snyder about this. I just want to ask you about a couple of things. Was there a point, what was the main point of bringing her in? Were you bringing her in to notify her of anything in particular that day on October 12th?
That was the day that we provided the death notifications and notification of the landfill search to the family members.
And at what point in that day or that interview did you notify the defendant of that?
We never actually said that Quentin was dead with her. It was understood. So maybe halfway through the time, we made it clear, but we never said the word dead.
At some point during that interview, did you tell her something to the effect of, we're about to start searching that landfill and we're 98% sure we're going to find Quentin?
I was very confident we were going to find Quentin in the landfill when I spoke to her, yes.
Did you tell her that?
Yes.
How did she react to that?
She said he wasn't in the bag, but it was hard to characterize. It wasn't shock, which is the most surprising thing of it.
Did you inform her mother, the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, of the same thing at some point that day?
About an hour later.
Yeah, was that after the defendant's interview?
It was.
Where were you when you informed the defendant's mother of that?
Brad and our victim specialist and I went to the Buckhalter Road residence and informed her in her living room.
And how did she react?
I told her in order. I told her I was going to tell her 3 things, and when she was done processing one, we would move to the next. So the first thing I told her was that Quentin had died, and she showed anguish. When she was ready to hear the next thing, I told her that we were going to find him in the landfill and that we would be announcing that search was commencing. And she pulled back from me and she said, "My baby is in the trash." And
Your Honor, hearsay, she knows that.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
May I respond, please, Your Honor?
Please.
The witness is describing Billy Joe Howell asking a question. And it can't be a statement offered for the truth. It's a reaction.
He can offer a reaction. But the question, well, what she stated was what she said, what Billy Joe said.
I understood.
Yes.
When you said that to Billy Joe Howell, that you believed him to be in the landfill and you were going to find him in the landfill, did she make any statements of fact to you in response to that?
no.
How did she react?
Shock, horror, disbelief, anguish that there were 4 other people that we then notified that were at the house. And it was a picture of 5 different versions of anguish.
And Was there a contrast there in how those people reacted and how the defendant had reacted earlier that day when you told me?
Yes.
Now, what was your, I want to ask you some questions about October 24th.
Okay.
Okay, but first I'd just like to ask you that, what was your typical day like between October 12th and October 24th? What did that look like for you?
Landfill operations commenced a few days following the 12th. So as those were going, I would get to the landfill for the sunrise brief to try to represent the case team and give some sort of morale or update motivation. I would go back to the office and review Danny's calls and texts from the previous day and attend to any investigative or administrative work that needed to be done. We were continuously following leads from the public and additional investigative avenues to make sure that we didn't close any doors too soon. And then Taylor and I would drive to the landfill to meet the team as they were wrapping up ahead of their lunch break so we could check boots, give updates, check on the status of everything, and kind of go in with everybody, and then back to the office.
Now, moving to October 24th, on this day, did the defendant make any recorded statements to anybody other than law enforcement?
Yeah, she was on the local news.
And did you watch that news interview?
I did.
Do you see in front of you an exhibit marked as State's Exhibit 71?
I do.
All right. Your Honor, this is a certified copy of the defendant's October 24th news interview with WTSC. It's supported by the testing certificate. I would move this in State 71.
Without objection.
Now, do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 72? Now, do you know what that is? You need to pull it out of the envelope to see or what?
It's labeled WTOC interview redacted.
Okay. How does that exhibit differ from the one we just introduced?
This one is titled, Exhibit 71 is titled WTOC interview.
Okay. But I mean, what is 72 in relation to 71?
72 is what was shown on the news. And the 71 is the unredacted footage from WTOC.
Okay. And so 72 is?
What was shown on the news from WTOC of
Okay.
the news article.
72, is that like just the portions from the WTSC broadcast stitched together to show only the defendant talking?
Yes.
And like not the anchors and reporters and so forth?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I introduce State's Exhibit 72. No objection. Now, what are we going to hear the defendant say in this video? To the extent you remember.
That she didn't know where Quentin was and hoped he would be found, but if she had had anything to take responsibility for, that she would.
And with that, I'll publish it, Your
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quentin?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, just screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I am not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her. All we want is justice for Quentin Simon. That's it. We want justice too.
Whatever cost it is. We don't care the cost.
We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want to hold.
So that was an interview that was filmed and aired on October 24th, right?
Yes.
Had you been in contact with her via telephone during the investigation?
With both Leilani and Billy, yes.
Can you tell us how you came to be in phone contact with the defendant?
On one of the days the team was at the residence, I walked out to give a backpack to her brother because it had medication in it. And during that conversation, the defendant offered me her phone number.
So from that point forward, you're able to call and text with her, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. This same day, October 24th, that she does this interview where she says, we don't know what happened, we just want answers and justice. And if he's alive, we want did she send you a text message saying something different from that?
She did.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 73?
I do.
Can you tell us, is that a portion of your text message traffic with the defendant?
It is.
All right. Is it fairly inaccurately depict at least this portion of the messages that the two of you exchanged?
It does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 73. Let me look at it. No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 73 is admitted without objection.
All right. On the first page, are you with me?
I am.
Okay. Do you see that last entry at the bottom there?
I do.
Is this an incoming text that you received from the defendant or an outgoing text that you sent?
It is an incoming text that I received.
And what is the date and time of this text?
October 24th, 2022 at 5:45 p.m.
So that would have been right about the time that this interview was airing on the evening news, I guess?
Probably, yes.
Okay. What did she message you at that time?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes.
I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that. He was the one who left, and my phone was in the car from my previous trip, and his was on the charger. I was already smoking a blunt on the porch, and when I got done, Danny was already laying in bed. All the lights were off, and I glanced at the kids as I was getting in the bed to go to sleep. That is why he took off. I'm innocent of this. He was the last one to see Quentin. He is that texted the babysitter, and he was that wasn't in bed when I woke for just a moment, and it was still dark, and he was the one who the only set of keys to my car the morning of my son's disappearance.
Now, did you later bring her in for an interview to memorialize that statement?
I did.
Formal interview. And when was that conducted?
October 31st.
Where was it conducted?
At the FBI office.
What was your approach in this interview?
We really just wanted to have, it was a news story. And so we wanted to make sure that we had correctly captured what she was presenting to us. So it was, we asked her what, to talk about what she had provided in the text and to just give the context and the complete story of that.
And did she essentially repeat to you what she had said in the text message?
More or less over the course of longer.
During this interview, we've seen some interviews to this point where she's sort of being challenged on things and has a certain reaction to that. During this interview, were you challenging her or pushing back, or were you more just letting her talk?
No, the goal was to just let her talk and get her whole story.
And what was her demeanor like in this interview?
She was affable. We were laughing, the three of us, Detective Lemons and I and Leilani. She was open, calm.
Now, did you, on this same day that interview was conducted, did you all collect DNA samples from the defendant and her mother?
We did.
Can you tell me about the process for doing that? Who did it and what was done?
Usually we let them do it themselves when they're consenting. Basically, you have a giant Q-tip and you scrape the inside of the cheek to get some cheek cells, and you place it in a plastic baggie and seal it up in front of everybody.
All right, and is it marked with the name of the person who it came from?
It is.
Did you log those into evidence at the Savannah FBI office?
I did.
One item for the defendant's DNA sample and one for mother's?
That's correct.
All right. Were you involved in having those sent to the FBI lab in Quantico at some point?
Yes, I directed them to be FedExed to the lab.
And did that happen?
It did.
When did that happen in relation to November 18, the day that the remains were discovered?
We sent the DNA up on or around November 1st, just so it would be on ready for the lab.
Okay. Now, we've talked a little bit about the phone monitoring operation. I think you said you were the one who was doing that on a day-to-day basis.
Yes.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 74?
I do.
Do you know what that disc is?
These are select recordings from Danny's wire.
Did they fairly and accurately capture a couple of the conversations that they had during this investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State 72.
Objection.
Department 74.
74.
And I would ask to publish just the portions of this. There are two files on this disk. The first one is a call with the date 10/30/2022 in the subject line. When would that call have been made?
This would have been the night before that Halloween interview would have been made on October 30th.
And I'm going to open that file up and play starting at 9:50.
I've been getting up every day. Seven or 8 in the morning is what happens, I guess, with sober in the morning. I wake up early. I go to bed at a decent time. I get up in the morning and make breakfast for everybody. I clean the house. And I'm a completely different person. I didn't notice this. I take care of the house. And I clean, I do dishes.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've done that.
Yeah, no, I do. I actually cook dinner and I do the things you deserve for me to do. I'm sorry. I will never touch cook or cooking when you're making. I become angry and impulsive when I'm on it.
I stopped the playback at 11:05. What was it we heard her say there about the effect of cocaine on her?
That it makes her angry and impulsive.
The next file on this disk has the date 10/31/2022 in the file name. When would that call have been made?
The evening of October 31st, 2022.
Is that the same day of the interview in which she was putting it on Danny?
It is.
And I'm going to play here from 27:02 on. We'll go with 27:03.
So what did you do when you went out after I fell asleep?
All I did was wait for long. I haven't got my words on.
All right, what was that exchange there that we heard?
Danny asked Leilani again what she had done after he had gone to sleep the night that Quentin disappeared. And she said that she had done a line and went out to get the Orajel.
Now, did that conflict in any way with what she had just told you in the October 31st interview?
It did.
In what manner?
She said that she didn't go get Orajel and during the interview, and that Danny had been the one driving the car.
Now, at some point, you were at the residence on October 5th at some point, right?
I was.
It was the pack and play that Quentin was said to have been sleeping in, and the pillow and pillowcase in the pack and play. Was that taken into evidence?
That day it was, yes.
What agency initially took it into evidence?
The Chatham County Police Department.
And was the pillow and pillowcase at some point turned over to you from the Chatham County Police Department?
It was.
Who gave it to you?
Detective Lemons.
And what did you do with it?
I prepared it to be FedEx to the lab for analysis.
In Quantico?
The FBI lab, yes, in Quantico.
And did that happen? Was it FedEx to the lab?
It was.
Okay. Now I'd like to ask you about November 18th.
Okay.
Were you involved in the coordination and supervision of the landfill search throughout?
Yes, I staffed all of the volunteers from Savannah and Brunswick. And as I mentioned earlier, I was present at least twice a day. If I didn't have administrative or investigative work on a given day, I was dressed out searching.
Now, we've heard some testimony to this point that suspected human remains were found there that day after some period of unsuccessful searching. Were you there at the outset of that discovery that day?
I was at the United States Attorney's Office facilitating an interview, and Brad called me and said that a skull had been found. And I immediately left the meeting at the U.S. Attorney's Office and quickly got to the landfill and was there for the rest of the day and the additional findings.
Can you describe what was going on when you got there? What was the scene like at the landfill?
Somber, but everyone was looking very, very carefully. We knew we were looking for small pieces of a small child. And fortunately, the skull is more recognizable. And so we had believed that if we found one piece, all other pieces that we would find would be within 6 feet of the trash as it was compacted. So we knew that that was our day when we found him at the beginning of the day. And so we were, as you can imagine, there are a lot of bones in a landfill. And so we had to sort through chicken wings and T-bones and all of that to find what appeared to be human and separate those out. And that was throughout the day.
What do you remember about the period of time that passed from the first apparent item, from the first apparent item of human remains being found and you getting that call from Brad to when you'll kind of stopped identifying suspected human remains that day? How long did that process of discovery take?
It took, I would estimate, around 5 to 6 hours. We finished the search from where the skull had been found, laid out more trash and searched that and broke for lunch. That search section had been pushed over during lunch, but then we realized that there were more likely bones within it that appeared to be human. And so I asked them to pull the deck back, meaning the trash they pushed aside that we'd been through, they were able to pull it back with the bulldozer, and we researched that. And so after that, we did one more deck, maybe two, without finding anything, and that was the end of the day.
What do you mean by one more deck? What is that?
So the landfill had laid out a large open space that was flat. And we knew that pretty specific area where we expected to find Quentin, but trash as far as Statesboro was coming to our landfill. And so you imagine it compacted very quickly. So we had to dig through the compacted trash, pull out a reasonable amount to search at a time in a safe place. We had safety officers out because there's a lot that can cut you. We didn't have an issue with noxious fumes, but that was also a concern. So we pull that out. The safety officers would look through the deck and make sure that the search team was cleared to go forward. And then we had these rakes, and you would rake through every little piece and open trash bags that were still open and work your way until you had discarded all of the trash behind you, and the group kind of converged in a circle and turned in the bones that we had collected or the items of interest that we weren't quite sure, just needed someone else to look at. Most of us carried a bag on our taped to ourselves so we could just drop the bones in and keep going when there was something like a skull, or on this day, a swath of skin or pieces that needed immediate attention. We would call someone forward. Since I was not a searcher that day, I would go onto the deck to get pieces to bring back to the evidence tent.
How far apart on the search day were pieces of Quentin found from one another?
That's kind of hard to describe because he was strewn because he'd been strewn when he was compacted into his place of rest at the time, and then the bulldozer dug up chunks and laid out the deck, and then we spread them out. And so he was found across 2 or 3 decks, and the decks were, half a football field. So many searchers found different pieces of him, yes.
So if you do the math, 3 different decks, each of which is maybe a half of a football field, talking about like 1.5 football field area over which pieces of Quentin were found.
Once he was spread out, or once the decks were spread out, yes.
Do you see in front of you a binder marked as State's Exhibit? You see in front of you a binder?
I do.
Is it marked as a State's Exhibit?
It is. It's marked
What is
as
the number?
77.
Okay. Could you take a look through that and tell me if you recognize what's in there?
I do.
What are you looking at there?
I'm looking at evidence photos of human remains.
And are those the pieces of Quentin that you were talking about being found that day?
They are.
Okay. Where were these photographed before they were transported to the lab at Quantico?
They were.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict the suspected remains of Quentin Simon as you viewed them that day?
They do.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 77.
Subject to the publishing and, I guess, rules we talked about earlier, Judge, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard. Yeah, 77 years admitted.
I'd like to publish just a few. First of all, there's like 60-some pictures in there, right? I'd like to publish just a few of them and ask you a couple of questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Can you flip to the first page in that binder?
Yes.
Is this it up on the screen here?
It is.
What does that appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
It is the top half of a skull.
Sorry.
That's it.
Can you flip to the second image in this binder?
Yes.
What does this appear to you to be, and what did it appear to you to be that day?
When we found this and brought it to the tent, we weren't sure when we saw it from here. What I know now and can see is it is a severed foot, cut from the ankle, looking from the inside of the ankle down.
Can you see the ankle bones in this image, just to orient us?
Yes, to orient, this is the ankle bone where it was cut, and then you see almost a left toenail, and you can start seeing the shape of the foot from there.
Turning to the next page in the binder.
Yes.
What is this?
That is the same foot flipped over so you can clearly see the skin of the foot. This is his heel. And then you shake down to the tips of the toe bones through the five. We had a huge poster of Quentin after bath time, dressed and barefooted on the top of the landfill to remember what we were looking for. And so we had been looking at his foot and his forehead for 5 weeks, and that is what we found. That is his foot.
And finally, the fourth image in the binder.
Yes.
What do you believe this to be?
I believe that it is a swath of skin going from the length of a body, of a toddler's body. So the shoulders come through the back and then down one leg. This was a piece that Officer Zerke passed to Kim Johnson, who passed to me as we carried out with tongs, because at the time it was hard to recognize, but we knew it stood out from everything else we had seen in the landfill.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about getting Quentin up to the FBI lab in Quantico. Okay? We've heard testimony from Special Agent Taylor Burns that he was responsible for initially transporting Quentin's remains from the landfill that day to the FBI office in Savannah. Does that align with your recollection?
Yes, we all met him at the office afterwards.
And he's described the packaging of Quentin into 4 different bags and placing him inside of a box.
Yes.
Were you involved in the further transport of Quentin to the FBI lab?
I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Starting from the beginning of the day, or just the logistics?
What happened from who took them from the FBI lab in Savannah to anywhere else?
So we arranged for private transport for Quentin. No one felt comfortable FedExing him or putting him on any other way. So I wrapped the box and drove him to Macon where I met another agent who is on our fly team. And I handed Quentin to Agent Keys, who took him to Atlanta and kept him secure until the next day, where he flew him on an FBI aircraft to meet the lab in Virginia.
Is that how Quentin got to the FBI lab at Quantico?
It is.
Do you see in front of you two pictures stapled together and marked as states exhibit? I think it should be 93, is that right?
92?
92. Okay. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What do those images show?
That is how I wrapped Quentin's box to transport him. And so the first image was what I could offer to the family when I gave a second death notification. And the second image is how he rode with me in our truck.
Do these images fairly and accurately depict the events that you've been talking about?
Yes, I took the second picture myself.
I'd offer this in the states exhibit 92.
Minute without objection.
Publish the first image here. Can you describe to us what we're seeing here?
We had Scott Schumann and Jeff Allen were at the office with me for me to retrieve Quentin and to borrow Scott's work truck to drive him. We, three of us, had just a quiet time wrapping him appropriately, and we thought this would be a nice image to be able to give. It's what I gave to Leilani and Billy Joe when I told them we had found him in the landfill. But he is in that box. He's in the bags in the box, and we wrapped it in a black cloth, and then the flag.
Moving on to the second image.
That is Quentin in my back seat, how he rode with me on the way to Macon.
One moment, please, Ryan. What was the date that Quentin made it to the lab in Quantico? Do you remember?
On or around November 21st.
We talked a little bit earlier about the defendant telling you via text message on October 24, and then in an interview on October 31, she actually hadn't driven to Azalea and had been dancing with her phone or something like that. Do you remember talking about that?
I do.
Did she eventually admit to you that wasn't true?
Yes. That about Danny.
Yeah.
Yes.
And was that on November 21st in her final interview?
Yes.
And did she tell you at that time that what she had said about Danny on October 24th and October 31 was just a theory that she was throwing out there?
That's correct.
One moment, please. When evidence is submitted to the FBI lab, is it submitted under a particular FBI case number?
It is.
Was that done in this case with all the items that you discussed?
Yes.
What was that FBI case number?
7C-AT-3665337.
Say that last one again.
3665337. The Quentin Simon case.
Now just ask me how you, I expected you to have to refer to your notes. How is it that you remember that? I'll tell you that.
we saw it a lot.
No further questions, Your Honor. Judge, can we approach for a second?
It looks like they might be. I think they're probably going to convene for the day. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'd think so. I mean, they've been going about 8 hours now.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of questioning to this witness. To be honest with you, I don't see them continuing on. They have like 15 minutes. Like there's no way he's going to do it in 15 minutes.
Do you guys realize that photograph, the one photograph, is the one that circulated out here, saying that was Quentin?
Mhm.
The one where they were the FBI photograph?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we've all seen that before.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it.
And they said it was him?
Yeah. They just
Yeah, they
showed
said
it on
it.
the
We're
screen.
going to take a 15-minute break, come back. We're going to recess for that period of time. Same instructions, don't discuss the case, don't look up anything about the case, no research. All right, 15 minutes.
Why take a 15-minute break? It's almost day. Oh, day's over. Wow, they really make this jury work their butts off, man. Like this is like the polar opposite of another case I was watching, where they're like, oh, we're done at 2:00. We're done. We'll go home. We'll start at 11. We'll go home at 2. But yeah, they said that was his remains in there, right? That's what my understanding was from her testimony.
Yeah, from her testimony, and they showed the photograph.
Yeah. So those were the remains. And yeah, I guess they were.
Wow. Sorry, I don't know if I just am stunned.
What are you stunned about?
Right. What are you stunned about?
We always were told that those weren't his.
I've told you guys they were. I've said
Thank
it
you
a
very
million
much.
times
It'll
they
be
were.
about
People don't wanna argue with me.
5:35. A little bit more than 15 minutes.
One of the jurors had her eyes closed. That was the main reason why I asked.
Okay, yeah, it's been a long day.
Yes,
and
it has.
I was keeping an eye on the jurors as well. So let's take our 15. We'll come back and resume. Thank you.
Whoa. Guess if you want to be a judge, then you can run the court. Absolutely. I'm just shocked because I'm like a lot of the last trial I watched, they were like literally cut off for the day at like 2:00. They're like, oh, we're done. We're not gonna go far beyond 3. 3:00, we're done. That's why that case went on for 40-something days. Just saying. I thought I remember BJ saying that pic was not Q's remains. Well, apparently it was. Based upon the testimony. Yeah, well, Coffindoffer seems to be.
I was gonna say, hold on, Crime Sleuth, can I get an apology real quick? Can I get an apology real fast? Because you went hard as fuck over that picture. Argued with me for like, I don't even know how many days you argued with me over that.
What did she argue? Yeah.
Over that picture.
Yeah, that's true.
She said, I am shocked because Jennifer Coffindoffer said she took that flag photo herself and it wasn't Quentin. Wow.
Isn't that? I don't believe BJ. However, I do know.
Imagine Coffin douche lying.
Yeah. Oh my God. If she really lied about that, oh my God, what a thing to lie about, Coffindoffer. Oh my God. If she lied about. It sounds like she lied about the picture, Coffindoffer.
I don't know. I was told it was him. I was told it was him several times.
Okay, so yes, ma'am, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea and believe Jennifer because she tweeted that directly to me, and I'm sorry I didn't know she wasn't credible at the time. Yeah, well, Commandant seems to be not that credible these days.
Yep. Then they trolled Billy Joe about it afterwards. Yeah. She straight up said BJ was lying, that it was a photo she took. I'm stunned and I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, when you find out what's really going on in the investigation while lunatics protest outside homes and scream the police aren't doing their job, it's absolutely disgusting.
Think about
Yeah.
this.
I'm sorry to BJ too.
They had found him before they had that vigil. And I got to thinking about it. The other thing I thought about, that story that she gave about it was Danny and all of that. I think back to the night that Cher was said, "Don't you take a charge for no man." All of that. Now I'm like, wait a minute.
Ooh, Cher.
You remember that?
Oh, yeah, I kind of do. Oh, no, Cher. Cher, be careful.
I'm like, whoa.
As the back alley attorney, do not self-snitch, Cher. Be careful. Be careful, Cher.
Whoa.
But, yeah. That means you might have had communications that you probably should have went to the police to with if you had that type of communications. Just a thought. But yeah. Oh shit. That's crazy.
Well, as long as I'm not the only one, like I really was sitting over here. It took me forever to be able. Oh my god, do you know how hard it was for me not to be like, wait a minute,
something ain't right.
Something's funky over here.
Jeez Louise. You find out a lot of things in this case. But I can't believe Coppendorfer lied. Like, oh my God, that woman is a whack job. Jeez Louise. Who lies about that? I'm wondering why. I'm not surprised why she's not working with the FBI anymore. Just a thought. Just an opinion. That's my opinion, by the way.
Just your opinion.
Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Let me see. What was Coffindorfer's tweet? I've got. I think you still have. I gotta look for it. Let's see if she made. Let's see if she deleted it. Let me see. I love how she has. Jennifer Coffin. Yeah, I love how that lady has the picture now for some reason. Let me see. Do. Quinn. Does anyone have that tweet? I mean,
hey, Crime Sleuth.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. When I'm wrong, I admit it. I am so sorry because I pushed that over and over and over, and I was angry about it, because I believe what Jennifer Coffin ever said right there in public on Twitter, and I know it's probably still up, and if she don't have it, I can dig it out. But I know it's in one of my videos, and it's probably still on her Twitter. But I'm gonna go find that sucker and call her out again because that was just so wrong. She literally said she took the photo herself. That had nothing to do with Quentin. That's what she said. So she riled up a whole bunch of us, and that was like how you get something that just kind of bugs you over and over and over, and you can't let it go because you feel like, I thought that it was BJ that lied, and I apologize if if Billy Joe hears this, I apologize to you too. Because I didn't know. Just didn't know. I feel so stupid now, of course, but my goodness. When that just popped up on the TV, I kicked my kid off my laptop. Get off the laptop. I have to get on YouTube and go apologize for something. Because I had you up on the TV watching. It's usually where I watch my YouTube up on the big screen. But man, yeah, I did. I went hard over that, and that's very humbling when you're literally watching true evidence in a trial and you find out that
Yeah,
it was all wrong.
I appreciate it though. I really do.
Absolutely.
I found
Yeah.
it, by the way. I found it, by the way. It says, I don't
Good.
know. He is not in the box. He is in Quantico. I took the photo as a symbol of work the FBI did in the case. I don't think it was intended to be literal.
There you go.
I read it and I found the post. It's here. It's under this one. You have to actually read the comments. I can actually share the screen and show you if you want, if you don't believe me. But here's her Twitter. That's the Twitter. And that's what she says in response to a forum when she's discussing. So she's a liar. He is not in the box. He is in Quantico. I took the photo as so. Like someone asked, like Crime Sleuth, and you asked, where did the photo originate? Billy Joe is telling people that Quinn's in that box. Then Jennifer Coffendorfer says, I don't know. He is not in that box. He is in Quantico. I took the photo as a symbol of the work the FBI did on the case. I don't think it was intended to be literal. And then someone says, just to be very clear, this was not a photo sent to BJ Hauer from the FBI, that this was her grandson's remains in the casket, ? I appreciate you want to honor Clinton, but they cause a mass hysteria from people who won't research their own way out of a paper bag. And then people were thinking, I says, thank you, Cherry. We all share the same passion. So yeah, she lied to Crime Sleuth and she lied to everyone else. What a fucking
Yeah, there was
idiot.
a bunch of us asking her. Yeah.
She lied to Crime Sleuth. And I think Coffendorfer owes Crime Sleuth an apology too. I don't know if we're going, because Coffendorfer seems to be a liar that simply lied.
Yeah, like I have no problem trying to, backtrack and find an original source of something. So that's what I was doing, And she had posted it on her Twitter as well. You see that she posted the photo.
Yeah.
And so how does she not know where it came from? How does she not know what it was?
I don't know. That just seems like, wow. For her to lie like that, to say that she took the photo. Wow.
As a symbol of her work. She claimed that photo as a symbol of her work. That is gross.
Whoa.
Baggy and
if something does come up
from my previous trip, and his was on the charger.
I did issues.
Taken into evidence.
That day it was, yes.
What agency initially took it into evidence?
The Chatham County Police Department.
And was the pillow case at some point turned over to you?
That's a little bit after that.
It was.
Who gave it?
That's what I thought.
Prepared us and
Okay.
On a given day, I was
Suspected human remains were found there at this point.
given day I was dressed out searching.
Now, we've heard some testimony to this point that suspected human remains were found there that day after some period of unsuccessful searching. Were you there at the outset of that discovery that day?
It's probably
at the
about
United
5
States
minutes
Attorney's
after
Office
this.
facilitating an interview.
I was still in bed watching this point.
I think they show the photos.
Yeah, they did. They showed it. And that's I looked up, I was like, that's the photo. And then I listened to what she said, and the blood just drained from my face. I was like, what?
And then the bulldozer dug up chunks
Yeah,
and
you gotta
laid out
keep
the
on
deck,
going.
and then two were
Keep on going.
the deck.
think it's when they show the photos. I think that photo pops up on the screen. Yeah, keep on going. They're just identifying the body parts at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm just listening to her for a second. I wanted to hear what she said.
Can you flip to the second?
I was more so watching her face right here.
Yeah, she actually she looks more like annoyed.
Yeah, she looks more pissed the fuck off that they found him than anything.
It's like,
can you flip to the second image in this binder?
it's like, damn, I'm gonna be eating ramen noodles for the rest of my life in jail.
They're asking,
Found this
they're
and
asking
brought
in
it
chat if they
to the
can see
tent.
that tweet, by the way.
Weren't sure when we saw it.
I could share it
What I know now
after this. Yeah.
It is
You gonna show you? Okay.
I could share the tweet.
foot.
Yeah, that's fine. Give me 1 second so I can listen to her real quick, okay?
Cut from the ankle, looking from the inside of the ankle down.
Can you see the ankle bones in this image? Just to orient us?
Yes, to orient. This is the ankle bone where it was cut, and then you see almost a left toenail, and you can start seeing the shape of the foot from there.
Turning to the next page in the binder.
Yes. So you can.
Her face,
His
god
forehead
damn.
for-
Oh, she did get okay.
That is his foot.
And finally, the third, or the fourth image to be.
Shoulders come through the back and then down one leg. This was a piece that Officer Zerke passed to Kim Johnson, who passed to me as we carried out with tongs, because at the time it was hard to recognize, but we knew it stood out from everything else we had seen in the landfill.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that day recollection.
Yeah.
Packaging of Quentin into 4 different bags and placing them inside of a box.
Yes.
Were you involved
He was placed in 4 bags and then placed inside of the box.
in further transport of Quentin to the FBI lab?
I was.
Can you tell us about that?
Starting from the beginning of the day or just the logistics?
What happened from who took them from the FBI lab in Savannah to anywhere else?
So we arranged for private transport for Quentin. No one felt comfortable FedExing him or putting him on any other way. So I wrapped the box and drove him to Macon, where I met another agent who is on our fly team. And I handed Quentin to Agent Keys, who took him to Atlanta and kept him secure until the next day, where he flew him on an FBI aircraft to meet the lab in Virginia.
Is that how Quentin got to the FBI lab at Quantico?
It is.
Do you see in front of you 2 pictures stapled together and marked as states included? I think it should be 92. Is that right?
92.
92. Okay. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are those images show?
That is how I wrapped Quentin's box to transport him. And so the first image was what I could offer to the family when I gave a second death notification. And the second image is how he rode with me in our truck.
Do these images fairly and accurately depict the events that you've been talking about?
Yes, I took the second picture myself.
I'd offer this in a state's exhibit 92.
So she took the second picture herself, which was Carrie. I can't bring you up here because it's got devices not connected. I'm sorry, baby.
You just
But-
put a question in back chat.
huh?
She says, "Hi everyone, just curious. This is
Oh, if this is life or a death penalty case, it's a life case, baby.
It's a life case. They don't have death penalty. I don't think they have.
And you have to go ahead, B Tim. I'm sorry.
No, I was just completing that sentence. I don't think that there's a death penalty case. That's all. This one.
Okay. So, anyways, your mic and your what does it say? You can't figure out your mic. Okay, yeah. So you have to allow it. If you're on an iPhone or something, you're gonna have to hit allow. StreamYard's being real fucking weird, so I'm not sure what's going on, but if it won't let you up here, it's because StreamYard's being weird again. And there's really not much I can do about it, honey, but you have to hit okay on your mic and your camera before it'll let you come in. All right, she says she took the second picture, which was him riding with them.
Yeah, in the back seat.
Yeah.
Without objection.
Office with me for me to retrieve Quentin and to borrow Scott's work truck to drive him.
There we go.
We three of us had just a quiet time wrapping him appropriately, and we thought this would be a nice image to be able to give. It's what I gave to Leilani and Billy Joe when I told them we had found him in the landfill.
Okay, so can I do my screen share? Okay, so here's the image. You notice it looks familiar, and it says, "Truly so honored and proud to serve." And then we go down. Let me see. I got to find it.
Tammy said she called her ass out on Twitter. Good job, Tammy.
Good job, Tammy. What?
I'm going to make a video about it.
Oh, that was an asshole move.
Okay, here it is. It says crime soothing. Right here it says crime soothing. Where did this photo originate? Billy Joe is telling people that's Quentin in the box. And then Jennifer Kopendorfer says, "I don't know. He is not in that box. He is in Quantico. I took the photo as a symbol of the work the FBI did on the case. I don't think it was intended to be literal." What a fucking liar. Wow. Talk about being caught red-handed, ma'am.
It was really shitty because she gave that picture to Billy Joe and Leilani. And Billy Joe knew. Delicate Titanium, could we wait for QB to finish what she wants to go over? It's all right. It's all good.
I didn't mean to holler over Queen if anyone's mad about me.
That's
Sorry.
okay. I was still finishing what I was saying, and you were like, "Can I show my picture?"
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm being rude. I'm
Finish
sorry.
my sentence.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
it was a good time. It was a good time to swap over and show the proof.
Yeah, it's all good. That's what I said. It's all good. Yeah, she. So here, I'm gonna finish. Letting her say this real quick. Hold on.
But he is in that box. He's in the bags in the box, and
He's in the bags in the box, and then she didn't want to send him, so she rode with him. I think that's very respectful of her to do that. That was very nice of her because she didn't have to. I don't know why Kopendorfer would do that, but I'd definitely be calling her ass out for sure.
Oh, I will be for sure. Now that video that I had done about it, where I had gone after you and stuff,
We went fucking rounds over this picture.
Yeah, I mean, I took all that stuff down a long time ago from my channel anyway. But yeah, that's just disgusting.
Yeah, so apparently we were involved in a GoFundMe scheme. Oh.
Yeah, not at all.
Not at all about that. Wow, interesting. Looks like someone should apologize, certain
You ain't gonna get it. HOA apologies.
I'm just saying, but oh well. I'll just, I'll wait.
I apologize for believing Jennifer Coffindaffer. I mean, at the time I was still new.
Yeah, that was a
you
real
know.
dick move of Jennifer Coffindaffer.
I honestly can't really be too mad at you because you literally asked her and she lied to you. She literally lied to you. She stated that she took the picture and that there was nothing in there. So I don't know. It's a little weird. It's fucking weird.
There were other tweets that she did later about it, talking about how that wouldn't they wouldn't put that out there in the lobby like that with the remains in it. And there were other tweets that she kept on, after that.
Yeah,
More
man.
lies.
I can't believe a former FBI agent literally lied so that she can get clout for taking the picture of the remains of a deceased child. That to me is that is probably the craziest thing I heard this week. And we're apparently part of a RICO case, and that's probably crazier than that one, like a civil RICO case or something like that. This is crazy to me. That's nuts. Read the question in the post.
You know what though? I am glad the truth came out finally.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
You want me to read the question again? Someone said. I think I read it like 3 times. Read the question in the post and then her answer again. It's only Monday. Yeah, it's only Monday. It's only a retired FBI agent that lied for clout on Twitter. It's only that. I better be careful. She might join them.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to News Nation about this. I am absolutely reaching out to News Nation about it too. I'm gonna call him, email him, whatever I need to do, and let them know what Jennifer Coffindaffer did, because it's wrong. Unless you think it's wrong that I reach out to somebody's employer, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like doing it. Should I do it?
All right, thank you, Williams. Okay, please have your seats. And you've observed the rules, the course instructions. Thank you. Mr. Hilliard?
Special Agent Solomon, you said you went to Georgia Tech and you got your bachelor's in what again?
Economics, International Affairs, and French.
Okay, and so economics, international affairs, and French, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got your master's in what?
Business administration with concentrations in finance and entrepreneurship.
No psychology training or anything like that?
No, not in school.
All right, well, that begs the question then. If not in school, then where?
On the job.
On the job? Okay. And you say on the job, I'm going to assume you mean at the academy, right?
And throughout the job, on the job training or various trainings throughout. I've been with the Bureau for 14 years. So the behavioral analysis unit will give short trainings, lunch and learns, things like that, as well as consults on various cases that I worked on.
Yeah. But you're not in the behavioral analysis unit, are you?
I am not.
Okay. I didn't think so. That kind of threw me for a loop. So let me ask a question with kind of the first thing you talked about. You're talking about Exhibit 10, Image 109. I'm familiar with the conversation that you're talking about as a Mickey Mouse toy. You said that had been there for a minute, correct?
I said it appeared that it had been there a minute.
So, I mean, it did have dust and cobwebs and stuff like that on it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also then immediately after that referenced a conversation you had with Ms. Simon. But I remember that conversation. I don't remember her saying that it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy. And I don't remember her saying it was his favorite toy either. So what was the relevance of the Mickey Mouse picture you showed us?
I had not spoken to Miss Simon yet when I found the Mickey Mouse toy. I knew it from other investigators that she had stated that he had been missing with his favorite Mickey Mouse toy. So the first Mickey Mouse toy and the only Mickey Mouse toy that I saw, I noted.
Right, but that wasn't what she said. That was what you embellished, correct?
Yeah, she argumentative. And badgering as well.
Okay. He does have her on cross-examination. Mr. Hilliard.
I'll rephrase it and break it down if it'll make it better. So your testimony was that was his favorite toy, and it was a racing Mickey Mouse toy. But that wasn't what she stated. That was what you stated, correct?
I didn't state that that toy in the image was his favorite toy. I stated that she said he was missing with his favorite toy, which was a Mickey Mouse toy.
Well, then that begs the question then, because what was the relevance of that picture then? That wasn't his favorite Mickey Mouse toy, and it wasn't a racing Mickey Mouse, and that toy had been there in the garage for a minute. What was the relevance of that picture? None. I'll move on. Thank you.
Objection. The witness should be permitted to answer.
Thank you. Sustain.
On October 5th, we had known this family and the circumstances for only a matter of hours. So every single detail that was presented to us, we pursued and we followed and we looked to give context to. So if we were told that a favorite toy was a Mickey Mouse toy, we looked for a Mickey Mouse toy to see if there was any truth to the statement. And I was able to provide that image to various people in Quentin's family to see if they recognized that toy or any other Mickey Mouse toy as one that Quentin preferred.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone say that was his favorite toy?
They said no Mickey Mouse toy was his favorite toy.
Correct. Okay. So, as a matter of fact, you stated that had been there. Well, it had been there for quite a while, right?
Yes.
Okay. So not the first time we've heard about this Mickey Mouse toy. Okay. So my point is on October 5th, when this whole thing started, okay, you didn't know the relevance or importance of the Mickey Mouse toy, correct?
I did when I had that photo taken. The relevance was that he was reported missing with his favorite toy. There were hundreds of toys in that house, and that is the only Mickey Mouse toy that stood out.
I would say there were probably 1,000 toys in that.
That's fair.
And I think that's a fair assessment.
I agree.
Okay. But my point is that was 2 years ago. Here we are 2 years later. Okay. And you've had a chance to review all that. So my point is while on October 5th of 2022, that may have seemed relevant to you or important to you, and I can understand that. Here we are 2 years later, and you know that it's of no importance, and yet you still harp on that. Why is that?
Objection, argumentative, and also just not a question for all the words.
Sustain.
I will move forward then. You also talked about the appropriate level of emotionality. What is the appropriate level of emotionality? Who trained you as to what the appropriate level is?
I didn't state appropriate. I cannot judge appropriate. I can only state what I observe.
But that's not true. You have judged appropriate, and you stated it several times on direct from Mr. Dean, did you not?
Did I say appropriate?
Well, the appropriate level of emotionality. You said that I'm trying to look at her, the exact words was overly emotional, I guess, or not showing enough emotion. That seems to be the two things we're getting with her. So with regard to Ms. Simon, she either shows too much emotion or she shows not the appropriate level of emotion. What's the appropriate level of emotion?
When I use those comparisons, it's within the bell curve of my observations across other people in similar circumstances, other people at different baselines that I've observed. And she was generally at one extreme or the other of my experience in dealing with people.
Okay. And let's talk about your first time meeting Ms. Simon was October 5th, correct?
Yes.
You had never met her before that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't know her before that day, correct?
Correct.
And you drew your conclusions based on that day, correct?
No.
Really? So you didn't decide that she wasn't being truthful or she wasn't showing the appropriate emotion on October 5th of 2022?
I didn't speak to her about anything substantive on October 5th.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. I'll move on. How about October 7th or was it? Or 8th? Which was it?
I didn't speak to her on either of those days.
October 12th.
I did.
You made one by then, correct? And that was 1 week later.
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken to her between October 5th and October 12th?
Yes.
On the phone, in person?
Both, or definitely in person and text Sometimes when I would talk to her mom on the phone, she would be there, but not directly on the phone.
So again, it comes back to having had a week's worth of it. What would be the appropriate level of emotion to satisfy you at that point in time on October 12th?
There's no answer to that.
Exactly. So you spoke to Mr. Youngkin, correct?
Yes.
And same question for him. You never met him on October 5th, had you?
Correct.
And you didn't know anything about him on October 5th, did you?
Correct.
Okay. But you came to the conclusion that he showed the appropriate emotional level, correct?
I didn't say appropriate.
Okay. Well, then what did you say then?
I said he was exhausted and forthcoming, but minimized certain items. I believe that was my testimony.
And I believe you spoke with him on October 5th, correct?
5th, yes.
And he was angry and tired and upset as the interview wore on, was he not?
He was frustrated at the 11 p.m.
Well, in your mind, is frustrated the same thing as angry?
No.
What's the difference?
Frustrated can be exasperation towards a specific situation, but not directed towards a person.
Okay. So then what's your definition of angry then?
Negative emotion towards a person.
So angry means towards a person and frustrated means towards a situation.
They're not the same emotion.
Okay. So can you be angry without being frustrated?
Yes.
Can you be frustrated without being angry?
Yes.
Can you be frustrated or angry without being violent?
Yes.
So it is possible then.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also talked to Mr. Dean about a tattoo. Is it uncommon for parents to get tattoos of their children?
No.
Okay. So there's nothing unusual about that. Parents do it all the time, correct?
Correct.
And this was a statement that was made, was it on October 12th?
On the 5th and the 12th.
The 5th and the 12th. And was it made on video, audio? Where was it made?
The 12th was made on video and audio.
Okay. So on the 12th, she talked about the tattoo on video?
Yes.
Okay. Not outside smoking.
That was on the 5th.
Okay. And do you ever recall Danny ever saying, I'm going to assume since you were in charge of the hotel audio and video, you've watched most, if not all of that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever recall Danny saying, I'm just trying to save my own ass in one of their arguments?
I don't remember that verbatim, but yes,
he said something.
He would have said something to that effect, yes.
Right. Okay. And was it really his idea, or was it just part of the natural suggestion in the conversation you had with him? You were already going that way anyway in the conversation, weren't you?
The hotel had already been addressed as far as just giving them a place away from the hubbub of the house. But he did jump ahead of what we were talking about to ask if we were going to wire it up.
Well, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's not like you weren't already suggesting in that direction to begin with, were you? He kind of already knew what was coming.
I don't know what he knew at the time he addressed that.
Okay. Well, who offered did he ask to be put up in a hotel?
I believe our victim services offered that.
So you offered to Leilani to put him up in a hotel, or you offered to Danny to put him up in a hotel?
I don't know. I wasn't part of that conversation.
But it was offered.
It was offered.
And they accepted, or Danny accepted?
I don't know who accepted.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You had mentioned something to Mr. Dean on direct examination a minute ago. You had said that you pretty much had told Leilani on October 8th that you suspected that Quentin was dead. Is that a fair statement?
I had not. I didn't speak to Leilani on October 8th.
Well, I didn't say you did. I said you had intimated as early as October 8th that y'all suspected that Quentin was.
I said as early as October 5th, we suspected he was dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote it down wrong. October 5th then. Okay. So, and that's, again, part of the interrogation techniques would be confronting people with your beliefs or your opinion or your ideas of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And inconsistencies, which you've done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, y'all pretty much stated that from October 5th forward that that's what you believed. And I'm seeing the videos ad nauseum. And that was what you and Agent Schneider and Detective Lemons and basically anyone who did any interviews with Miss Simon suggested to her, correct? That they believed that she had done something to her child or to come clean about it, correct?
For the most part.
Right. So I'm a little curious because when Mr. Dean asked you a minute ago about her reaction sometime later when you said that you believe Quentin to be dead in the landfill, you made a big deal about her lack of emotion, but she's been facing questioning from y'all for quite a while, correct?
Objection, argumentative, in particular the made a big deal portion of the question.
Mr. Hilliard, if
I'll
you
break
rephrase.
it down and do it one question at a time. So you questioned her many times. You made, correct, from October 5th on.
The team.
Not just you, the whole team, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a bunch of questionings, a bunch of interviews, a bunch of statements made by you and the entire team that you all believe Quentin's dead somewhere, right?
I don't think we said dead until the 12th.
Okay. And she's the focus of it completely for
Yes.
this entire week, right?
She was the only one that had lied to us, and that is why.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute. But from October 5th to October 12th, that's what you're doing, right?
Yes.
And then a minute ago, when Mr. Dean asked you, you said that, oh, she didn't react surprised when we said it, that we believe Quentin was dead. Well, you've been questioning her for a week, right? Do you think the emotion may have worn off by then?
It hadn't worn off on the other 5 people I told that day.
Okay. And everyone's the same though, right?
If you're asking for a basis of comparison for why her reaction stood out in my mind versus the others, that is why.
Okay. And let's talk about that then. How often did you question, or your team questioned, Paul Simon? How many times in that same period of time?
He had been interviewed at least 3 times and had interacted with us on numerous occasions.
All right. So at least 3 interviews. How about Danny?
He had been interviewed at least 4 times, to my knowledge, and was in regular communication.
Okay. And he also helped you set up the wiretap in the hotel in the same time frame.
After his 3rd interview, yes.
Right. And how many times did you talk into Miss Simon, your team, in that same time frame?
Numerous times on the 5th. I'm not sure how many times that was. Once on the 8th, in person, non-substantive on the 10th, and then the 12th.
So again, a number of times, especially on the 5th, correct?
Yes.
So you don't think that any emotional shock may have worn off after all of that?
I have never seen a parent not be shocked when their child was dead.
Okay. Well, and let me ask you this. You'd already made your mind up on October 5th. The team had, at least, correct?
We had our suspicions. We had not made up our mind. We were pursuing all avenues.
Now, you talked about Mr. Dean played this, I guess it's the phone conversation where she says cocaine makes her angry and impulsive.
Yes.
Okay. But angry and impulsive does not mean violent, does it?
We didn't suggest that.
Well, now, with regard to your involvement of taking the remains to the lab, you took it from here to Macon, then to Atlanta, and then by plane to Virginia, correct?
Was the path, yes. My leg was to Macon.
Right. And you spoke with, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth here, but when was it you spoke with Dana Youngkin yourself?
About what?
Anything.
I spoke with him on October 5th and October 7th and October 8th and 9th. After that, he was no longer in Savannah, and I didn't see him in person for the rest of the investigation. And he mostly spoke with Brad over the phone. So I don't know the individual times I spoke with him over the phone with Brad.
All right. We'll just speak about what you know. When did Mr. Youngkin leave to go back to North Carolina?
On around October 9th.
So from October 5th to 9th, he was here, went back to Dunn, North Carolina, October 9th.
By way of Atlanta, I believe.
Okay. And you said you seized the pack and play and I guess the pillow or sheets or whatever it was that was in the pack and play?
I seized it from Chatham County, who had seized it from the house.
All right. And you forwarded it to
The
crime
FBI lab.
Okay. And did you also listen to the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. Did you listen to all of the wiretap?
I did.
Okay. At any point in time on the wiretap, did Miss Simon say that she had intentionally harmed her child?
No.
Did she ever say she stabbed, shot, strangled, did any of those things to that child?
No.
Okay. And how long was the wiretap in place, if you remember?
Until sometime after November 21st, within a couple of days, we would have taken it down.
So about 6 weeks, give or take.
Correct.
And same thing, you watched or listened to all of the hotel audio and video. Same question. Did she ever say that she harmed her child?
There was question of the definition of the word harm.
Well, I'll break it down then for you.
I meant for her was why, as far as spanking, that kind of thing, versus the other items that you just listed.
Let's talk about strangling. Did she say she strangled her kid?
No.
Shot her kid?
No.
Stabbed her kid?
No.
Okay. And this was, and you've watched them all, and I'm not going to go through them all, but they were a lot of heated exchanges between her and Danny in that hotel room, were there not?
There were.
Okay. That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Can you redirect?
I'd like to play for you a short video clip here and see whether you can tell us what this is. Okay. All right. First of all, looking at the first frame of this video, do you recognize the date, place, and event?
Yes, this is October 12th at the FBI office interview of Miss Simon.
This is a 36-second video clip from that interview. Your Honor, I have not marked this disc yet, but I will mark it as the next exhibit in sequence. And I would now offer this clip into evidence as state's exhibit. What is it going to be? 93? 93.
Any objection?
I have to see it first.
Do you need an opportunity to see it?
30 seconds. I listened to it, there's no objection.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 93 is admitted without objection.
Play that now. Can the court hear that as it's playing from the laptop speakers?
It needs to be a little louder though.
We'll peg the laptop speakers here, so we want them here. I'm not trying to prolong this. Here we go.
So, I've been thinking a lot about your tattoo though. I mean, because what happens when you go down? Because all of this, I remember taking all of this, there's like a mirror and a compass and some stairs and trees and stuff. And I'm so like it's weird. It's so weird. I'm not
Here we go. Back on the interview. We can't fucking hear.
Can you tell us more or less what she was saying there? It's a little difficult to make out.
She was describing the tattoo I brought up was the Hawaiian symbol I was talking about earlier, and then she was describing her intentions for a more elaborate tattoo for the future for Quentin.
And what was she saying she wanted to be in it? I heard something about compasses maybe.
And water because he likes to swim.
And you're saying that's something that she had talked to you about as early as October 5th?
Yes.
And I think you noted that earlier, something that you found a little unusual, right?
Yes.
Did it sound to you like she was describing like an in memoriam tattoo?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
To rephrase your question.
Are you familiar with in memoriam tattoos?
I am.
People will get with like a date of death and date of birth and so forth.
Yes.
Did it sound to you like that's the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes.
Calls for speculation.
Oh.
So I'll just ask the question again for clarity of the record. Did it sound to you like that is the sort of tattoo that she was describing?
Yes, because the other two children weren't mentioned in that conversation.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any requests? Okay. And is there any reason not to excuse this witness?
Yeah, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You are excused, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Long day, guys. Make sure to hit the like button, please. That would be appreciated.
A very long day.
Now, I believe this is a good breaking point. Unless y'all want to spend another hour or two. Okay. Anyway, I think this is a good breaking point. We're going to get started tomorrow morning. We're going to get started at 9:30. We're going to get started at 9:30, a little bit earlier. So I'm going to instruct you once again not to talk about the case.
Nope.
Not to do any research on the case. Don't allow anyone to talk with you about the case. All right. And with that, I wish you all a good night. Thank you.
It's going to be a long week.
Yeah. I think the drug dealer might testify tomorrow.
Uh-oh.
we finally get to see him because he's gonna be on camera.
Yeah, I know he ain't happy about that.
Well, I think he needs to get
He
a
was
career
already
change.
bitching about it. He was already bitching about it to the DA.
Yeah, I think he needs a career change. I recommend Wendy's. They're hiring.
Did the judge say she's going to have him on camera?
They argued it. We don't know if it's been ruled on yet.
It hasn't been ruled on yet, but it's definitely, they said, listen, nobody wants to be on camera, but this is the way it's going to be.
Okay.
We're in recess until tomorrow morning at 9:30. Have a good night, everyone.
Well, that's it. I think they've been doing a pretty good job with the case. Pretty much proved this lady is what?
I like the judge.
Yeah, it's a nice judge.
I do too.
Stop beat.
Man, oh man. Voices, did you happen to catch what happened with the flag photo?
Voices?
Yeah, I was here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see you. You weren't up here. You were just in chat. Okay. Just wondered if
I
you
was
saw
up
that.
here. I was up here. I've been up here all afternoon.
You were? Okay.
Yeah, she's up here. She's
I
just
was
this.
up here all afternoon.
She does work.
I
She does her what do you call that? Paper stuff.
My cricket crafts, and
Perfect craft.
and if I have to run to the office, then I haul my computer with me. It's
Okay.
I
I
run
wasn't
back
even
and forth.
looking. I was really kind of just looking at them and talking with them and real focused at the time. I didn't even see you.
I think the prosecution, did I change my mind about the prosecution? They kind of lost me with those character witnesses because they're trying to prove malicious murder. I don't think they have that for that. I think they do have for felony murder. I do think they have for the lies. I do think they have for disposal of the remains. This whole trying to blame Danny thing didn't pan out because they have the cell phone data and they have her lying multiple times. So that's not a good situation for that one.
Captain Napton is asking about the.
Oh, apparently, it was the FBI agent that testified that took the photo, and Coffendorfer lied to everyone, and when Coffendorfer said, when Crime Sleuthing was asking the question, where did this photo originate? Billy Joe is telling people that Quentin's in the box, and then Jennifer Coffendorfer says, I don't know, he is not in that box. He is in Quantico. I took the photo as a symbol of work. Quantico, thank you. Thank you. I took the photo as a symbol of the work the FBI did on the case. I don't think it was intended to be literal. So Coffendorfer, in her weirdo self, decided to claim that she took the photo and that wasn't Quentin Simon's body in that photo. And it turned out it was, and it was not taken by Coffendorfer. It was taken by the FBI that actually was working the case. It came up because the lady testified, and that photo came up as part of her testimony because they took two photos of that, and also when they were transporting Quentin Simon's remains in the back of the FBI agent's car.
She was the one who wrapped the box in the flag.
Yes.
She took that as something to give the family as a final for when she did the second death notice.
And right, she gave one to Leilani and one to Billy Joe.
Yeah, and Coffendorfer tried to steal credit for that, for Twitter clout. Apparently,
Coffendorfer said it was just a box, and then she took the picture of it. She took the photo of it. There's nothing. That's not Quentin. Quentin was in Quantico or whatever.
Yeah,
and that was a picture of him.
We all believed her. You know, I mean, you would think that you could believe somebody who worked for the FBI. But
Yeah,
I didn't know. I didn't know what she was about.
I don't know what her reason for lying is. That's kind of what I'm curious about. What was her reason for lying about it? Why lie? What was the purpose behind that? To make Billy Joe look like a piece of shit, or what? What was the purpose of that?
maybe
Clout.
it's semantics. Maybe it's semantics because she said, I took the photo. Maybe she meant she took it from somebody else and reposted it.
No, it says here, I don't know. When it's asked, where did the photo originate? That was the question from Crime Sleuth. Then Billy Joe is telling people that's Quentin in that box. And then Coffindorfer says, I don't know. He is not in that box. He is in Quantico. Quantico. Wow, I can't see. I'm sorry. It's a long day.
Quantico.
Quantico. Okay. You got me. I took the photo as a symbol of the work the FBI did on the case. I don't think it was intended to be literal.
But the real woman who actually took the photo testified shortly ago and said that was him.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
All right, guys, it's been a long day. We've been on here like almost 9 hours. I'm getting off here. I'm tired, and I got stuff I got to get done, y'all.
Okay, I'm gonna change my
Hope
name.
you get to feeling better, Queen. I'm gonna drop down. Have a good evening.
Have a good one. I'm gonna look up Hooked on Phonics so I can say Quantico appropriately. All right, I'll see you. I gotta go do some homework.
We'll see you later, man. I appreciate you guys hanging out. My voice needs a rest, so I will catch you on the flip side. I will try to come on here later and shoot the shit for a little bit, but I don't know if I'll be able to or not. We'll see. If not, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Have a good night, y'all.